with Treacle's Peoples. For those who missed, yeah, adapt or be mildly inconvenienced. But yeah, so where we were at is we did lose our run yesterday. Basically it boiled down to a handful of things. I was going after a unique weapon. Yeah, I mean, YouTube has missed a lot of conversation, but that's kind of the reality. Is when you look at people watching this on the YouTube end, there's going to be nowhere near as many people watching live, because the live side of YouTube is like really, really not taken care of very well. You know, and that's not me complaining about viewers on YouTube. That's me saying I'm sorry to the people on YouTube that YouTube barely considers you. So a lot of them will watch the VOD later. And it is just a thing with the YouTube VODs. There is zero patience for the yabber. They want the gameplay now. They want it fresh. They want it hot. Don't you dare have a conversation. Like, you gotta get in there. Like, that's a reason I don't start. Like, I used to start the YouTube stream at the same time as the Twitch one, and anytime I had any type of intro that was more than like 5 minutes, the numbers just free fell on the YouTube side, because that's just not what they're here for. It's one of the reasons why I'll have a lot of people, when it comes to Twitch, will be like, there's no discoverability and all that kind of stuff. I was like, no, there is discoverability at Twitch. It's actually really good. Once you realize Twitch is a community platform, that content is the second consideration, whereas YouTube is a content platform where the community is the second situation. Because when you're talking about like the discovery side on Twitch, it's all the stuff like your stream teams, your shoutouts, your raids, you know, the collaborative. That's all the discoverability tools on the platform. When you look at the way that new viewers find your website, there's a decent number who go, I want to find RimWorld, where's RimWorld? And then they click on the little box in the top. But as far as raw percents, that's a very low number. Most of the people, they'll come through your recommended sections, which is usually who you share an audience with. So like, for example, if someone's watching Bloody Drongo, they will likely see me in that recommended section at some level of frequency. Or, you know, Allison Adventures or Ultrasaurus or Curly or whoever, you'll see me get recommended there, but that's, again, all social. Oh yeah, you feel like you're doing the hard way when you search for a game? Yeah. It's Curious fault you found your way here? Nice. So Kiri's on the same stream team as me, so there's definitely a connection there. I was trying to think of how that connection happens, because me and Kiri almost never get to raid each other because of our schedules. Like, Kiri doesn't start till a couple hours after I've wrap stream. Like, that's Kiri's right during the hot potato. Okay, yeah, during the hot potato. Yeah, that would make sense, because that's the hot potato is the event. So I'm on the same stream team as Kiri, 2D Kiri, and yeah, and we host that event. But yeah, so that's cool. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, because, you know, like Bloody Drongo and Sui and FG Squared and 2D Kiri and Archplay stuff, we're all on the same stream team. Blind is on the same stream team and all that. And so there's a lot of people I have chances to raid back and forth with a lot. Like Blind Wojess and Alanarama usually can raid into me because of their schedule. And then I can quite often raid into FG, sometimes Sui. On the rare occasion, Arch I'll catch. But, and thank you, No Namer, for gifting a tier 1 sub to 2D Kiri. You given 14 subs a channel, I really do appreciate that. But yeah, it is one of those things that, like, I don't get to almost ever raid Blind, and I almost never get to raid Kiri, just because the schedules, that just doesn't happen. It's pretty rare I get to raid Alanarama or Wojess because they stream before me. But there has been a couple things. Kiri's fun people. That's been, with, like, all the travel stuff going on, and, you know, understandably people not wanting to come to the US for very, 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 very good reasons right now. It is a thing that I haven't gotten to see a lot of the stream team in a good while, which is a big bummer. But, But yeah, no, it's been a long time since I've gotten to see Kiri or FG like in person. Alright, so you can get rid of the wake up. Because it's a lot of fun to hang out with them. I've gotten to see them a couple of times in person, Kiri and FG. About the only ones I've not gotten to see in person is I haven't gotten to catch Arch in person, and I haven't gotten to catch, 1 second. I'm trying to think. 1 moment. If you hear echo, don't worry about it. I have, like, the list in front of me. Stop giving me background noise. You're literally paused. Yeah, so I'd look at the list. Yeah, so when it comes to... Yeah, I haven't seen Belnar in person. Yeah, because looking at the list as, like... Belnar's probably the one I get to interact the least with out of the team. Again, just, like, opposite schedules and all that. Belnar gets to raid into once in a while. I feel bad about that. Belnar's absolutely fantastic. Let's actually do a shout-out for Belnar. Because for those who don't know, Belnar's another member of the stream team and all that. Does lots and lots of indie games. Usually streams before me. We just don't get to interact very often because of schedule things. Which is one of the things that's a real big pain as a content creator, is you end up making lots of friends over the years and all that. And just because schedules, you just don't get to catch them very often. Like, I don't get to catch Snoot very often. I really enjoy Snoot as well. But it's just, with the schedules, sometimes when Snoot starts a little bit early, I could catch Snoot for a little bit before my stream. But otherwise, we overlap, so I almost never get to hang out with Snoot. And it just happens. Or people's schedules will change, so you have that person you were hanging out in their stream all the time, but now their schedule is different also. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have on your stream team, like, a wide range of schedules. Because usually when you're forming a stream team, most of the time, you'll have similarities in content. Whether it's the games you play, the vibe you have, whatever that commonality is. And that could usually be really good. And if you have a range of schedules, that means people who, like, want that vibe, they can kind of go around the whole clock to get that schedule. And to a certain degree, we have that. Because, like, if we consider, like, I wrap up my stream, I might raid into FG, and then FG might be able to raid into, like, Kiri, who can then raid into Blind, who can then raid into me again. And obviously we don't do any type of schedule that, like, anything like that where we have it, like, on a calendar, like, do the circle. But, it usually does mean, for people trying to stay in that same range of content, you can serve that. And that's usually in your audience's favor as well. Because we do bounce between different channels that I raid into quite often, but it can always be a challenge when you're raiding into someone new. And I've given the example once or twice that way back, I usually have a pretty chill vibe, especially later in the evenings when I know a lot of people are going to sleep or just waking up. And there's been once or twice over the years where I've raided into someone and went, oh no, this was a miss. But there was one that stood out, and there's nothing wrong with this person's content. It was just a very different energy level, that they were being super chill and everything, and I think it was just they were tired or whatever, and I raided into them, and their raid sound was like these really loud air raid sirens, and they kind of, you know, scooched up, and they kind of got themselves into energy, and they got into their whole, like, high energy thing. Is like, oh no, I have made a mistake. Like, nothing wrong with their content, but it's like, I've just taken my half-asleep audience, and they've just been ear-blasted with maximum energy. And it happens. You try and seek out people with a similar vibe and all that. Right. Okay, and to circle back what we've got going on in the colony, because I probably should have done that. So Treacle is our original founding person. Right now, no two people have the same ideology in our colony. We are going to fix that. Our prisoner here is for a quest, I believe is for a masterwork bow of some kind? Is that what it was? Yeah, Masterwork recurve bow. Everyone else here is an actual colonist. Oh, well, that's convenient because that means they're... That person I said who was staying here and giving us a bow, they're gone. And now you move up to a Masterwork bow. So we went from 3 awful bows to a Masterwork nerve spiker, an incinerator, and a Masterwork recurve bow. Yeah, no, it happens. Like, and there's definitely people I like their content, but at the same time, I generally won't raid them, just because I know it's just the content between our two channels is not, like, the vibe is not the same. So take that to make them not prisoners. And now we could do is switch that, so they're now all considered bedrooms, so the penalty won't be as severe. Right, so what we've got going on here is we did start Naked Brutality with Treacle. We have been recruiting our people. We did give ourselves the Grav Engine right away, which we just basically told it to trigger the quest immediately. And then the other reason we did that... Oh, right. This was, Oh, it's Chemical Fascination. Yeah, that was to send two workers for 2 whole seasons. So I'd have to cut my colony in half and not have access to them for 2 seasons. But, we are doing it where the mechs are pursuing us. 2 porcupines. You can get some shooting skill and maybe burn down half the map. Because, again, one of the weapons they gave us was an incinerator. So the entire map is forfeit. That's the reason we put this wall out here with the roof around it, is they fully expect to burn down the entire map on a fairly regular basis. See, everyone else is trying so hard, and Cookie's like, look at you. 3v1ing the one porcupine, I got mine in 1 hit. That's the beauty of not needing to aim. But yeah, so the mechs should be chasing us, which does bring the downside of the incinerator does literally nothing to mechs. It's also pretty underwhelming against impids. It still works against the impids. They're fire resistant, so they will take less damage. But yeah, so I don't know when the mechs will show up. The assumption was that we needed the Grav Core, because what happened with the last run is I didn't get the mechs chasing us at the beginning like I had intended. Instead, basically it waited until I was able to build the ship, and then once I built the ships. Do pawns need wire to live? No. And we're still on this tile when we get stone cutting. There's a defensive position I learned to create with the incinerator that's ridiculously broken and just comical. That I will potentially abuse if the opportunity comes. And the way that position works, and you can do it in a bunch of different ways. I'm just gonna kind of do a quick one here. So let's pretend here that there'll be a door there. We'll have our defensive line here. Like, what the rest of this looks like doesn't really matter that much. We'll have this extend somewhere out this far, and it could be one of those things where we have 2 layers, and we'll actually plan for it to be the narrow version. So we got our defensive line back here. And then what we would do is something like this. And you might be like, well, that's a perfectly normal defensive position. What is important about this? The important detail is having an incinerator here and aiming at that wall back there. So that keeps firing this entire length here with fire again and again and again. So as the enemies come across, they hit the fire, they catch fire, and because it's near water, the enemy will prioritize running back to put themselves out in the water, and you'll literally just have them going back and forth in here, desperately trying to get to the water, and then just catching fire, taking a bunch of ticks of damage, putting it out, getting back out here, catching fire, taking a bunch of ticks of damage, going back out here. It's pretty comical to watch. It does have some strong weaknesses. One, that it is literally, utterly, and completely useless against mechs who are immune to fire entirely. And then two, it does make for a very slow kill. You know, when you actually hit someone with like a rifle or whatever and they get brained and they go down in one, you can go through a lot of targets pretty fast. But because they'll end up blocking each other in the hallway and all sorts of stuff, you can end up having it where they just keep running back and forth and just taking a long time. Burns don't bleed out. Yes and no. Like, getting a burn doesn't bleed out, but if the burn zeroes out a limb, that limb comes off and then they will bleed from the missing limb. So it's like, do you bleed out? It's like, no, but if you zero out a limb, that happens. Usually, though, they'll end up dying from, you know, their head or neck or something zeroing out first. But if they lose, like, fingers and toes and all that, they'll bleed from the missing limbs. And actually, missing limbs bleed really bad. I would say the likelihood of them bleeding out would be pretty low, though. Versus they're literally on fire, so you don't have to worry about them bleeding out as the corpse is consumed by fire. But making that defensive position until I have stone is not doable, because I'll just light my wall on fire and get them all sorts of paths through. Yep, so everyone... So Treacle is idle. Why is Treacle idle? Treacle should not be idle. Give you a very low priority on mining. Treacle's finally gotten to the point they can keep up with the stuff there. Because I could deliberately plant stuff here. I'm going to try to avoid doing that. And the reason we're keeping the Muffalo, if people didn't catch that detail, is if the mechs show up before we have the ship, I need to grab all my important stuff, load them up on the Muffalo, and get out. Which is the intended thing to happen, by the way. If it doesn't happen, that's fine too. What we figured is... We've been trying to figure out what the key is for you being detected and chased by the mechs, and I haven't quite got that down. My assumption was just owning the grav engine. So far, that's not proven to cause it. So then I was like, okay, maybe the grav engine has to actually be placed, which I don't know how many days ago we did that, but it's not been super long. Well, actually, we can probably tell. It's not the grav ship. I think it was the relay. So I think we have had a grav engine placed only 7 days. Whereas we've had it for 55 days, so just shy of a year. Which we gave it to ourselves right at the beginning. But that could be information for us in the future that maybe I have to place right away. Because the whole point is that we get chased around by the mechs and no stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be neat. Gonna need to be better. A big problem is like this area is not very good soil, so grass isn't growing particularly fast. Because eventually where I've got this all covered with roof, all the grass will die. So that's kind of our fire break for right now. We get to the point of stone, we can start putting stone around there. We're not super invested. 3 colonists are idle. Alright, I need to find something for you to do if you're that many of you are idle. What I need is to make more research area. And that's supposed to be where we grow heal root when we have the ability. Alright. So making a dedicated lab would potentially help us. Of course it is. And I don't want to go and pull up the traps. Yes, the grab ship start has it, but you can go into the scenario editor and make your own scenarios, which is what we've done. And for this scenario, we did manually add the, it's called Mechanoid Pursuit, which is what the grab ship start has. Yeah, so you make that a lab down there. Or for that measure, we can make this the production room down here, and then this can become the lab. But yeah, so... Yep, and then the only catch is, I turned it on and it didn't seem to take effect. And then the assumption is this, because the last attempt, we did start having the mechs pursue us once I had built the ship. And so my assumption is it's the grab engine in some way is the key detail. Yeah, the last one did die. It was going after a unique weapon. I had failed to remember that there was 4 enemies, and I had seen 3, and it's like, okay, all 3 are on this side, we can engage this. But it means I got outflanked. And we were just, like, badly positioned. They had, you know, their full, like, recon marine armor, that kind of thing, and I had t-shirts and capes and hats. And so with both things, and I also kind of misplayed in that the moment I realized my mistake, instead of trying to like just make the most of it, I should have just backed out. We also got unlucky, and on like the second volley someone got brained, which didn't help anything. Oh, need to be set for a colonist. Was that didn't help anything. And technically I could have recovered it. We did have a survivor after the fact. We got a man in black. I patched up one person who would probably live. And if I had put the effort in at the beginning, I probably could have saved a second one. But the unfortunate reality was, basically once it turned to man in black, I'm like, you know, we're only a stream and a half in this run. We're not far enough that I want to man in black it. The comment is I usually don't like man in blacking anymore these days. I've gotten a bunch of colonies I've taken from the brink like that and fully recovered. Like, it's a very doable thing. But at the same time, you know, sometimes with the man in black, it feels like you're just dragging it out. Especially when you have, like, this ship and there's so much wealth there. That strategically the better answer is to just shut the whole thing down. Yeah, well, I mean, the man in black, usually you get the man in black, and quite often you can save a couple of extra colonists. That's kind of the idea. Is you get your man in black event, and then you save a couple, like a handful of colonists and all that. And you can, you know, recover from there. And that's not unreasonable. Like I said, I've done those runs plenty of times, even on the street channel and everything. But I do find quite often when you're well into a run, it can just be a thing where, unless you're willing to walk away from a lot of your wealth, that's probably it. You're probably just going to drag it out, because like the next raid or two will be small raids, just because mechanically when you take bad losses, the game does back off briefly. Alright, so getting ourselves a second research bench. So this is now a lab. You've seen some streamers lose an entire grab shift, run off, just losing their best pilot pawn. Lose an entire grab ship run of just losing their best pilot pawn. Yeah, it can be a tough thing. And that's kind of like when I'm doing some type of challenge run like that. My overall thought is, if I'm early run, I'm not going to do a man in black. Now, this is like naked brutality and I'm just trading one for another. I can get behind that. That's fine by me. But if I'm that early, I'll probably just, you know, whatever. Just chuck it. So I took the medicine. They did have a charge rifle I really wanted. But it was like, I had $100 and they wanted 1,600. I'm like, there's not a way I can make this math work. But yeah, no, we've done where I've dropped down to one colonist and ended up rolling credits more than once on pretty decent settings and all that. So it's not like a lack of player capability. It's just quite often when you're that far, you're just kind of waiting for the other foot to drop where your wealth is too high, so the strategic thing is to abandon your colony, run to the next tile with a couple of your best things to, you know, get rid of your wealth. Because when it is down to like one or two colonists, then you've got, you know, your full giant colony you built with like paved kitchens and like the fine paved roads and everything through everything. Like you've gone like way late game where you can just start flaunting wealth. And then you're down to one person whose combat skills are just okay, or quite often it'll be your pacifist because they stayed out of the fight. And you're just like, all right, man, the one kid who held a gun the one time ain't gonna hold this down. Or a lot of times you get the man in black and it'll be like frail, bad back, all that kind of stuff, but technically arrived after the enemy left. And you're just sitting there going, I'm not doing a run where everything's at high wealth, and I got this frail, bad back person who's got chemical fascination. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and tell them to mine that. Because we got people who are being passive. You got people with nothing better to do, so we'll go ahead and queue them up. Because I don't want them just standing around. We did get a second research bench going, so that'll help at least a little bit. And we are researching electricity right now, which does mean the ship should become available research-wise soon. One thing that if we are sitting here, we get the ship researched, I might deliberately not immediately start building this ship until we can make chem fuel refining. Partly as a test, and partly because until I can put fuel in the ship does me no good. And the ship can be very expensive from the standpoint of steel. In their modern idea, replace the Man in Black with Darth Vader, full force power. I mean, yeah, but then your strategy is to just immediately down your first colonist however you can manage. Just to see if Man in Black triggers because it's a 50% chance. I wonder if there's a way to deliberately do that. I wonder if there's a way to deliberately trigger Man in Black easily enough to see if you can't use that as a vector to get new colonists. Because it's basically when all your colonists are downed that the Man in Black can show up. And it's got a cooldown that it can only happen, I think it's like once a year, once half a year, or something like that. And it also has only a 50% chance. Well, that's what I was gonna say is probably lock your people in overheated room. Well, that's the thing. I feel like there's ways, because the big thing is you need to be able to have your person downed and be able to get back up. That way you don't scuff your run. So, like, deliberately giving yourself food poisoning so you get downed with your last colonist, just to trigger it. Obviously, this would not be strategically a smart plan, because then you get food poisoning, you get downed, and then a raider shows up and kidnaps you, and it's over. Because it would strategically be a terrible idea, but, like, an idea behind a run where you have to only grow with Man in Black or whatever. You think you need 3 pawns for a Man in Black? There probably is a bunch of conditions. But I could see ways that, like, you anesthetize 2 people and then have a way of downing your 3rd person. And then just do that. Because, like I said, I know there's a limit on the trigger on Men in Black where it can only happen, like I said, it's like once, I think it's once per year? Either once per year or once per 30 days. And yeah, I think there is a limit that you have to have enough colonists, and there has to be enough time between, and yada yada. There's a couple of hidden conditions for it. But I could see that being just kind of a weird one. Enable anomaly will help you down? Yeah. There would be ways for anomaly to help you down your pawns. I mean, I feel like just anesthetizing 2 people, you know, anesthetizing everyone but 1 person, and then deliberately downing the last person, because there's plenty of ways to knock yourself down. You could just have the person slam a couple of beers and all that, and, you know, beer and then smoke leaf on someone until they lose consciousness. Alright. Oh, we're low on wood. Hey, Pelanova, how's it going? So one thing I'm debating doing here, so let's put that there, and then extend the fences here and here, and give the Muffalo a little bit more space, because we are going to keep allowing them to breed for now, as we'll want to be able to carry as much as possible. That way, whenever the mechs trigger, we can grab everything we can carry that's worthwhile and walk it off. And thank you, CanHawk, for the 250 stream streak. I do appreciate it. You're doing okay today? That's good. Okay is better than bad. I think I gotta worry about. Alright. Nothing I gotta worry about. This family sending memes. Alright. There's a pretty good chance one of those Muffalo end up stepping on that trap and triggering it. We do have it set to not rearm. I'm just unwilling to send my people to step on the traps to remove them right now. Because we literally had Bob built the trap, and immediately, while standing on the trap they just built, set off the trap and almost died to it. Which did not help us very much. Psychic drone for McFly. We will have a 6-year-old show up, named McFly, and they'll set up a low psychic drone for 7.5 days. So we are a guilty ideology, so can't you just uninstall it? Yes, but when you uninstall it, you do step onto the trap, and that means you can accidentally set it off. So we are going to bring on McFly, because if I don't do it, everyone gets mad. Well, actually, I'm sorry, only Treacle gets mad, individually and specifically, because everyone else is not the same ideology. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to start the queue. So if you'd like to be the brand new child, and we'll leave it for now. There's the low psychic drone. Interestingly enough, so I got credit for accepting the quest, and then I got credit a second time for them actually arriving. So you're gonna go grab the bow, and let's see what you've got. So you're 6 years old, you've got no passions or anything yet, because you get those at 7 years old. You're not gonna have much time to do any learning to speak of. So you'll get to choose 1 trait out of 2 at your current learning level. Which is not very encouraging. And you are yet a different ideology than everybody else, and your ideology is female supremacy, supremacist, and darkness. And I'll point out, you're a dude. I'm so sorry, McFly. I am so sorry. Alright, let's go to your work schedule. This whole colony is full of just utter chaos. Dark elf origin story. Alright, let's go ahead and draw our name. And it is gonna be Telenar. Let me make sure I got the capitalization. It is Telen Artho. That's what I thought. I was like, wait. So, Telen Artho, because otherwise I'd call it Telenar again and again and get confused on the though part. Named, which is why I want to make sure I got my capitalization thing. So you get to be a small child who is currently running out in the wilderness by yourself, doing your thing. Are you running around naked with a mask? Yes, you are. That does sound some like child-coded behavior there. Alright, do I have any wild animals I gotta worry about? No. Sad wander because no recent conquest. Alright. Are we to the point of arresting anyone and starting to forcefully convert them? So Sentient Cookie is our cook. Treacle is already the correct ideology. Bob is our construction person. How close is Bob to being able to do the good floors? Bob should be able to do good floors, like right now. No. Bob can't do the good floors because they're the wrong ideology. Hey, Bob. Bob. Buddy Bob. Bob, buddy. Okay, so 68%? You should have the highest chance. Alright, Bob. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but your heretical ways will no longer be tolerated. Because I've got 5 people who are all different ideologies, and some of them are fine. Some of them are a bit benign, not really that big a deal, and then some of them are crap. I would say Sentient Cookie's got the one that's causing us the most grief because of the raider ideology, with raiding required and execution required. Where Cookie's like, we haven't murdered anybody recently. I really need us to murder somebody. Running around naked with a mask, you've heard your summoning ritual, Helium. How's it going? Oh, we can close the queue. Oh wait, I need another bed in here. Sure. Yeah, so what we're gonna try to do is get 3 people converted. Sorry, 2 people converted to have 3 people same ideology, because once we have that, I can just do the regular conversion stuff. Alright. What is our main colony's one? Our main colony has the Penitent Advent. Alright. Do it to it. Get that mood bonus. Stand among the buffalo. Make fire. Friendly visitors have a gift, and we had a beautiful party. Oh, wait. We can reform our ideology. I forgot that came up. Okay. Reform. Alright. So, we can use Prolicizers to slowly bully people over. That's one option. We do plan to move into the shipborne as time goes on. And thank you to the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pain is a virtue is certainly a fun meme and all that for doing all that. Yeah, so you'd ignore comfort. The slab bed is preferred. Welcomed rough living. Temperature tough. Pain idealized. Yeah, no, it's exactly the same thing. Kind of like, I found a Prolicizer in the game. You hate it in real life. It's the same here. In real life, if someone walks up to me and starts getting all preachy, I do not respond particularly well to that. Okay, yep, so just put on Prolicizer. That should help us get some conversions going on. The only reason I don't opt to take Pain as a virtue is they demand scarification, which lowers your max health of whatever areas you scarify. And it can get bad real fast. We get rid of one of those. We could get rid of the Muffalo stuff for money. And electricity. Alright, so our next set of choices is carpet making, auto doors, toxifier generator, or fire foam. I don't really want any of those especially, but fire foam is the one I would take in that list. I'm not worried about hooking up electricity yet. Until I have batteries or something else. I want to sit here and maintain cutting down trees, because we also don't have tree sowing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we don't have tree sowing, so I'd have to keep manually cutting down the trees, and I am entirely too lazy for that crap. Major break risk on Treacle because low psychic drone. You were rebuffed by sentient cookie. You were insulted 3 times. It is dark. You resented being someone attempting to convert you. You slept in the cold. The youngsters are sad. And your friend Kilroy died. I'm pretty sure that was one of the refugees we were helping. As I recall, I think they got an infection that I wasn't able to keep ahead of. Alright. They gave us a stack of cash. My favorite. I love when they give me a stack of cash. It's like they knew what I wanted for Christmas. Yaks join? No, they did not. They could drop a stack off at my place too. I know, right? That's where you have the people. It's like, oh no, you know, for Christmas you don't give people a gift card or like money. You get them what they want. It's like, no. Hear me out, fam. I want the stack of cash or the gift card or whatever. It's way easier of a gift for me to manage on my end as well. But you just give me a gift card to like my favorite restaurants or whatever. I'm down. Count me in on that one. I am not the kind of person who's like, you didn't put enough thought into the gift. It's like, nah, man. I'm gonna go to my favorite restaurant. I'm gonna enjoy a meal that I don't have to feel guilty about spending the money or anything. It's nice to eat out and not be like, you know, am I eating out too much or whatever? It's just like, nah, it was a gift card. You know, I can just go out and eat this. Zero having to feel anything about it. We keep having animals self-tame. Yeah, no, exactly. Treat yourself. Right, and so it's like very much where people are like, oh, they poo-poo the gift card. I'm like, nah, man. Are we in a new playthrough now? Did we die last time? We did take a loss yesterday midstream, so this didn't start fresh this stream, but it is a relatively new colony. We were doing a unique weapon event. I miscounted how many enemies I was after, got flanked, and then misplayed the flank, is effectively what it boiled down to. Because with those unique weapons, the people you fight are usually pretty decked out. They'll usually have, like, flak armor, marine armor, recon armor. You know, they'll almost always be packing guns between most of their members. And one of them will typically have a pretty solid gun as well. Like lots of assault rifles and SMGs and chain shotguns. So a big part of how you win those fights is, as you see like the four of them wandering around, you go like, that's the one that's the threat. And when they get solo, like they get put by themselves, you just murder them before they have a chance to do anything. So you just immediately cut down the numbers by one. And then if everyone's spread out, you could sometimes like kill one, then kill the next one, then kill the next one, like one by one by one. So it's like, you know, 5, 6, 7 on one again. But in that one, it was like they had the slightly better cover situation. I was kind of outflanked. They had armor I didn't. Guns wise, we were comparable, but also the mercenaries are usually pretty decked out as well. Wait, I have someone who... Whoa, who has animals high enough that they... Oh, hey. Do it. Do it. Do it. Give me the thrombo. It's been a while since I've had a run where someone had animal handling that was anything but terrible. So I was waiting for it to be like, boom. Hey, sorry, you only have three animal out of 10 you need. But I forgot, I think Muffalo are actually 6. Muffalo are a relatively high animal handling requirement. And then we recruited Hamps-free. Hey, a lot of really fancy meals. We're gonna eat well for a few minutes. Alright, for right now, since we don't have pemmican, simple meal, do forever if it does not have vegetables in it. Basically, we look at the meat's only good for about 2 days uncooked, whereas when you cook a meal, it's about, I think it's like 4 days, or it's either like 4 or 5 days or something. We can check with Cookie here. Yeah, so it's about 4 days. So it'll also be good because Cookie's cooking is not amazing yet. So even if these meals just go to rot, that's fine. Was it Family Guy or The Simpsons that was like, oh no, go ahead and cook dinner tonight, we'll just throw it away, we don't want you to fall out of practice. It was an episode entirely around basically the husband not being supportive or whatever. And all that coming to head. But yeah, it's just like, oh man. American Dad, pretty sure? That could be. All three of those tend to have a lot of overlapping themes and all that. Sounds more like American Dad? Yeah, you're probably right. Needless to say, of course, that comes to head and everything where he's not being very respectful of his wife and everything. And it all kind of implodes on him for a little while. Do it. Usually get about 3 or 4 attempts before they leave. And at 1.5% chance per attempted tend, it's pretty low. And that's where it's like to estimate your odds of doing it, like, okay, if we only get 1 attempt to tend them or to tame them, you have like a 98.5% chance that you fail. like, to get them. But if you get, like, 2 attempts, then you have to take the 98.5, and then what is the 98.5 of 98.5 to, like, slowly attrition it down. You know, it's still 1.5 per attempt, but, like, if you get to knock out, say, between 3 thrombos, 9 attempts, okay, what are the odds that all 9 attempts will have a negative result? Which would still be the majority, by a very large margin. Because diminishing returns of having that 1.5% success chance, you know, you would have a improved chance over the, like, the more dice rolls, you'd have an improved chance of at least 1 winning. But how much each one kind of helps you gets to be a smaller slice, because 1.5 ends up being a, sorry, like, the numbers end up getting smaller, so, like, the adjustment ends up being smaller. You don't get 1 point, like, it is 1.5% of whatever the number is, but because it's based on 100 originally, you get less than 1.5 as a total value change. Alright. And how are you coming along? So you're halfway converted. And the good news, because they're already one of our people, once we convert them, we can just let them out immediately. And the only reason we're doing this is because they wouldn't build the floors we wanted. Ooh. Cassy just throwing literal cash at me now. We said, hey man, we desire to have the aesthetic of this tribal stuff, and Bob was like, hey man, I don't do the tribal stuff. I have certain aesthetics I prefer, and those aesthetics are Archist. Like, I only do Archist style stuff. And you're like, well, this is a tribal themed place. Sorry, man, that's just not my style. So we lock him in a room and we tell him, well, it is your style. Once, you know, like, you're not allowed to leave until it is your style. This is the way. The art industry is harsh. Okay. So one thing we can do here is blocks. Do not keep blocks in there. But do keep blocks out here. Do not keep steel or plasteel in here. Do keep it out there. Nice of Bob to take one for the team. Yep. Do grav light panels deteriorate outside? Because those two are damaged. That might just have been from, like, the whole way it wrecks down, though. So uranium, don't keep it there. Keep it here. Basically, I'm trying to take stuff that doesn't rot. Yeah, I don't even think shards have a health to them, so shard, keep out there. So I'm just moving all the materials that don't rot out here, because they can just sit out there, nobody cares. And trying to conserve this area for stuff that if it gets rained on and all that gets destroyed. Gold is another one. Okay. And just waiting for my wife to get home. She should be home pretty much any time now. Then I'll step away for a couple of minutes. You know, welcome her home. Toss some food in the oven, all that stuff. Alright, so I need to help this person, or Treacle will get mad. Psychically hypersensitive, incapable of social, and greedy. So I don't particularly want this person to stay. But we will rescue them so that we get the bonuses for doing so. I'll deal with that in a minute. Because no one has a reason to go outside until then. Cool. So you've helped them. What we're going to do is we're going to run down here real fast. Nicely done. Okay. And I don't want this person to join us. Greedy's pretty annoying. I don't particularly need these skills too much. Like, getting a plants person wouldn't be the worst. I don't think I would go on to fully banishing them if they did join us, though. I don't think my not wanting them is strong enough to go to a banish quite to that degree. The greedy, okay, so they did decide to leave. That's cool. It's basically, I wouldn't prefer them, but if we did receive them, they're not bad enough that I'd be like, get the hell out of here. Because greedy's pretty annoying, but just one greedy person is manageable. If you get two greedy people, unless they become a couple, there's just no making that work. Greedy is fine. So with the greedy trait, the way that ends up working is they want the really impressive bedroom. If someone has a nicer bedroom... No, I'm sorry, I'm thinking jealous. Yeah, no, greedy's not that bad. I was thinking jealous, the one where, like, if someone has a nicer room than them, they just get mad about it. Yeah, greedy's not terrible. At this point, they'd be pretty unhappy. Yeah, no, I was thinking jealous. Jealous is the one where they demand a better room and all that. So you can take the seed. Psychoid Brewing and the drug stuff. We'll grab that book, because that'll be one that'll almost certainly try and choose, and if we can knock this off the list, that's good. You agree, you definitely want a nice bedroom. Amusingly enough, I want a comfortable bed or whatever. Real life me, I'm not as worried about, like, having a fancy room or something like that. Alright, so I can't take all that. What do I want to give up? So I got the medicine and we got the book. I really did want all that medicine, but that's fine. So clear, critical, books. Now I want that book to just rot out there for no reason. All right. You think the most of the places you have lived have been better than the vast majority of RimWorld colonies? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like right now, this is just, there's a wood floor and they've kind of like stenciled out, it's like that's the sleep spot on this wood floor. No anything else. Alright, so you do have guns, they're attacking immediately. Let's go ahead and change our areas real fast. Schedule. Area 1. We can go to zones. Keep area 1 just inside here. And the reason I'm doing this is they're attacking immediately and I got a whole big caravan down here. They got guns. Guns hurt. So I'm going to let these problems solve each other. Because if we're lucky, someone with a properly good gun will get downed here. Alright. So grab the revolver. Trying to think if I'd rather have a masterwork recurve bow or the auto, like the little hand submachine gun thing. Because sure, the rate of fire on that one is better, but masterwork does mean that they're going to get way better accuracy for the individual shots to a pretty significant degree. So you hold that one. Okay, just getting these corpses out of here before they start rotting. I was actually really hoping they get lucky because a bunch of them had chain shotguns in here. I was kind of really hoping they get lucky and down one of them. Alright, so fire foam, basic grav tech is next. And you gave me 2 flame bows. Okay. So, to clarify, of the rewards we've gotten an incinerator and 2 flame bows. The game is leaning really hard of going, what if everything was on fire always? Right, for this we go, allow all except for, human-like corpses or rotten things. So it prioritizes putting stuff in here, but if there is no room there, it still tries to put it in my base. Alright, so we got the terraformer. So we can get the basic grav tech. Just burn the world down. Alright. Well, I failed to delay the ad, and my wife isn't home yet. But I'm going to quickly run downstairs and chuck some food in the oven. She should be home any minute, since the ad's happening anyways. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. Alright. So what's this game? How do we play? What are we doing? Um, anyways, so we are getting a grav tech ship research done. The other thought, so the place I'm kind of stuck right now is it can be that once we get the grav tech research, quickly after we'll be like, oh no, the mechs are chasing you. And we start building the actual grav ship, and that happens, that can put us in a really awkward spot. I think my intent is to not start construction of the grav ship and try and get a way of making fuel. Whether we get a boomalope or two that we drag around with us, or we get the chem fuel production that we hold up on actually building the ship until then. That way, if the mechs happen, we take our muffalo, we load everything up we can, and we just walk it off the map to the next place, and plunk down and try again to get the research. A boomalope-powered grav ship is so silly. Oh yeah, and it'll be horribly inefficient too. Like that's kind of one of the big negatives about it. Is the boomalope, I want to say they don't have a particularly great throughput of chem fuel. Do we not have boomalope on the map at the moment? Never mind. Whoa, hey, wait a second. Whoa, would you look at that? A random turkey got whacked by a gun as everything was going down. It's about 11 a day, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't remember how much it is. But the thing to keep in mind is, if I have 2 fuel tanks, I believe we could store something like 700 chem fuel for our engines. And I think at the base, 350 is the maximum I can use per jump or something like that at the beginning. You know, once you get bigger engines and all that. And so if that's the case, if it's 11 per day, it means you're talking 2 whole seasons to refuel by a single boomalope. And then there's, you know, the fact you have to have all the extra food to feed them and yada yada yada. We gotta get Cookie converted. Insulting spree on Cookie because nothing recently. Well, that's good. I'm pretty sure it canceled instantly because everyone was asleep. Which is great because I believe you still get the catharsis despite nobody getting insulted. Royal Tribute Collector. You've got to be getting close to being converted. Okay, so 2 more conversations should get Bob in with our main ideology. And then we will see who I decide to throw in there next. Because Hamstry is the one that would be easier to have do that. Because having them not research it delays stuff, but at least it doesn't impact our way of keeping ourselves alive. Sentient Cookie, on the other hand, they're the ones who the ideology is far more problematic. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because, like, Hamstry's ideology doesn't bother us at all. It is a completely benign, not a problem ideology. Sentient Cookie's ideology is just downright terrible. It's about, like, raiding and executing and all sorts of stuff. And that's, like, literally there's nothing we can do to make them happy because they permanently have the minus 18, you know, sitting on there. It's got basic grav tech. Of these, we will take the geothermal power, which will be very, very slow, but that gives me a, you know, manageable power source. Yeah, I do think Hamstry is the one who's getting locked up next. And then once we've converted Hamstry, that'll be our 3 people of the same ideology that then we can get a moral guide, and the moral guide can just work on converting everyone else one by one. Talon would be another easy one to convert by imprisoning, but with the fact that they're behind the 8 ball on their learning because they joined our colony already getting ready to age up to 7, I'm desperately trying to get some last-second learning in here to hopefully give them a good trait. There's zero chance we're getting much of any passions on this first round, but I can live with that. Because even if they get 0 passions whatsoever, if I get, like, Jogger and 0 passions, that's fine. You know, or Tough, Nimble, and 0 passions, that's also fine. There's certainly combinations worth considering. Alright, next conversation with Bob should bring them into the fold, and then we can release them, get them back to work. And then they can also make the rooms nicer, which will be helpful. Mitigate some of these moods. Alright, prisoner, release. Okay, so Bob is back at it. Go get yourself a melee weapon. Alright. So the only problem that just struck me is I'm pretty sure... Yeah, if I try and have either of them... Oh, no, actually, you have a 100% chance. Yep. Start converting you. So that means our research is going to grind to a halt. Because we did just arrest our researcher. Now Bob's gonna slowly but surely make our rooms nicer. Yup. And then you're upset because you were imprisoned. And check out Uzi Usburn doing some Final Fantasy XIV online. So, you know, if you're looking for that, you can find it over there. Okay, no dangerous animals. And the Muffalo are continuing to reproduce and all that. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I'm sitting here making everyone sleep on the floor uncomfortably. We can start getting everyone to have cozy beds. All right. Yep, well, you're not gonna get your look changed until we get complex furniture, and we queued up geothermal. And considering we arrested our main researcher to convert them, that ain't getting done anytime soon. So we're just gonna be stuck waiting for a while. You're probably getting pretty close to the point of being able to do the heal route. Not really. Because it's, I believe, 10. Oh no, 8. Okay, if it's only 8, you're pretty close. Alright. And your learning's nearly maxed out. How much longer till you age up? Pretty soon. We'll see if you manage to get that, like the growth 3, which might happen. It'll be 2 days that you'll need to have left, and it's 4 times the regular aging speed for a child. I think I think technically it'd be on it, because it's 15 days for a quadrum. And if you go 4 times as fast, 2 days is 8, which would put you up to 11. So technically you should have about 3 days till you age up. So you should comfortably get to growth tier 3, which will give us 4 trade options. And honestly, considering you arrived at 6 years old, and you age up at 7, getting even that far is not bad. We can probably take Bob off this job. Let Treacle handle the animals in the absence of Hamstfree, because at least Treacle has a passion for it. Fast learner, clearly. We actually don't have a fast learner here. The first couple people in this colony are hodgepodge. A very neurotic, hypersensitive, and volatile pawn. Oh, that'd be awful. That is a terrible combination. You would have a 29% faster break rate, and then psychically hypersensitive means the first time you have like a psychic thing against them, they would crumble. Even just neurotic by itself. Because we compare, for example... Oh right, you have steadfast and all that. There's a reason they're trying to get rid of him. Yeah, that is a pawn that gets a joy wire. That's the only way that pawn doesn't kill half your colony by the time, is being joy wired up. And even then would probably be pretty sketch. Yeah, to give you an idea what that would mean, so here's... Yeah, so Treacle is slightly less likely to have a mood break than most people. So it'd be a 29% mark. So if we consider moods at 61, so the first threshold break would be around where my mouse is now on that scale. That is when you'd be at minor break threshold, is over here. That is extreme. And I actually don't know how the scaling on major and extreme. I don't know if it just shifts them all to the right. We can actually test that. Okay, no, there's a proportional to it, because the far left one doesn't adjust while the two on the right did. Yeah, so just gauging by that, if like it's over here for the first one, the second one should be around here somewhere. And then the extreme didn't seem to move, so if it does, it probably wouldn't move a lot. But yeah, no, that would be a person that would be basically in a permanent state of mood break, unless you just kept them completely like brain nulled with the serum or something the whole time. Give them the daily dose of the I forget what the serum's called. Mind Numb. basically have their schedule to take a mind numb every time it comes off cooldown. Alright, so we're getting those break rooms made nicer. You're getting ready to have another mood break because you haven't murdered anyone recently. And this brings you inconsolable sadness. We're actually slowly converting the child just by attrition because we did switch to Prolicizer. Well, we switched to add Prolicizer. So Treacle is just endlessly harassing Talon every time they walk by. And being like, hey, everything is awful and it's all your fault, and you should feel terrible about it and feel like you owe a debt to society. And Talon's like, I'm just a child. Please. I just want to draw on the floor. Can I go just draw on the floor? Please? Only if you feel terrible about it. How you are a sack of scum. If I say yes, can I color? All right. Oh, I forgot. We are still getting research done because I've got drug production, cycloid brewing on that book. No color, only grayscale. And then Devil Strand. Only if you color something that clearly is of guilt. All your characters need to bow their heads slightly in shame. Alright, so we were asking earlier about the production from the Boomalope. Yeah, so it's 11 per day of chem fuel. So that was correct. You love books? Books are great. Books are amazing. That was, we did a challenge run one time where I wasn't allowed to do research. I had to use the books, which I had fun with it. It was just the opportunities to get books are pretty far and few and in between. So they're good to grab, but it's like every trade caravan is like, you got any books? I need the books, man. The interesting thing here is that the rate it's taking Hamstree to get converted, Treacle's going to have Talon converted first, which might make Hamstree's conversion be completely unnecessary in that we can just do the conversion directly. Oh, I didn't check. Did I already go through the apparel nonsense? Yeah, we did. Growth moment on Talon. Alright. You did hit tier 3. You're not going to get any passions, but you are going to get some choices. Okay. Alright. Do we aim for the sky? Because Fast Learner is an amazing trait. But do we aim for the sky? Because very neurotic can be really good or bad depending on what you get to go with it. But if we could get the dream of industrious, very neurotic, and then something like steadfast just to mood manage, why would you ever pick misogynist? Some people suck, I don't know. I mean, it can happen where you get only 2 choices, and your choices are like misogynist or like slowpoke, and you're like, alright, well, between these two, misogynist is the lesser of evils for actually surviving the con. I'm going very neurotic. I'm going for it. Let's go for the sky. So the negative, the pro and con of that is that does make it, if we look at our little pegs here, it does move the little pegs over to the right. You feel like we're the last generation spending hours in libraries reading books? Do people still do this? Not many, but in a lot of ways. So like, there's definitely a catch-22. Like, just having a library for the point of reading books, I feel like in a lot of ways the internet makes that less important. But at the same time, when you went to the library, there was usually a lot of community events, especially for kids and all that kind of stuff going there as well. You had like arts and crafts and all that. And so while the, hey, you should go read a book, I'm actually pretty indifferent on that one. And I know a lot of people, it's a big fuss. I'm neither for nor against it. It's like, yeah, that's cool if people want to read the books there. I do think reading, broadly speaking, is good. But I do feel like the fact that people don't go to the library and don't participate in as many kid programs because of that, that I feel is a negative. It gets into the whole, you need free to / very cheap third spaces. And the library was one of those. Yeah, no, reading is good in general, but like, the you must go to the library to read, I'm pretty indifferent about. Yeah, but it's a lot of those. And to Claus's credit, in the places that have good libraries, like, I'm very, very jealous of where my my niece and nephew are growing up. You go into their libraries and you're like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like, they've got all sorts of stuff. They got 3D printers. They got all sorts of stuff going on. There's like, little kid me would have loved this stuff. Versus the libraries around us don't do as much. Those ones nearest to me that aren't too bad, but Florida libraries tend to not get a whole bunch of great stuff. And that's very hit and miss depending on where you're at in Florida. There's some of the towns that have a bit more money, the libraries are a lot nicer. But then there's some of the libraries around here that, you know, they got some books and they're kind of just okay. Let's see, phones, internet, and computer replace third spaces. Even if they were more common, most people would opt not to go to them at this point. Well, one of the big problems you run into with that, Unk, is that there's a lot of the third spaces cost a bunch of money to go to. So you're just going to go home and do internet stuff. You also have it more difficult to get to those third spaces because, like, increase of costs of cars and gas and all that kind of stuff as well. And then the frequency of people riding bikes any distance nowadays, bicycles, you have it where the kids can't get to those spaces because the parents don't want them leaving the neighborhood or whatever, and all that. And that all kind of compounds to the same thing. Yeah, you love yours. You run some great programs locally. They do 3D print for you. Yeah. There's also a reason why writing is useful anyways. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think reading and writing are very useful skills. I'm not denying that. I genuinely wish that libraries were more accessible, so far as, like, a lot of it's nothing to do with the library either. It's just like a saying of, you know, you don't have, like, the public transportation to get there. You don't have, like, good circumstances to get there. Sometimes, like, most of the libraries, a lot of places, they're free or they're dirt cheap, where you have to pay like $10 for a month membership or a year membership or whatever. Or they're just straight up free as long as you return your books on time. You know, they're relatively affordable, but that's not always the case. That's very much your individual localities. If you're not in a motor vehicle in the US, it's basically impossible to travel. In a lot of cases, it is. There are walkable cities in the US, but not that many. And that is, like, that's the problem here, is we actually have a relatively okay-ish library not too far away from us. The problem you just run into with that local library is the closest house is like a mile away when it comes to walking or bicycling. You know, which is fine by car. You just get in your car and you, like, going a mile in a car is, like, no big deal. But when it's 90 degrees, 80-something% humidity, a little kid going out there, that's kind of a whole big barrier. Florida's the worst because it's super flat and everything is spread out. Yeah, well, we also do lots and lots of suburbia, where there just isn't a way to reach, like, locations without having to go through, like, the winding roads and closed off neighborhoods and all that. But that's kind of the big thing, is, like, getting back to, like, third spaces kind of deal. Like, you've had tennis courts. That was a common third place in the past. You just go to local tennis court, you can play tennis or pickle or whatever. But so many of those places now, it's like you want to go to tennis court, well, that belongs to that neighborhood with their HOA, and if you're not part of that HOA, you're not physically allowed to go without someone who is part of that HOA, you know, letting you in / going with you. Some of them will allow you to get a membership to that tennis court, but they usually will charge some, like, really over-the-top fee and all that. So, like, going to your local area and just having a local tennis court you could just go to for free, or, again, cheap, is not that common anymore. Yeah, one way in, one way out developments are infuriating. Yeah, and they're all over the place here in Florida. You wish, what you wish is that libraries, especially university ones, were online accessible. You remember looking for a book for a friend and it was available online at those universities? Sharing knowledge is still limited. Yeah. There's, I'm not a big fan of anything that's effectively a limiting / controlling information kind of thing, where it's like, oh no, if you, like, you need a special membership at the university, not just a student, but like a special paid membership to get to the library or whatever. There's been those out there, especially around stuff like scientific papers and all that, that it can be a very big cost to entry. But there's things. Yeah, go in the morning, otherwise it's hot. Yeah, even in the morning it's hot, but definitely gets miserable as the day goes on. You had to go home to read a special book. Had to be kept in a climate control room. Yeah, I mean, well, there's definitely that kind of thing that happens where you have, like, rare books and all that, you know, they're hundreds of years old and all that. And so they keep it in very controlled environments for preservation of the book. And that's fair. Like, that's dealing with the materials at the time. But for a lot of those, I'm like, okay, you have this book. It's hundreds of years old. It's got, like, historic significance and all that, you know, it should be available. Yeah, you should have, like, they should be taking the time to scan those pages one by one in that controlled space and all that kind of stuff, so that that information is available in archive. And then again, that should be freely available, or at least cheaply available, so that broadly most people can get it. But especially something like that, they're like, oh yeah, like, if this gets taken out, there's a good chance it'll start to deteriorate or disintegrate to an unreadable state very rapidly. Cool. Preserve it. Like, get a backup in digital, man. You know, by all means, try and keep the official artifact in good shape, but taking the time to try and scan everything through it and all that stuff, in the event something happens to it, because, you know, fire happens everywhere and all that, at least that information isn't lost to time, because that happens. Right now, we're going to go ahead and restrict you into the area and just ignore the shamblers. Remember one of the pages was uncut? Really excited the librarian to get to cut this ancient book. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know there's been different companies that have tried tackling archiving a bunch of books. Yeah, we still talk about the disaster of the Alexandria Library. Yeah, the fascinating thing about the Alexandria Library is it's depicted as this great loss of, like, all human knowledge and all that. And it can be pretty unfair because it was nowhere near, like, the only source of information. It had a lot of information, but there was definitely other areas that had tons of stuff. And then on top of that, they had, like, the fact that a bunch of the books, they actually did have copies of them in other libraries that, you know, affected that information was lost. There was definitely information lost. Like, and the burning and the sacking of that library is still a tragedy. But then there was, you know, people was like, oh yeah, no, the destroying of that library, we fell into the Dark Ages. Like, no, that's not how that played out, man. a lot of us in the Western cultures have a tendency to ignore a lot of what happens with Eastern cultures and all that stuff. Yeah, no, it's definitely a sign to have backups. And that's kind of one of the things that they got into, is there was a lot of libraries in the Middle East and India that when the Alexandria library was burned, that a lot of those books did exist in duplicate in those other libraries, because they had, the monks sitting there copying the books and all that, so they could, take them to different places. The other thing was that the library was already in a state of disrepair. That wouldn't super surprise me. Scribe was a serious profession for ages. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing, that before the movable type printing press, that when someone came out with a book and it got popular, that literally you just had, as scribes, you had these monks, and they would just sit there and have the book on one side and they'd have their other stuff there, and they would, rewrite the page by hand, flip the page, rewrite the next page by hand, flip the page, and they would do that all day. And the idea that your job is you wake up in the morning and you have this book and you spend how long I have no idea how long it'd take to take like a 100, 200 page book and just page by page, rewriting whatever is in that book there and getting through that whole book, and then you get your next book and you start writing on that, like doing that one. I can't imagine how tedious that job has to be. I definitely imagine that's a job you get done every day at work and your hand just hurts from cramping up from just literally writing for like 8 to 10 straight hours. Oh no, Zerx, that's actually one of the problems with a hand-copied one, is you would end up with imperfect copies, and then you get like the whole Xerox thing where, then the next scribe would go to record that book because someone wants a copy of it and is paying for it. And so you'd end up getting these ones with like the occasional typo, and it'd be like an incorrect character, and they would correct the words. And also because you knew they were imperfect, the later scribe would go in and be like, oh, this isn't phrased right, and would correct the phrasing on it. So you would have your copies would all be just a little different. And it was a whole thing. Have you read the story, the Bartleby and the Scrivener? I have not. That's actually, there's some very famous books over time that's kind of one of the things that happened, is they ended up with several different versions of the books where very important phrases and sentences in the books at some point got misinterpreted, misrecorded, whatever. And so now we've got this split and people are like, we don't know which one's right. But they had some people doing writing. Other ones would do the fancy stuff with the fancy... Oh yeah, no, where you see like the giant like image thing for like the big first letter and all that. Okay, we're having another child forced on us. Cool. 3 manhunt... Oh, I'm sorry. 24 manhunting sparrows. Okay. That's... So, yeah, no, copy of a copy of a copy. Right, and they were professionals and they tried to do their best. I forgot they were all still restricted to Area 1. I didn't really want them to still be restricted to Area 1, but they're going to end up being re-restricted to Area 1 anyways. Also, the Book of Kells movie was good. Alright. So, I'm going to avoid giving this person a name for just a minute, and you'll understand why in a second. And understanding why is there's a very strong chance that by the time this kid gets to my perimeter, the sparrows will already have spawned and murdered them. Because they've got 1 hour before the sparrows spawn, and we're at 0.7 hours. I think they'll make it in this case. Don't go over the face, Mac. Go right there. I just need you inside the perimeter as fast as you can. What I'm trying to remember is if birds can go over walls. I don't remember which case that is. I don't believe they can. They shouldn't? Good. Because no one's allowed to leave. Because that is a lot of sparrows. Alright. So we'll go ahead then. And if you'd like to be our brand new 3-year-old child in our colony, you don't have anything, you are a clean slate. You have literally, you're only 1 quadrum shy of basically popping out from being an infant. So you basically got your chance to walk for the first time and immediately got chased by sparrows. Which honestly sounds like pretty standard sparrow behavior, if I'm not mistaken. I definitely have seen people get dive bombed by sparrows pretty hard when there's a nest nearby. Baby learned to walk slightly early because sparrows. I'm glad we enclosed our farm and thing. Come on, Tacoas. Oh, you want them to become cannibal? Well, that's the thing, is I get to choose between a bunch of different traits. Barring things go really wrong. And it's pretty unlikely I would choose, you know, cannibal. And even then, if we got cannibal, I can just not make them eat people. Because that's kind of one of those things. If you have a colony that one person's a cannibal, but everyone else isn't, the act of actually butchering people will piss off everyone. I'm going to make the one outlier just deal with it. Because, yeah, the sparrows will go down in one hit. It's a tiny little bird with its hollow wings. If it gets hit by anything, it basically explodes into feathers. But when there's 24 of them, RimWorld is notorious for the death by 1,000 cuts. Before we had the birds, the squirrels were the ones that did it to you. You'd have this raid of like 80 squirrels, and you'd have your, you know, fully armored up, juiced people, and they would still get taken out. Because each of those hits, they'd only be doing like 1 damage or a half damage or whatever, so it's little bits. And you'd win the fight and everything, and your poor lead pawn would be trying to walk back to get to the hospital, and they would be bleeding profusely, and you're trying to bandage them up, and every part of their body has like, got hit in the torso by a sparrow or a squirrel, X9. Got hit in the head by a squirrel, X5. Got hit in the neck by a squirrel, X3. And so your person's just trying desperately to patch up all the bandages and only getting like 2 or 3 at a time. And they would just bleed out because their entire body is one big wound by the time they're done. And you just can't medical them up fast enough. Okay, and let's go ahead and drawing our name, and it's going to be Arc Editor. Welcome to the colony. Remember one time you did the summon animals of like 100 fennec foxes and took out a huge mech cluster? Oh yeah, there is the argument of quantity is its own quality. And RimWorld is definitely one of those games that demonstrates it. A whole lot of weak things will usually work really well against something strong. The player can just tip the scales a little bit where we get outnumbered because we can kind of manipulate the AI and basically kind of design things to be situated where, yeah, they've got numbers, but do everything possible to, like, give yourself as many advantages as possible. Like, give yourself the better coverage. Give yourself the... You get to open up your hits first before they get the chance to open up their hits. bottleneck them, so you're trying to limit how fast they can go and feed into the fighting. Like, and that's all the shenanigans you do with that. Alright. So I got 6 beds that aren't in there. Yep, you are a child. Like, we basically got a child where we got to skip the actual infant phase. Because you showed up and you're about 1 quadrum older than the absolute minimum you can be and capable of walking on your own. Sorry. You're 1 quadrum over that, not under. Which works out, because I can probably get you to 8 learning, if not 8-7 learning. As long as things don't, like, you don't get, like, the plague or something. We should be able to get you nearly maxed out in your learning. Yeah, well, sorry, it's, so 3 is once they become an actual child that can walk around, which is what our arc enters at that. So we start learning there, and then at 7... that's when they will kick over to the next thing. And we got beset with the 260 stream streak, which I really do appreciate. You wonder if they send their boys out as babies to survive? Well, Arc Editor's character is a female. So at least it makes sense, you know, if you're going to be part of a female supremacist society, that, you know, you would land that way. Because Talon's showing up in part of a female supremacist society and being a man, it's like, oh, I'm so sorry. That's any time you have, like, the one gender supremacist and they're the other, like, oh, man, you need to have some more self-worth. You need to have more self-worth, man. You can do better than that. Maybe they'll send out all their babies to survive. It seems like a fairly unsustainable culture if the first thing you do is abandon your kids. So Tantrum, and you're going to destroy a stack of Gravlite panels. Can we prevent this? I'm not thinking we'll be able to prevent it in time. Because you're not going to be able to arrest them. Oh, you... Okay, get in there, don't let them destroy it. Go, 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 go. That's right. A 7-year-old just arrested an adult. Okay. You got skills? Hey, you know what? Cookie was going for a full stack of the Gravlite panels. I would... Yeah. It's... Exactly. It's a 7-year-old's like, "Please, this is a sin with sins of West." Just, exactly. You think about what you've done. Go in the corner. We scumbag. Not dumb, it works. I mean, the results there, all because they didn't give you the crayons you wanted to talk to me about ideas. Yeah, everyone's trying to convert your ideology and make you feel guilty about everything. I'm a-westing you. A-westing you. That's the thing, is like, literally Talon was the only one remotely nearby, and like Cookie did manage to get a fourth of the damage in on the grav panels. So very much it was Talon was gonna get it, or the grav panels weren't making it. No one else is nearby, and I'm like, alright, what's the odds, expecting it to be either openly reject me doing it at all, or like 50%, which I wouldn't have done, because if they got in a fight, Cookie was going to absolutely murder the 7-year-old. But it was 100%. What is your social that you had 100%? You have 0 social. What is Cookie's social? 5. I don't know how that worked, because if I remember correctly, your ability to arrest is based upon your social skill. Or maybe it's their mutual friendship also as a factor? Maybe. I mean, up until the point where you did arrest each other, Talon had a pretty high social with Cookie. Then they arrested Cookie, and now Cookie's a little upset about it for some reason. Rolled a natural 20, that's what happens. The kid used the puppy dog eyes in them. I don't know. This might just be me, but if a 7-year-old child comes up to me and is like, "Please, I need you to put on the shackles and get in the cell," I'm probably going to say no if they're actual shackles. Because my fear is that they're not going to have the keys for them. And then I'm going to be wearing shackles. And then we got to figure out a locksmith and pay him like $200-300 to show up and unshackle me. Either that, or I'm going to have to get out a Dremel, and I'm going to have to sit there and like slowly try and Dremel my own chains. Then a kid, keys are pretty spoiled. Okay. Well, such a spoil sport. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll get down and, you know, play imagination with some kids, but like, you know, it's the same thing like if a kid comes in with what looks like a legit gun and is like, "Let's play cowboys." It's like, nah, man, nah. If it's like a little plastic gun that's clearly fake, or it's got like the orange tip or whatever, it's like, okay, sure, whatever. You pick your own way out? I mean, yes, I would need a locksmith. Well, right. You can pick your own way out, sure, like if you have the skills and the tools, but also like you're trying to do your own lock like this, I imagine that's got to be very difficult, because picking a lock can be hard on its own. Hardened steel is kind of hard to cut with the Dremel. I've cut hardened steel with the Dremel. That's not that bad. You just need an abrasive wheel and patience. That's the thing. Dremels don't cut by, like, you know, sawing through. It's just abrasion. You're effectively sanding your way through it. It's actually, for cutting metal, your best choice would be something like an arc welder or something like that, so you can just, like, torch through it, like blowtorch it. But outside of that, the abrasion's probably your next best choice. Alright. So, Hams 3, you get to get out of your cell. And that officially gives us nothing to do conversions. Yeah, no, Dremels are great. That's actually... They're not specifically the best option for that, but like they're a very solid option for cutting metal things that are hardened metals too. Okay, so out of you, social 6 with a double passion, social 7 with a single passion. Alright. So, I do think Bob is probably going to be our moral guide, because they're going to level up their social faster. Oh, I have to actually put down an ideology spot. That'll help. Did you not place? Come on, man. Yeah, no, Dremels have all sorts of attachments. But yeah, no, like trying to cut hardened steel. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you're talking about removing something off your person, I would also go for the Dremel. The blowtorch would go through things easier, but also you're heating up something metal attached to your wrist and like ankles and all that if we're talking shackles. And very, very genuinely. Ooh, only a 9%. Cool, that's another one converted. Yeah, so Cookie's just gonna take time. The good news is I do have a bunch of prepared meals for a while. I probably just release Cookie. Because as much as I want to try and knock down the conversion here real fast... Yeah, they're friends, and you have a decent social, so that shouldn't be the worst to convert you. Oh, you got Slow Learner, and I believe Slow Learner makes you resistant to, conversion. I'm gonna release them since they're our cook. Okay, and... colonists, and you are super pissed off. And this will be Cookie's room, so at least get the mood bonus for having their own bedroom. Are the birds gone? Okay, so we're unrestricted now. Any wildlife we gotta be wary of? Nope. Yeah, so next time conversion comes up, we're gonna try and do a conversion ritual on Cookie and just hope we get, like, the maximum outcome. I'm gonna make you the leader. Alright, so Treacle's becoming the leader. They are the original colonist here. They are the, you know, basis of this ideology, and we're also going to go ahead and do that. Treacle explained his weaknesses and how to overcome them. Offered thoughts on decision-making under stress. Is taking responsibility. Beliefs about the future. Thoughts of putting the role above their personal desires. Showing gratitude. That actually sounds like some decent leadership skills there. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. You want to know what, you want to know what you're doing to use, oxyacetylene? Oh yeah, I mean, anytime you're dealing with a blowtorch. Because like I was saying, like with the shackles and all that, you know, your idea is you're heating up the metal to burn through it and all that, which it's attached there. You know, just thermodynamics, that's going to try and spread that temperature through anything. That's how you get heat differences rid of, is you'd have whatever's at your hot temperature will start to radiate that heat into other materials and all that and spread through all that. And if you're wearing them, they're spreading them into you. Spoiler alert. Steel has a much higher heat tolerance than your skin. You would certainly be able to do it, but it would definitely be one of those things of like rushing to do a little bit of a cut, letting it cool off again, rushing to do a bit more of a cut, letting it cool off again, and just trying to heat manage it. Because I don't think you'd be able to necessarily get it hot enough that you could just blast through the steel in seconds. Maybe. I haven't cut hardened steel with a blowtorch. Because usually it was near things I couldn't afford to be hot when I've had to cut steel for anything, but that was pretty rare I had to do that. So I always used abrasive discs. Whether it was a grinder for that purpose or whatever. Even doing the grinder, it can get to the point of hot, but usually you can sit there and start grinding it. When it starts to warm up that the person notices it, you could be like, hey, okay, we're going to stop for a while. Let it cool off again. Or, you know, dunk it in water or whatever. Your father is a boilermaker by trade. I know nothing about boilers, so far as, like, the creation of them. If you run the torch with the cutting end, you're going through something really heavy, or something light. You don't care about how it ends up. Yeah. Alright, we got our first round of food poisoning from Cookie. Well, actually, that's not the first round. You know. Cookie's just acting out after being imprisoned and being like, alright, I'll cook again. Just you enjoy your next few meals, am I right? Yeah, so we got 2 more people to convert still. Oh, you need to be on the no drugs. Which, even with the no drugs policy, you're doing penioxylin. every 5 to 6 days. I always forget if it's 5 or 6 days. I think it's 5 days you need to take, because it's like 5.5 days or something like that. So if you wait for 6 days, you'll end up with that gap. Right, we can go in here, because we've been sitting here not doing this for a while. Start making all the bedrooms a bit nicer. We do have all this wood out here, so we've got the materials. And we are researching geothermal power. Not that there's any specific focus, it's what we ended up getting. Going near skin is inadvisable. Yup. Learning deprived. Then go skydreaming. And go watch people work. You literally have a recreation schedule that you can just do that. Okay, I mean, or you can get food poisoning. That is a choice. So let's cut back a little bit on our grow area. And we're going to make that into Psychoid. Because one of our cookbooks is for Psychoid brewing. Where I've got an overabundance of food that I can't even store. We're going to cut back just a little bit. We're learning about gut flora. Yep, pretty much. Intense pain. Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. I hate that nature running is always near the edge of that. Is there a RimWorld equivalent to Dwarven Children Care from Dwarf Fortress? I can't answer that because I haven't played enough Dwarf Fortress to know about that. You do take care of your children in RimWorld. Basically, when they're an infant, you do have to manually feed them, whether it's mom feeding them or, like, you know, making baby food for them. But there's not too much impactful on the child at the younger age beyond if the child's unhappy, everyone's unhappy, so you want to keep the child happy. But mostly at the infant stage, it is a thing that... Oh, basically child super soldier product? Sort of. So the way children work in RimWorld is you've got this bar on the bottom here, learning, and then growth tier, and it goes up to 8 tiers. And basically every tier you go higher, you get more options when they grow up. So the first 3 tiers will give you more options of traits, and then the tiers after that will give you more options for passions. So if we look at, for example, one of our pawns, Treacle here has Steadfast and Neurotic. We have Slow Learner and Beautiful. These are the traits. And so if you go and get a bunch of trait choices, you can start leaning towards being like, oh, well, that gives me a better chance of getting tough or nimble or, you know, brawler or, you know, trigger happy or one of these other ones. And that what ends up happening is you can genuinely make extremely strong pawns if you take the time to go through all that. Begin conversion on Sentient Cookie. Alright, so you've got an 18% chance of instantly converting them, a 53% chance of having a generally positive outcome, so between the two, a little over 70%, and then about a 29% 99% chance of it being entirely ineffective and actually making them more likely to believe in their existing ideology. So, about a 70% chance good, about a 30% chance bad outcome, with a 20% chance of instant conversion. And we instantly converted them, which is the ideal, because their ideology was all around, like, conquering people and executing them and all that. So Cookie's ideology was the most problematic for our colony. So we did get that out of here. So that leaves only Arc Editor to be converted to our ideology. And it's pretty rough. It's a female supremacist ideology. But at least for the required and all that kind of stuff, the only thing that they're... and actually, even then, they don't have the nudist thing for men. So generally speaking, they don't have that many negatives. Childcare in Dwarf Fortress is intense training and possibly and/or expectation of death. Gotcha. I mean, if you wanted to really push the combat skills, I could have Arc Editor running out here hunting animals all the time and whatnot, and that would present, you know, a decent amount of risk doing that. But as far as, like, the specifically training them to be a super soldier or whatever, that's not really a thing. The biggest success was somehow changing traits that were supposed to be immutable. Yeah, so this one is, like, right now it's more like they're clay. They've not been shaped yet. We don't know what the traits are going to be. And you can get it where you have no choices but bad choices. But generally speaking, the odds of having nothing but bad choices, if they're well educated growing up, is pretty low. Being able to specifically get what you want, you don't have enough control over that. You gotta take what the RNG offers. But the odds that you'll go through the 3 learning phases, because you get 3 times you get to make selections, and not have at least relatively good options if you're getting to the higher levels, is pretty low. Kind of the important thing is you get to at least learning level 3, because I believe that's where you get the most trait options. Passions are nice. They make for a much better pawn, because that means they'll get a mood bonus for doing those passions, and in addition to that, they'll learn them faster and all that. But not necessary. You can have extremely good pawns with very low in the way of passions, but having bad traits is pretty rough to get past. So, like, right now, Bob here has Meanderist. That's a pretty awful trait. It does mean they're going to have a tendency to have mood penalties with men and have more insults at social fights with men. So generally that's going to cause a lot of friction. Steadfast Neurotic. Neurotic is one of the very few neutral traits in RimWorld. Most of your traits are lumped into good or bad. There's a handful of them that's like good and bad. So Neurotic makes them more likely to break, but it makes them work much faster, so it's kind of a neutral one that there's a pro and a con. Steadfast makes them better. Slow Learner is objectively bad. They just take longer for everything. Beautiful's bad, which seems counterintuitive, but Beautiful is a bad trait in my book, because what'll happen is everyone will constantly hit on them, which leads to lots of social fights, and then lots of, you know, got rebuffed by, you know, insert name of person. So generally I actually consider Beautiful to be a pretty terrible trait. So Sentient Cookie's traits here are actually pretty terrible. Teetotaler, I would argue, is like purely negative because it just limits them. Very Neurotic is another neutral trait. It's just the more extreme one of Neurotic. And then Arc Editor's not old enough to have anything. Let's see, using genetics and ideology, you can kind of make Super Soldier Program, but still, you have to train skills anyways. Right. The ideology, well, I mean, the thing with the ideology is that would lean on everybody, but you could sit there and lean there. But yeah, no, the xenotype stuff, you could definitely genetically alter people to be, you know, tough, but that's more like comparing, okay, you've got a baseliner, which is your generic human, versus a Neanderthal, which is a human that's leaned into being a lot more of just a meat tank melee pawn. But that's not so much, like, nothing about that is age related. Because he got rebuffed by a beautiful person, X20. And now you're going to release the murder ball. Oh, I've never had the murder ball get released. Yeah, that's scary. Alright, so we got another Manhunter pack. Oh, no. It's a Manhunter pack of turtles. Truly a threat we are not ready for. In this case, actually, low-key, the turtles actually can be kind of dangerous in the sense that they're hard to take down a lot of times. You can just walk away. But I'm actually started thinking, you know, we have the flamethrower, and accuracy and armor doesn't matter. You're just gonna light them on fire. So once again, range of Cookie. You know. Gonna be some cooked turtle. That's kind of the advantage of the flamethrower more than anything. Someone wearing flak armor, don't care. Light them on fire. Someone running up to you and they've got, you know, super duper tough genes because they're Neanderthal, don't care. Light them on fire. Because while they're on fire, they don't defend themselves. They panic and they run. The problem is, you're setting the map on fire, and that could be its own threat. Black Arm will just cook them like a baked potato, pretty much. 120 boom rats? Yeah, like the boom rats and the boomalope when they run up and you catch them on fire. Because that's the other thing, is when you use the flamethrower, it hits that whole arc. It's not a huge band. Like, if we looked at the range, you can't shoot closer. Let's, we can just do this. We can go here. So here's, say, Cookie. Simple enough. Cookie right there. And so there's a range like this far that the flamethrower cannot be used. So this is like the dead zone. That's the weakness. Something gets under the range, that's a problem. And then we got like the sweet spot here where it can shoot. So it's not a huge range. But of that sweet spot, if I'm targeting in this area, it'll hit everything in like that range, if that's my target. So when you get a big group of enemies, and it's a sweep as well, so it'll hit something like... I'll try and shape it right. I'm probably being a little too generous. It'll hit an area that's probably a little bit too wide. It'll hit an area like that, if this is your target right here in the middle. And so you can imagine, if you got a big bunch of weak enemies in there, and you're just arcing across them, and you send like 20 of them scattering per shot, it could be effective. It's also going to be really good when you have, like, one big target that can catch fire. Like the really big, when you're doing the insect hive, the queen. You catch the queen on fire, and she just runs around in circles, and you're just peppering her with shots the whole time, and she starts to move in, and you just light her up on fire again. You can effectively shut down some enemies. The problem is, while it's got that really strong side to it, there is enemies that are literally just straight up immune to it. Which means it's like mechs show up, I'm literally going to have Cookie drop it and take something else because Cookie can't hurt the enemies with it. I think technically you do 1 damage from the impact of it, but 1 is nothing. It's the same thing, like you can shoot a stone wall with it and it will damage the stone wall, but it's again 1 damage. Because that's usually when I set up a defensive position with the intent of using the flamethrower to scatter enemies. I usually target the wall behind them, like at the turn they're trying to hit, because I will slowly pick at them and wear them down. Let's see. All the books are fine. We'll be getting our own medicine soon. I'll go and take it though, and I'll sell you the clothes. Alright. Come on, Pyromaniac, then. Well, yeah, Pyromaniac, you'll get a massive mood bonus for, you know, holding the flamethrower will give you a mood bonus. When you light a bunch of things on fire, it'll give you a mood bonus for being around the fire and all that. Which adds a lot. But then you won't put out the fire. Which, honestly, in this particular case, Cookie can't get Pyromaniac. But, I don't have a problem with having a couple Pyromaniacs in the colony. As long as you've got a handful that aren't Pyromaniacs, it's usually not too bad. It's only when your colony is already on its last limb and the Pyro sets off that's a real big problem. Or stuff along those lines. Okay. Yep, so we're making all the bedrooms nice. Well, I mean, technically they're all barracks right now. For those who didn't see, this ruin was mostly the way it was. There was a couple of holes in it and all that, and there was a wall bisecting this area. We got rid of the wall and we expanded a little bit. That's the reason why it's stone and the rest is all wood. Because I can't make the stone. Yeah, we got an ancient danger down there. We're not really in a good position for tackling an ancient danger. We don't have any armor. And as far as our weapons go, we're okay. Against human targets, we're pretty decently set up. Against stuff like Manhunter packs are pretty okay set up. Ah, you actually have a fire foam. So really that pistol is my biggest threat. Yeah, are you any good with that pistol? You're decent enough, but you are delicate. So honestly, if I can just get behind some rocks, this probably wouldn't be the worst one to just straight up fight. So put you here. Put you slightly in the lead. Put you there. Have you be the one to stand behind the tree. You there. And you get ready to help, if at all possible, because this attacks immediately, right? Yep. Because in the hope here is the reason I put Cookie slightly in the front is so when the shotgun runs in, Cookie should be able to just kick him off on fire. Alright, I was not hoping they would get into position immediately, because... Ah! And you've got a shield, so he's about to drop a grenade on us. So you're going to need to reposition, so let's grab everyone here. You need to be moving. Okay, we got them to waste their shield. You need to not be there. Okay, you're out of the fight. Grab everyone who still can shoot. Go after that target. Oh my god. You're just landing every hit with that thing. You don't even have that high of shooting either. Okay, you got him. Do you get up there because you got your kidney blown out? So Snout is trying to move up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drop back again. So grab you two, get here, Treacle, and Cookie, get over there. We're trying to draw them out of their shield. Oh, come on. Okay. Cookie's out of the fight. That's a nasty torso hit. That'll get you killed if I keep you in the fight. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Cookie, get in position. Yeah. Alright, so that was messy. We did lose a kidney. And pretty much everyone took a hit there. Of the list, so Treacle took a torso hit, Cookie took a torso hit, Hamstry took a leg hit. Oh, both the kids got it really bad. We lost a stomach and a kidney. That's actually going to be a real big problem. Okay. So, this is becoming prisoner room. Alright, so I'm capturing you. Because I can't do anything about a busted stomach yet. So strip them. Disease infection. Well, honestly, I'm not planning on keeping you very long. I don't normally tend to do the taking of organs and all that, but in this particular situation, we do have someone who has an immediate need. Yeah, the stomach, because you can't remove someone's stomach in this game and do that. Hey, you know what? All right. What's their medical? Not amazing. Doing the best we can. Please don't kill them. And solved. You know what? You have been such a wonderful sport who's almost certainly going to die, but we will release you. I'm going to... Yeah, you can't get up yet. That's fine. Alright, so yeah, so we have a massive penalty for doing an organ harvest. Because, you know, that's the catch. If you don't have it where you're allowed to do that, we are taking a -15, and everyone else has a -4. So we are going to have some pretty rough moods here for a minute. But we did prevent Arc Editor from, you know, having to deal with that whole situation. They're way behind on that. And also, by removing the kidney, we've made their chances of surviving substantially lower. So we'll probably also take the mood penalty for innocent prisoner died or whatever. So we're going to be dealing with some mood penalties for a minute. But I think it was probably worth it. Generally, I don't tend to organ harvest people very, very often. That is a case that it was like, you know what? We got a small child who was missing a kidney, and the person responsible for shooting said kidney out of their body. And you don't need 2 kidneys to live. So it feels like that was an appropriate action. That they removed our kidney, and so we borrowed one. We didn't just get some random other person and organ harvest them. We claimed the responsible party. Yeah, and there's no surgery I could do to save them or anything. Because I could remove the arm, that's fine. But the other one's a torso, and you can't remove the torso. But hey man, maybe don't raid us and you won't get shot with a bunch of stuff that then in turn gets infected and you die from it. Okay. So you're gonna be the one who has an issue. Get the body out of here. Oh, Arc Editor's trying to convert people. I'm like, who's doing that? Yeah, so with the digestion at 50%, then they're not gonna get nearly as much nutrition out of their food, so you're gonna have to just eat a lot more to get the same value. It's gonna be a long time till we can fix that. Mad dough. Yeah, so now we have innocent prisoner died, organ harvested. So you get the idea there. We're gonna eat those penalties for Bob is gonna eat them for a full season. Oh no, half a season. But either way, we're gonna be eating that for like the better part of a week. Alright, we can reform our ideology. And everyone is now on the same page. So we can reform it. Ultimately, we are going to go with shipborne. I say we wait just a little longer before we make that move. Let's see here. Out of our lists here, because you can look at the thing where it says, where's the Oregon one? Oh, it's not even on, oh yeah. We can change it to acceptable and all that. I'm probably going to leave that alone, because like I said, I don't tend to do that kind of stuff very often. Oh, I forgot the hermit crab is venerated. We can add apparel design or apparel desire, which once we get there, I could see later about adding the coats or the robes and everything. Let's see. What do I want to go and consider doing that? Because we can't change fungus. We can't change corpse thing. Diversity of thought is irrelevant. We can make it so we love insect meat. That's probably not necessary, but that'll be our change this time. So we now are on board with the eating of the bugs. So we have this. Animals. Bugs are on the menu. You do wonder in real life how many times a kidney could get cycled through people. Like, could you daisy chain it through 4 or 5 people back to yourself? Or is there a functional limit? Well, I imagine, so like the organ itself is whatever. It is a thing that when you put in someone else, you have to put them on immunosuppressors and all that. There's definitely damage you can do to the organ that, you know, through the surgery process that it should recover from. Obviously, I'm not an expert on that. I'm also imagining that, you know, you couldn't sit there and, like, keep an organ forever. I imagine, like, if, you know, if you had someone who got into their 80s and then gave the organ to someone in their 20s who got to their 80s and then gave the organ to someone in their 20s, I imagine there's got to be a hard limit on, you know, because it would be literally an aging organ. And I have no idea any of the ramifications of that, but there's got to be a limit there of some kind. But for all intents and purposes, as long as it's moving through people, it's not getting rejected or having other stuff. I imagine number of people wouldn't be the problem. I think it'd be more just how long the organ's been around. Because you have the whole concept of, like, the telomeres not replicating until it starts eating into the rest of the DNA and all that. That'd be more cancer prone or more prone to other health problems. But I'm not a doctor. I basically look at it as like the way you would look a part. I could take a part from a car, and it doesn't really matter how many parts I move through how many cars. What matters is the wear and tear on the part. Or if you're using the part and it's not compatible and has problems due to that. Or you damage the part in the process of moving it around, but that's not necessarily a good comparison. But do you play a doctor on TV? No. Yeah, that, as Canadian Huzzy's saying, like, there's the risk of organ rejection. And I do believe kidneys have a decent risk of it. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, the likelihood you could go and have, like, a bunch of people back to back to back and have the kidney work out for a lot of people, you're probably just pushing statistics. You know, if you have a risk of a organ rejection, you're repeating that. First 2 kidneys were from family, third one is from a family friend. Yeah, and that's a lot of kidneys to give up too. Because while you don't... we can get rid of that at this point. Well, you can live without having, you know, kidneys and all that. It is not a sacrifice. You get sick, you get very sick. Let's see, and after, I can't recall if 5 or 10 years they usually fail. Gotcha. Yeah. I think from a pragmatic standpoint, it wouldn't make sense to move the same kidney through many people. Like, there wouldn't be a reasonable Like, that wouldn't be a thing that you'd be likely to have any success to be worth your while. Because, like, when it comes to organ donors, they'll actually be very strict. They're like, are you a smoker? Yeah? Too bad. No organ donor for you. We got a long list of people who want it, and anything that increases the risk chance is probably going to strike you from the list. As a fun factor, maternal aunt absorbed a twin in the womb and ended up with doubles of a lot of her internal organs. She donated 2 kidney and still has to. That's interesting and fascinating in a lot of aspects. It's literally just like thought experiment. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that yeah. She got the Space Marine body. Like, I've definitely heard of the absorbed twin kind of thing. I hadn't heard of that where people had, like, just an abundance of extra organs because of it. I'm sure that'd definitely be, like, a major concern from the medical side, because usually a lot of medical is using, using medical history that we've kind of, through lots of repetition and observation that we built up a thing of knowing, okay, here's a bunch of what can happen under XYZ. But when you're dealing with those things that don't have enough occurrences to have nearly as much research around it, I can imagine there's a lot of scary of, we just don't know because we've not observed it before. Alright. And for once, one of our first, I think it may have even been our actual first research, we actually do have passive coolers in this colony. Because RNG-wise, our first research was a passive cooler. That, like, never happens when I'm doing random research. Normally, I wouldn't put in this many rooms, but I've got the spare wood. I'm like, you know what? We got the research, we got the spare room, sure, let's do it. Which is good, because it's 111 degrees Fahrenheit out there, which is, boy, hot. Considering generally you're advised to not spend extended periods of time outside unless you have some type of heat mitigation strategy once you get to about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Heat mitigation strategy can be a whole lot of things, from like spraying yourself with water, fans, swimming, all that thing. Like a step over just you're wearing breathable clothes, like, some type of proper mitigation. Yeah, both. We got multiple people who are pushing heat stroke. I'm actually impressed that many passive coolers and how small those rooms are. It actually is getting those rooms down to the 60-degree temperature. I am gonna be honest, I have a hard time believing you can just chuck a swamp cooler on the floor and get your room to be below 60 degrees. Like, it'll cool down, but it still depends on evaporation. So, there really is only so cold it is going to get. It's kind of like when you're using air cooling in a computer. The minimum temperature you're going to get is room temperature. Or whatever, like, when I say room temperature, I do not mean room temperature as in 72 degrees to, like, 78 or whatever. I mean room temperature as in the temperature of the room you're in. I should have said, like, ambient temperature. Whatever the temperatures of the ambient space is, should be about the minimum. Technically, you might get a little bit lower than that because of the way fans and all that work. The temperature in any room is always room temperature. Right. That's the thing. When you say room temperature, generally speaking, people are talking between like 68 to 78 degrees Fahrenheit as like comfortable room temperature. But you aren't wrong that by the nature of the fact that it's a room and you're stating the temperature of the room, it is therefore room temperature. But the Florida humidity is bad, but Vietnam humidity is 10 times worse. Yeah, I can't speak for like Vietnam. I had something I should have had. We had a family friend, Pong, I hope she's still around. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she was getting up there in years. Because that would make it curious, because I could ask that firsthand. But I have a lot of people who come up from Brazil. We have a lot of people who are from Brazil here in Florida. And generally they do consider, for parts of Brazil, because Brazil's a freaking huge place, there are parts of Brazil who have a very similar climate to Florida, just being obnoxiously hot and humid of yes. Where you start getting into what is the theoretical limit on, you know, what the air could hold in that area. I didn't look at these. So we got a chemical interest nudist trigger happy. No thank you. Slow learner psychically deaf. We already have one slow learner. I don't need two. Dude, Frank, you're talking North Orlando, Florida? Yeah. To be fair, generally speaking, so normally when you say Central Florida, in reference to Florida, you're talking north-south, not east-west. But when you're talking Central Florida in the sense of inland Florida, okay, so both are people who got the flu are my actual colonists. So I'm going to go ahead and have them hit at least the industrial medicine. Also make sure my not crap doctors are doing it. But the worst humidity you had was because living by the ocean. You didn't like it much, but you couldn't imagine a jungle swamp Florida humidity. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is the when you're looking at what's rough for Florida, generally it's inland that's rough, because sure, the humidity by the ocean is very high, but also you're by the ocean, so usually you've got a pretty good breeze going most of the time. There's exception. Most of the time when you're near the ocean, you got a relatively good breeze going. In Florida, you're mostly worried about the heat. It can get a little brisk during the winter, but not like other places. Like brisk is like you put on your hoodie, kind of brisk. So humidity sucks with cold as well, but we don't have enough cold for it to be particularly relevant. So with that being by the ocean, despite the high humidity, not as big a deal. On the other side of things, when you're talking on the inland where we don't have that breeze, you'll have like no wind sometimes at 85% humidity plus like 90-something% Fahrenheit temperatures, which is pretty uncomfortably hot on its own right. Yeah, it can be downright miserable. That will have like you'll pull up the weather, it'll be like heat advisory, they recommend not staying out any more than you absolutely need to, that kind of thing. You need to go to bed. You're dying of flu. And if it's a concrete jungle like Orlando, yeah, no, and if you're definitely talking like in the cities, it can be pretty rough there as well. Because not only you're dealing with like the high humidity, high temperature, but just this concrete just radiates heat. It's one of the reasons I joke with Tomb that I'll drive my car and it'll be like the temperature outside will be like 95. But because my car is on the concrete and the concrete's radiating temperature, it'll say like 101 or 102 degrees Fahrenheit, because over the road it is that temperature, because it's just radiating all that heat back out. But yeah. Winter in Florida is honestly the nicest time of year. Our winter, we'll usually get 1, maybe 2 days it dips below freezing. It's pretty rare. Oh, by the car temperature, it's about to be like 110. It's like, all right, don't get me wrong, it gets hot in the Space Coast. I'm like, when I say originally, I'm originally from outside Detroit, but I grew up in my teens to early 20s on the Space Coast. And yeah, it's like 110. I was about to be like, I mean, maybe the heat index could get up that high, But yeah, but no, if you're talking like on the sidewalk, on the road, like you're holding your thermometer over it, yeah, it can get that hot under the roads. It's one of the reasons I hated, like, you'd have the activities during the summer, like right at the beginning of the school semester, where like you're getting to the tail end of summer, or like right at the end of the school semester, and like you're in elementary school, and they'd be like, okay, we're going out to the blacktop, and you're like, no, I don't want to go out there. Can we go play soccer instead? I just don't want to be on this asphalt thing that's 100-something degrees. You know, the temperature outside's 87 or whatever, and it's creeping to just about 100 on the blacktop. And they're like, okay, go bounce a ball around and run on this sweltering hot space. Alright, stop refilling those. Yeah, no, I moved to the Space Coast and lived there for a long time. At this point, I've lived in Central Florida, like Orlando, general broad metro area, longer than I was on the Space Coast, but not by a huge amount. Pretty much, I spent like to my tweens in like right outside of Detroit, and then after that, and we got that from books. Then after that, I moved over to the Space Coast. Which, for those outside of Florida who don't know where the Space Coast is, if you go to the east coast of Florida, where the Kennedy Space Center is, the Space Coast is that like kind of entire area that is reasonably close. So about from like Daytona to Palm Bay is kind of where you're starting to hit the south end of the Space Coast. You know, the exact border of like where it starts and stops, people don't really have a hard definition of. But it's about roughly Daytona down to Palm Bay. Pretty much everyone will accept is Space Coast. And then outside there, you'll have people argue it a little bit. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's like Sebastian to Daytona. Yeah, it's like, it's roughly in that area, like, where, because, you know, people's like, no, you're a little too far south to count. You're Sebastian. You're not Palm Bay or whatever. Merritt Island's there. Yeah, vaguely Brevard County would be Space Coast. But yeah. But broadly there. So I spent a good amount of time to like my early 20s there, at which point then I moved out to the center of the state, like vaguely like the Orlando metro area, which is like the entire middle of the state for Central Florida. I've been floating around there since. So it's people like, oh, so you're in Orlando. It's like, yeah, at any given point, yes or no. All depending on how you choose to define it in that given moment. Okay, we'll have you run down here and do that. Not the villages, though. No, that's... At that point... The villages is south, right? Of like, the Orlando metro area? Because I feel like that's definitely outside what you would call the Orlando metro area. I'd say the Orlando metro area... Oh, north? North of Orlando. I always mix that one up. South of Ocala? Yeah. I would definitely say, like, Maitland would kind of be, like, the last thing I would count as the far north of the Orlando metro area. To the east, it would be just Orlando, because I would definitely say once you get out to Bithlo, you're definitely outside the Orlando metro area. To the west, probably... It's not Winter Park. Mount Dora. I'd say Mount Dora's probably as far as I'd consider west of the, like the west part of the area, consider Orlando Metro. I would consider Polk County outside the Orlando Metro area. I mean, I don't know if maybe Mount Dora's in Polk technically or not. But I usually, when I think Polk County, I usually think southwest, like west by southwest Orlando. And that just kind of gets out in the sticks in a lot of places. And into south, I'd say... Simi, maybe? Yeah, no, Polk County is on the west side of Disney. And I'd say, like, Disney's kind of on the edge of what I'd consider Orlando Metro. Because Disney, in a lot of ways, kind of gets... Not rural by any explanation, because there's obviously a lot of development by Disney. But when you're on the west side of Disney, that definitely the density of population drops off pretty heavily. Like, that's the people who work at Disney and want affordable living. Usually they go west. Why do you have untreated flu? That's not how this goes. You get it because I-4 Disney isn't downtown Orlando? Yeah, I-4 Disney is relatively calm most of the time. Downtown Orlando I-4 sucks. And it sucks all the way through Winter Park. Alright, we are... Okay. So we have a 51-year-old who's calling for help. She is hiding from a pack of starving wolves. She wants to flee to join the soon-to-be-abandoned. However, can only kill the wolves by setting fire to a massive toxic chemical dump. So we'll have a chemical fallout, or toxic fallout, for 19 days. Fine. Well... This is not going to be great. Well, keep in mind, we are a guilty ideology. And as a guilty ideology, if I reject it, we do take a pretty significant mood penalty. Alright, so schedule, Area 1, let them out. That's part of the reason I actually do like the guilty ideology, is it does force you to take those things. So there's the toxic fallout. And we got our brand new person. Slow learner, slowpoke, chemical interest. Incapable of caring. You are the worst. And I'm going to be enduring how long of a 19-day toxic fallout. You suck. You know what? Out of my colony. He's okay. No, he's terrible. That is a genuinely appallingly bad colonist. He shoots and works. He works slowly. He learns slowly, and he desires to endlessly eat drugs. Genuinely, there's a certain amount of pickiness you should be about your colonists. And on top of that, they were a cannibal and a bunch of other things. Alright. So, zone. We're going to go here. We're going to say Area 1. You are no longer allowed to go in that area. Because toxic fallout will gradually make you sick. So one thing that we can help is let's put a door there. If I put a door here, they can cut through the middle of here without having to expose themselves as much. Also, do not sow any of those fields. The good news is we do have face masks. And so the face masks give us 50% resistance to toxic buildup. So that does actually help a lot. But you will notice I deliberately was like, do not walk out in this field. I don't want you cleaning out here. There's no need for it. Just the same, do not clean out here for right now. And do not clean out here for right now. They're tossing some roof up here on this edge so that we can keep this outside and not have to worry about the toxic buildup. They're having Treacle very quickly pull up all the crops they can before, like, all of it gets destroyed by toxic fallout. Because for those who don't know, with this toxic buildup, I don't remember what the cutoff is, but any meaningful percent there gives you the risk of cancer, dementia, and a whole bunch of other serious health problems. And the good news is, when it's at only, like, initial, the odds are actually extremely low. But once you start building up to where minor and serious, once you're at serious, you're playing a really risky game. So what we're going to have is Trickle's yoinking all that up. And then they'll end up staying inside. The medical treatment on you for your flu. And you're in the clear on the flu. And you are going to be good on your flu as well. Yeah, so challenge here is going to be keeping the animals fed. That's part of the reason I just let them out of their pen is, one, so they can get away from the toxic buildup. And two, they can just eat whatever gets tossed down there. It's not as efficient as, like, letting them eat grass or whatever. But I'd rather they not all die. Because by the time you're done, almost everything on the map is going to be completely purged of life. Because having a whole season, everything here is going to get lethal amounts of toxic buildup. Okay. Oh, we can make the Sai tea. That's good. That'll help mood manage a little bit. Yeah, so once we drag in all of the crops that got harvested, that'll be good. It's kind of a big bummer because we only just got being able to harvest the heal, or just got to the harvesting of the heal root. So we're just going to miss out a lot of heal root here. But I'm trying to get what I can. At least Treacle has enough skill now to be able to plant it again in the future once the toxic buildup goes away. Because I'm not too fussed about a lot of the food crops. I've got an overabundance of food. But missing out on the heal root kind of sucks. And like the Psychoid leaves, I'm also not too fussed by either. Alright. Hey. Don't you dare fight my people. I will literally murder you. Your continued allowance of being in this colony is 100% dependent on not accidentally killing one of my people or seriously injuring them. You're lucky you only got some minor bruises in on it. Well, now my luck at what's going to happen is we're going to get about halfway through this toxic buildup, maybe start getting some crops in the ground, and then it's going to be the mechanoids are chasing you and we'll have to leave. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink. I'm completely out of my beverages, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. But first I'm going to say, Heckin' the Doc, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. If we can get a shout out for Heckin' Doc really fast, I was just about to step away for 2 seconds, like just walk in the other room, grab a drink, and walk back, because I have run out of beverage, and then, you know, voice is going to go to death. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. And playing some Mega Mech. I don't know what that is, but thank you so much for raid. If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you. If you don't need to raid and run, if you could just let me know what Mega Mech is, I'd be curious to know what that is. But with all that said, thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna step away for just 2 seconds, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, was just sitting there and just being like, man, I need a new drink, I'm all out. And that's like exactly the moment I was stepping away was when the raid showed up. But yeah, so what is Mega Mech? I'm not familiar with that. And again, if you raid and run or you've already raid run, like don't let me keep you. But obviously you're welcome. And thank you again for that raid. For everyone popping in who doesn't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today we're playing some RimWorld, where basically we are a naked brutality start. So we started with one person who had nothing to their name, and we have manually gone through on the scenario editor and turned on the mech pursuit mechanic. For those who have played the Odyssey start, that's where the mechs will chase you from place to place. And then we immediately triggered this, and we haven't been pursued yet. There's some condition we're missing. I'm curious if it is you have to have a valid ship for them to pursue. I don't really know, but the moment we start getting a ship up and running, it'll be a good thing. We've only had the ship here has only been on our tile for 12 days, so we're trying to get that all going. So Mega Mech equals BattleTech board game in electronic form. Gotcha, that's cool. Well, I hope you had fun with that. It's interesting. There's a fan-made way to play BattleTech, which includes the ability to play with other people and players, as well as the ability to play a campaign against a bot. Gotcha. Neat. Alright, got Shamblers approaching. We are in the middle of a toxic fallout, so we're just going to leave the doors closed and ignore our problems. The best solution for any problem, if you ignore it long enough, it certainly will go away. Or it'll get worse. 50-50. There's only 2 possible outcomes, so clearly the odds are equally distributed. But yeah, so we are a guilty ideology, so we have to help everyone who comes by or we take a penalty. And so yeah, it was one of those things that we had a person who's like, I need help, let me stay. By the way, if I do this, it's going to put a toxic fallout on you for 19 days. We're like, fine. You know, I don't want to take the mood penalty. And then they showed up, and they were a downright appallingly bad colonist. They were chemical... Ooh, I don't remember if it was interest or fascination. Chemical interest, slowpoke, slow learner, and then there were a cannibal ideology, and I'm like, no. Slowpoke is one of the traits I will avoid the most, because it's a permanent 0.2 movement speed penalty, which means they do everything worse. The only exceptions I might make is for, like, a researcher or someone who's just going to only move, like, from one room to another inside your base. So, like, a pacifist researcher slowpoke, I might be willing to accept. But for anyone else, it's like, nah, man, slowpoke is pretty awful. Let's see, so it incorporates a campaign and a company management, tabletop battles, etc. It's free to play, which is nice. All you need is to have the rules for BattleTech anyways. This was a great stream. Taco's generally okay. I mean, so again, It's cannibal ideology, not cannibal trait. Cannibal ideology, you have to eat people every N amount of time, or you get a pretty significant mood penalty. So that's kind of a thing. The cannibal trait you can kind of ignore. I'm trying to remember, I think you do get a very mild mood penalty if you don't eat anyone for a long time. I don't remember. But I believe you are correct that the cannibal trait is relatively benign. But the cannibal ideology is actually horrible. That's what actually Cookie was dealing with. Is they had a raider cannibal ideology, and so they had a -18 for no conquest recently, and then it was like a -8 for not eating anyone recently. So I had to make a big deal about converting them because they were insufferable. Alright, so we do need to accept this, or we take a mood penalty. So, chemical interest abrasive sanguine with a major heart block, or a minor heart blockage, and multiple scars. I don't particularly want this pawn that bad. We are going to be doing grav ship stuff later, so I need to not just blow up my colony with people. In this particular case, I'm going to take the goodwill. To be fair, most likely they're going to be handling this mostly on their own, because there's a toxic fallout. Oh, we got Devil Strand from a book. So at about 5 in-game hours, I am going to run out there with the intent of giving them support. And the reason for that is I don't want to stand out there in advance. We are in a toxic fallout, so the toxic buildup is going to get slowly worse and worse. But at about 5 hours, I can run out there, be in position to make the call, do we fight what shows up, or do we bail? And we should be in relatively okay situation for that. Let's get over here. Yeah, manhunting whatever must have died from the toxic buildup. It's not still here. Alright. So we're in position. Or Maurice is gonna die. Okay, so it's only 2. They are packing grenades. We're gonna try and move up as quickly as we can. Because we're lucky, Cookie can burn them. And just like that, that problem's solved. The incinerator's such a great... Oh, EMP? Go grab those. Go grab those. Wait. Wait. Hey, you two who just attacked us, you showed up to a fight with multiple sets of EMP grenades. You do understand that those don't actually do damage, right? Yeah, no, that happens once in a while where you have, like, they show up and they've all got EMP grenades, or they show up and they've all got smoke grenade launchers. And it's funny because you can actually take damage from smoke grenade launchers if you get hit with the grenade itself, but it's like 1 damage. It's more of an insult injury than anything. We're like, hey. Cool, so we accomplished our mission, we got a rep bonus. Later on, I'll be able to take that shuttle apart. Alright, refugees leaving. Ooh, penny oxalin? Alright, hold up. Get out of there. Bob, go get the medicine. It's worth enduring some toxic waste. That medicine for 5 days per dose makes you completely immune to the 3 most dangerous diseases in the game. It's effectively like sort of a weird vaccine kind of thing. You know, a sci-fi vaccine. Alright, schedule. I believe we already have it set up on our schedule. Yep. For everyone to guarantee take that. So it's not that much, like that's not going to be that much of a amount for us, but still. Prophylactic, it's like I have no idea what prophylactic or whatever is. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing you do to like, because like in this game it is complete immunity, which is why it's like, okay, even a real life vaccine's not that good, which is not me being like anti-vaccine. I'm actually very pro-vaccine, but like, you know, you're aiming being like, oh yeah, this is like 90% good or whatever. That's amazing. You should do it. But in the video game, it is a 100% effective. Alright, well, at least you keep sending stuff that I'm going to completely and utterly ignore because of toxic buildup. In the meantime, just so we don't waste that medicine, clear, critical. I don't know how you spell this. Antioxidant. Salicylate, whatever. It's the good stuff. So if you could just drag that inside, so it doesn't rot out here. Rep is a med that can prevent HIV transmission to the more... Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be a reasonable analogy. I can agree with that. That was a drug I'm not particularly aware of. Like, I mean, I'm aware of there are very effective HIV transmission, you know, drugs. I just didn't know them by name or anything. Alright, so let's probably go over here to our buffalo thing. Let's allow for them to have 8. Because we are running into the problem where they're being good about keeping on top of slaughtering them, but it means I have like 1 adult muffalo at any given time and a bunch of babies. And it's not really helpful to my cause. But yeah. No, it's just sci-fi medicine that is 100% effective, which is pretty good. Oh, I'm also realizing expand that farther. And EMP. Bring those EMP grenades in here, same reason. Because EMP grenades, you generally want to have 1 set of EMP grenades and 1 smoke launcher in any colony. Because, and it's just purely for mech stuff. The smoke grenades will disable turrets from being able to shoot at you. As long as it's between you and the target. And EMP grenades can shut down the mechs for a good couple of seconds. Which is plenty of time to start hammering hits into them. We're gonna lose a bunch of that buffalo meat, the spoilage, but that's fine. Alright. Cassy's being a troll, but then giving us cash, so very mixed things. Yeah, so you'll now look around the map, and you look at the wildlife, everything is dying, and that's because of toxic buildup. So we're down to, there's gonna be a handful of those things that survive. Oh, that's funny. The Shamblers got in a fight with the squirrels and took each other out. And how long ago did I accept this quest? It's not been long. "5 days. I just have 14 more days to go. Thanks, man. Appreciate. There were shamblers? Yeah, they showed up while everything else was going on. It was, shamblers, then the shuttle, then the squirrels. There was another manhunter in there. I think it was a guinea pig or something, but it never did arrive to my border. It either died from the fallout or something ate it on the way. One nice thing about the toxic fallout is it does cause things outside to decay very rapidly. So all your corpses and stuff that are just laying around, they just go away super fast. Which is, I think, the original intended purpose of toxic fallout in the game. Was over time you'd end up getting more and more just random junk piling up on your tile. And so it kind of was a way to just purge off anything that could rot, thus reducing the number of junk that the game had to keep track of. Alright, geothermal is done. So the next one I will put on here is, how about the batteries? Because it'll be the fastest of those left. And while I'd love to do geothermal, right now we have toxic fallout. I don't want to run around in the toxic waste to do that. We do have a geothermal right there I can take advantage of and just snake the power over here, but I need... Oh, I got steel. I mean, we could probably do it. Let's actually hold off on that. And the reason I'm holding off on that is, I don't have stone cutting or stone to surround it, which means if I don't surround it in wood, they'll just attack it immediately, and if I do surround it in wood, they'll light the wood on fire almost immediately. Royals needing help. I must keep their mood above 25%. They'll stay here for 7 days. Sure. Oh, they actually will work. Alright. Okay, and I'm just gonna fill their schedule up with recreation for the whole thing, for quest purposes. Yeah, two unowned beds, so that's fine. Okay, we're having a party immediately. That's good as well. Alright, just add a little bit more of a lip. And we officially run out of wood. We're kind of stuck running around at this point. I mean, if you already got the mood penalty from me trying to convert you, we'll just convert you more. Because at least then maybe we can get you on the fold that'll, get that all sorted. I got visitors to trade. Alright, so we've already got the Devil Strand book read, and we've got this one read. We have a bunch of Psi T. I'm not going to use the frag grenades. We got a bunch of worn out clothes that we want to get rid of. Do you have anything I want? I'll grab your food and all that, because it's going to be a while till I can make some more. Hell with it. Take it. And I'm not getting my money's worth on this. Alright. So schedule. Unrestrict. Haul on the medicine, then haul on the pemmican. I don't really care about the silver sitting out there. Okay, and restrict it again. Because I don't bother ever trying to min-max the trade most of the time. Just because usually getting rid of junk you don't actually want is a good use of just any trade. You can gift stuff to them for factions, but if it's not stuff that's worth anything, it's not worth worrying about too much. Well, that was cool. They gifted me more medicine. Alright. So what's your... Oh, did you take the penioxylin? Yes. Let me guess, you're pissed off that you took it. Yes. Alright. We need to go through this, and I always forget to do this. Manage, copy, rename, colonist, okay. Social drugs, don't use the penioxylin. Alright, all of my colonists now go to, colonist? And basically all I'm doing is I'm changing the default social drugs to not allow them to, use the penioxylin. Now we'll go a step farther with you and just say no drugs. And that actually needs to be adjusted because my no drugs policy also has that. It's fine. I don't feel like changing it. I'm way too lazy. They've already taken their penioxylin. Maybe they get a second dose. I don't have enough to care about. Okay, so we got that. We can go for pemmican next. But we can make batteries when we have our ship. But the pemmican should research very quickly. And then I can tell them to go ahead and make pemmican. So that way, in the future, when I have meat and vegetables around, they will make pemmican, which we can store long term. Yeah, now if you look out at the map, most of the grass and trees are dead. Animal-wise, I've only got a handful of animals still on the map. They're also dying. The corpses are all rotting away really rapidly. Toxic fallout's gonna toxic fallout. Yeah, mediocre barracks. Somewhat impressive rec room. And a lot of bonuses for help the shuttle survivors, help the refugees, help or happy youngsters, someone helped in danger. That is one of the really good things about the Guilty Ideology. If you are doing those charity missions, you actually do get a lot of mood bonuses for it. Yep, we're running out of things for our people to do, unfortunately. Because we've run out of wood to keep cooking. There's not much opportunity for that. So what I might do is treacle will be unrestricted for just a moment. Cut down that tree. All that wood back. And then re-restrict you. The cookie can keep cooking now. Okay, so we got pemmican. Next up, I guess we'll do smithing. In the meantime, we'll go here and we'll say pemmican do forever as a higher priority than that. And then we'll get rid of that one because that's to cook meat no matter what when meat's available. Alright, so we've run out of that, so we need to send Treacle out to get more. Okay. There's a need to keep meals being cooked. Because we have people start eating raw food, they're going to get upset about it. The good news is it seems like they're holding up relatively okay. Hey, Firebird, I just don't know enough about prep one way or the other. It's not anything I've ever looked into, so entirely uninformed. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, prophylactics. I'm sorry, I just reading the word out versus having it said. Yeah. Yeah, no. I get what you're saying. That's honestly twice in the last 2 days where there's a word that I'm certainly familiar with, but I just don't see it written out. That you just kind of look at and you just don't put the connection between the spoken word and the written word. Because it's not a word you write on any normal basis as an individual. Okay. Either way. Not an important thing either way for stuff going on stream and whatever. Because like I said, I do know there is medication nowadays for people who have HIV that it's not 100% guaranteed it won't spread, but my understanding is it's really, really good at it. Like it's, it's very effective. versus historically, once you had it, you know, you had to be careful because the risk of spreading it was very, very high if you took, you know, did things that were potential avenues. And then on top of that, it used to effectively just be a straight-up death sentence. Versus nowadays, there's ways you can kind of keep it at bay. The run's been going pretty good. We're dealing with a toxic fallout we got kind of forced into by a endangered joiner. And then when they showed up, they were just one of those pawns you're like, this, I will eat all the negatives. Can you make a play topic for a topic change? Yeah, that's fine. We can move on to a different topic. Sorry about that. Just snacking on my dinner and all that. But yeah, no, we took a endangered joiner because we're a guilty ideology. So if someone asks for a charity thing, we say no. We take a mood penalty for it's something like -8 for 6 days or something like that. It can be a whole thing. All right, we got smithing. Okay, biofuel refining. That's an important one for us. That means with that, if we get the biofuel refining, that does mean once it would be like a like once we get the trees coming back from the toxic fallout going away, that would give us what we need to be able to start building the grav ship. Yeah. No, it's a thing. Like we don't on the channel like have it so like it's not that there's no topics that are off limits. There obviously are. But, you know, there probably is a mod for all that stuff. Zero doubt about it. Because there's a mod for everything in RimWorld. For better or worse. Yeah, no, that's, for the record, that's where the entire topic came up with. We were talking about the, Xyloline. And it's like, well, it's sort of like a magic 100% vaccine that covers 3 disease, but kind of, you know, there's not a real-world equivalent. Because vaccines are, like, extremely effective, but even then, a very, very effective vaccine would be in the 80 to 90 percentile effectiveness or whatever, which is still really good. Aspirin doesn't prevent you from getting, like, the flu or malaria or plague. Aspirin can help in situations where having your blood mildly thinned can help. And it can help with headaches and general mild aches and pains. But you're not gonna pop an aspirin and somehow just like, I can no longer get malaria. About saw an ad for an AI dating app. Find you someone, you have no idea what it actually consists. Oh yeah, it's all weird stuff. So I've got the drop pods. Okay, so they're all frail, bad back, alcohol addiction, melee pawn. They're basically already dead. You got one with a shotgun with that. So genuinely, even though we are dealing with toxic fallout, I do still think we initiate on this. Because I can roll up, and the shotgun's range is not too unlike the incinerators, and the incinerator doesn't have a cooldown so far as, like, an aiming time, it just goes. And just like that, the raid is sorted. Ooh, wait a second. Alright, it's fine. With keeping these ones happy and already how crunched in we are. Oh wait, there's a second group? Oh, hey. Yeah, because tough, kind, fast learner, psychically dull. With some actual decent skills. I keep looking at this one being like, do I want to deal with, but man, slow wound healing and sleepy are a real pain. It's very rare. It's very rare I'll take a Yetkin. Who is our best colonist? I was thinking of our last colony. Honestly, right now it's Treacle with Steadfast Neurotic. Make good slaves, you're doing animals. I don't take slaves. It's a mechanic I generally just don't feel like I find the slave mechanic, if a colonist is good enough to be a slave, they might as well be a colonist. And on top of that, it's just not even something I'm particularly interested in simulating. Which I understand you organ harvest and cannibalize, and so, like, if we're talking actually, like, what's worse, sure. But, I don't know. It gives me the ick. We all got our lines we draw in the sand, and that's when I'm like, I've tried it a couple of times in the game, and like, nah, man. I don't like this. That was, oh, what was it? This comes up every once in a while. I forget the name. It's still you playing, whatever you like. Exactly. Like, I'm not gonna, like, look at something and be like, you play with the slave mechanic? How dare you? It's like, nah, man, I genuinely don't care. But there was, I'm blanking on the name of the game. There was one of the games that was it was a RimWorld-esque game, but it was more based around family. I don't think it wasn't Clanfolk, it was a different one. But like the whole gimmick was you had like your ruler and all that, and your character for whatever reason had like sex as a need, and the game had slavery, and like even in the tutorial was like, oh, you've got to force this person to have sex with you, and I'm like, nope, I'm all the way out. Norland, yeah, I was like, I'm all the way out. Like, it's one thing to allow you to do this as a mechanic in the game, but like to make it a requirement, I was like, this is 100% exiting stage left. This is all the not on board. You're terrible at being mean in games. You just end up being like how you want to be nice. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I am under the impression they did get rid of that as a requirement. But it was just one of those things that, like, your characters need. It was something like they needed shelter, food, and sex. And it was like, this is a really weird choice. That those are the requirements. That your character's basic needs. And then on top of that, yeah, like, it got a little edgy on the last stuff. Which is sad, because, like, the art style in the game was really fantastic. Alright, random trade caravan was just chilling out there and had the man-hunting boomalope run over and go and engage them. I could get on board with that, though. Got a free gun out of it. But yeah, no, I understand that was like an early version had that, and like it was pretty universally negatively received by a lot of people who are fans of RimWorld and all that. You know, the target audience that they had. Um, because there was a good 4 or 5 of us who all played independently without really, there was like 4 or 5 of us who hadn't like communicate our own reviews and all that on it, and it was genuinely a lot of us kind of got to that same point when, whoa, hold up, like hold the hell up, this is way outside the comfort zone. Hang on. Because, like, we ran into that, and when I got to, like, where the game had its tutorial have us do that, I was like, I am not okay with this. Like, I'm shutting this down. This is not comfortable, man. Oh, a book on shooting, we can grab that. And a telescope. Okay, where did those go? Where did you drop them? You only played a tiny bit, but you updated a lot since. I'm gonna check it again sometime. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like I said, I believe in the moment, it was one of those things that, like, the early version had that, and the reception was very severely negative on that particular thing, and so they did. I don't know if they, like, fully got rid of it or how much they backed off on it, but I'm under the impression that they did dramatically change it. So I wouldn't be against taking another look at it, kind of thing. It's just, you know, there's not been a lot of demand for that, like, in general. Telescopes are used for recreation. They're another type of recreation you can do. So it's for, like, mood management. I could try and do that. I probably shouldn't, though, because then I'll have the negative of participating in another... Well, actually, let's check. I'm willing to bet you have Loyalist. Yeah. Yeah, so it won't be... They're already going to be negative about the fact that we have kids doing that. Yeah, so... Right, so they're gonna have a negative mood penalty if we try and do that. That's nasty. Ah, nice. Beats throwing some more shoot. Yeah, they all work in addition to each other. Alright, so the donkey died due to toxic buildup. That's fine. I'm not fussed about that. I didn't want the donkey anyways. It joined without my consent. And we would have executed it, but it was just staying outside and it wasn't worth me chasing it down. We need to find a tree for Treacle to cut down and bring the wood back for, because we're down to raw food. There we go. Favorite Treacle, pretty much. Shuttle has arrived for you two. Get in the shuttle and get the hell out of my colony. Alright, so we got some standings and all that. The entire map is entirely 100% bare of just about all life. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, how much longer till this crap goes away? 6 more days. Okay. Now you bring a bunch of that wood back, so that Sentry Cook can keep up the cooking. Alright, we'll get the telescope installed so we get a little bit more recreation options. And we are slowly depleting our food supplies. Yeah, so you see, like, there's not even grass out here anymore. It's just completely barren. That's what toxic fallout does. And the number of animals on here will be basically none. Pretty soon I'll probably have to manually start feeding the animals. Well, not manually. I'll have to leave it and they'll slowly become where they're like starving. And then, you know, I'll have to do that because there's just nothing left for them to eat. Everything died to the toxic fallout. Let them out for a moment, which should allow Treacle to cut down some more trees and the others to haul it back. Actually, keep that on there, but we'll go to your work schedule. And for right now, don't mind anything. Clean up the mess, haul stuff back, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm trying to unrestrict them so I can at least do something, because we're stuck just kind of in a holding pattern while we wait for the toxic fallout to go away. One thing I'm actually probably going to do is we do actually have what we need for building the ship now. It's probably time to actually do that. So the idea to defend your bases, do you end up making kill box later in the run? It depends. Sometimes I'll make, like, defensive points. Sometimes I'll make, like, a kill box. Sometimes you can just get away with, like, depending on the style of colonist you have, you can maybe get away with a lot less, you know, avert types of defenses. I'm glad that they're able to keep their learning up. That was a big concern once we got trapped in here, is they wouldn't be able to nature run or cloud watch. But it really depends. like, if you take your time and you don't let your wealth blow up, you can let your colonists slowly get better at a bunch of stuff, slowly get equipped out and everything, and handle a lot of risk that way. Right now we don't have a good defensive setup. We just have wood external walls because of random research and no starting research. Yeah, so we're gonna try and get our ship started to be built. But you gotta run to limitations because I can't really get steel plus toxic buildups. Well, not without subjecting people or everything. That's it. We only have 4 more days, roughly, for this to be an issue. Alright. So we're going to have you keep building ceiling as much as you can to try and protect you from the toxic buildup for a while. That way, once you start getting this built, you'll have all that going for you. Alright, so you can go here. Yep. And now all that's under a roof, so Bob can keep building without having to worry. We're dealing with animal starvation. We're just basically have to wait till the animals get downed, then feed them. Because I can release them out of the pen, but the whole map is like scorched of all plant life because we've been on such a long toxic fallout. Actually, that might not be true. Okay, let them run out there. They're going to be able to find their food really quick. Yeah, no, we can feed them. It's just I don't want to open all the doors now. I'm running in there. So I've just let them out for a minute. That's fine. The next time someone crosses through that door, the door is closed. It's a valid pen again. And now they can go and recapture all the animals. Okay. So we're going to need a place for our fuel storage and all that, as well as our fuel production. Oh, that does remind me. I'm going to want to go over here. Okay, so you're probably our closest bet, unfortunately. That doesn't need power, but I'm going to be building stuff that does. Well, I don't have any type of stuff for building walls that I want to use there. It is what it is. Alright, so we're trying to get the ship built now. Three more days, and then the toxic fallout should go away. Yeah, no, I usually make a defensive position. I don't necessarily make kill boxes, though. There are times I do. I'm not against kill boxes. There's like whole different types. Like I've done like the really long lane kind. I've done the whole thing where you open it up, have one little hole in there, and then have a defensive circle. After the toxic fallout finishes up, does it instantly disappear? Yeah, so what ends up happening is the toxic fallout goes away instantly once it runs out. The plant life takes a little bit to reestablish, but not that long. It'll like grass will start appearing pretty aggressively and all that. And that'll all be kind of a thing we just deal with. But like the toxic buildup risk, that goes away with the toxic fallout. Okay, we're at that point. Man, I remember when Mine Vein was a mod. That you had to manually choose each and every tile. Which means in practice for like the steel down here, what I would have done is something like this. Just mined the whole area out. Because doing it tile by tile here, people would spend too much time running back and forth if you guessed wrong. Actually. Slowly working on getting that all built. They work on that. He's got the materials for it. Okay. Alright, you're gonna have to go to sleep. You can resume that in the morning. Alright, so you back on this. I'm just trying to get the power online real fast. Because once we do that, I can get the biofuel refinery built, and then we can start just chopping down trees or whatever we got to make things work. Okay, meanwhile, go orders. Cut down the handful of trees that are still alive. Okay. Just trying to get the basics of the ship built. To at least have something functional. Okay, and you want money. That's fine. Go give them money. Okay, and we gotta be getting really close to the end of this thing. Alright, so we're down to the last day. Cool, and our first target when we leave here will probably be those mercenaries. Because I'm hoping we'll be able to get those mercenaries done before all this... Like, basically get this all set up and go out to the mercenaries. How long do the mercenaries have? 30 days? Because there's only 2 of them, and with 2 of them, if you ambush one, you can kind of fight it one on however many people you have twice, and just wrap it up. So their armor doesn't become particularly relevant. And we did tell him to not put a roof on it. So this way, like, the next raid that pops in doesn't instantly destroy it. I'd usually like to bunch up that close, nor do I like to protect it using wood, but in the absence of other options I'm willing to use, because amusingly enough, steel has all the same problems that wood does for our purposes. Yeah, your learning's mostly in good shape, despite being trapped inside for extended periods of time. Okay, so that's all sealed there. Alright, we're out of steel. Major break risk on Treacle Y. You're ravenously hungry. Just eat something? Okay, so there's a good chance by the time they wake up tomorrow that this thing should be backing off. And then we should be on the other side of this. I'm actually going to go ahead and unrestrict the kids now. And allow for planting again. You know, we've used up all our penny oxalin, which is fine. Yeah, because we're officially showing this at 19 days, and the toxic buildup only stays for 19 days. So it should be sometime very soon that it drops off. Okay, letting all the animals out so you can go grab some food. Look how far they're having to travel to find a single unit of grass to eat. There's just nothing. Okay, so toxic fallout has finally ended. So I'm gonna go ahead and do is... At this point, I don't want to do a remove the roof zone. I probably should. Let's go ahead and we can start doing that. Remove the roof all around this outer perimeter. And honestly, I'll set it for this whole area and we'll just have to fix the roof after the fact. But that way they start growing grass in there again, so I don't have to, like, shuffle the animals around to keep them from starving to death. Alright, so that toxic fallout was pretty awful. As you can see, literally no plant life anywhere. There's just a couple things out of here where animals have died of all sorts of things. Oh, hey. Okay. I was gonna go help that person, but apparently they got back up and left on their own, and it gave me credit for helping them. So we can reform our ideology. I vaguely feel like I got credit without doing the work. Okay. So, I think in this case, I'm actually going to let them have Technist as the new style. That's a pretty benign nothing thing. It does mean technically our aesthetics in the area are not correct. But we're just going to go ahead and endure that with the intentions of getting our stuff going on there. Yeah, so we have Bob rip up the ceilings real fast. That should allow grass to grow in here. And that should allow for the animals to get food in here. Okay. Helping a child. Okay. So we have a 10-year-old who's being chased by wasters. We are going to have to fight off 7 individuals are going to have guns and probably armor. And we're doing it for a kid who is a Hussar, which means they will die because I don't have the means of making go juice. We're gonna eat the hit. I've already got 2 kids we're raising right now. I can't take care of a Hussar. It's gonna become a race of trying to acquire go juice, which isn't the worst in the world. But that's going to be dealing with a group who's probably going to outgun us by a lot, so we're going to have to abuse doors and all that as best we can to make it work, which isn't the end of the world, but, you know. Just another thing to deal with. And honestly, I'm kind of getting annoyed with taking colonists and just getting such crapshoot of colonists. All of our initial colonists, other than Treacle, all are bringing their own little pile of baggage. Yep, so let's see what the hit is. Rejected joiner in danger, -8 for 8 days. So that's not an insignificant penalty, and they do stack if you do have multiple things come up. You were still dealing with toxic fallout and everything, I probably would have had to just, you know, grin and bear it. Okay, so we can get the jump pack research if we have enough money, which we probably can't. So recreation, mining, and shooting book. Animals and shooting. Let's see. We don't need any of those organs. We don't have the tech to store those. The Glitter World's probably the better choice. Alright, so let's grab the Glitter World. Now the books they have, the animals and shooting or the mining and shooting. Grab the animals and shooting. Can I get both? Can I give you some stuff? Here, have my tiny bit of gold. Ancient installation rating. Go haul that back. Go haul you back. Go haul you back. Actually, don't know how far back that's to go yet. Think it's that far? Drug dependency? Yeah, I forget about that. You are correct. Either way, I was honestly pretty worried about the fight situation. Depending on what they brought to the table... Oh, I accidentally took the roof off you. That's on me. There you go. Now I won't do that again. Yeah, no, that's right. I typically forget that. I also don't like Hussars because of the very aggressive trait. That just means they social fight constantly. So that's one part. But the other thing was just genuinely with the fight, it's like, okay, you're gonna send a lot. And it really depends on what guns they bring. Whether they roll in with some, like, assault rifles and all that, or SMGs. It's not that we couldn't win, we certainly could. But without having a good defensive position, it's kind of bottleneck them at a door and just try and set them on fire. And that doesn't work if any of them have fire foam popper. This is kind of one of those things I'm like, okay, there's a colonist I may or may not want. Because for all we know, they're going to show up and be like, hey, you know, abrasive, meandrous, volatile, slowpoke, incapable of dumb or skilled labor. I mean, it wouldn't be that with a 10-year-old child that only have one trait. But, you get the idea. And it's also, we're trying to build our ship at the beginning, and I've definitely made the mistake of having the grav ship and having, like, 20 people try and pile on board at the beginning of the game. Which is rough, because you have to land and, like, massively supply yourself with food rapidly each time you land. What are we researching? Microelectronics. Okay, so pretty soon we should start getting grass in here that they can eat. But yeah, I always forget that the drug dependencies, when they are dependent, don't kick in until they're an adult, by RimWorld terms. Alright. And then once you're free, there's not much in the way of trees. All of it is forfeit. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't have the Go Juice research, but with them being only 10, I would have 3 years to potentially get that research. So the odds would be relatively good we would have it. And if not that, we would only need to get the occasional trade caravan or something else of that nature to make ends meet. Alright, you could take the steel club, take one of the EMPs, take the clothing, take a bunch of Sci T. We're not done yet. Let's trade you again. Hey, Randall Thor. Thank you again for the tier 3 sub, going way above and beyond to support the channel. I really do appreciate it. And subbing for the channel for 55 months. which is a ridiculously long time, and so thank you so much for that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that stuff, because it would be really weird for you to have been this long and supporting this long if you weren't enjoying it. But thanks again, man. I appreciate that a whole lot. Alright, so we're slowly getting this built. Once we've got some of this down here, like the wood here, to start cooking again, I'm going to start having them slowly make the wood into chem fuel. I'm right now trying to get the bare minimum. That's fine. Go ahead and just eat your snack. I'm trying to get the bare minimum of a ship online. Once we get that, we will start to expand it as much as we can. That way, if we have the whole thing where it's like, the mechs are coming, at a minimum, we can, like, have the ship able to take off. Because I'm sure at this point, we've got to be eligible for the mechs to hit us. The goal now is just to get this thing built as fast as we can. And then after that, we can worry about the next thing. Disease Gutworms on Sentient Cookie. Cool, man. It's funny, we went the whole time with no gutworms or anything like that. The moment food gets dicey, Cassandra's like, gutworms. Now. By the way, hit the cook. That way they could occasionally throw up while they're cooking and, you know, have to deal with all that garbage. You had some food poisoning earlier, so that tracks. Yep, there you go. Walked right on in there, threw up on the food, and then started cooking it. Alright, so let's go ahead. Animal plague. We're probably going to be eating some muffalo in the near future. We definitely need to get that constructed so the muffalo don't eat our stuff, because they're doing so aggressively. Mad rat. It's been precisely half a second since the last thing happened, so we're overdue. Okay. Do we even need sanitation? Seriously, please build that fence. Okay, cool. So they'll stop eating my crops now. Because we're not in danger of starving yet. But, like, if you see how the muffalo, just in those few seconds, tore up almost like a quarter of the strawberry field. And that's per day, and that's probably 2 muffaloes eating there. So yeah, they could just blitz their way around this, and we probably would get some food out of it. But not nearly as much as I really need. And it's not great that my grower is my crafter, in the case I need both these done, but it's fine. We're still building the ship. If it does come down to a situation of, you know, we get the mechs, we got 15 days, that means Treacle stops cutting everything and just starts processing trees as fast. Huh. I mean, the good news, you only have, like, a couple things you were... Oh, we don't have face masks. That's right. Disease, plague. Oh, we should not have you self-tending anymore. Okay, and the best doctor we've got available now is you. Let me guess. Both doctors got it? It's usually the way this goes. No, one of the doctors did not get it. Yes, is anyone going to have any type of limitations on that? So Cookie's probably going to have the roughest time because of those gut worms. So I'm going to preach health Cookie. Since we used a glitter at the beginning, let's boost it as much as we possibly can. Shambler's approach. Like 6 of them. Right now, let's have everyone just stay inside. There's not much we need outside. It would be Bob would be the one I'd want to be out there doing stuff, and Bob is currently dealing with plague, so that's just not going to happen. Like, this wouldn't even be that hard for us to fight. But right now, half of the colony, quite literally, has plague. Alright, so we got Talon. So, okay. Alright. So we've got Brawler, Body Modder, and then Terrible. There's arguments to be made for either of those. We don't have a proper dedicated melee pawn. The challenge is for Talon to get to the point where Brawler makes sense, we need them to hit 18 years old. And that's going to be a hot minute. So that's going to be 2 full in-game years. Until then, they're going to have reduced max health on stuff. And that's a pretty big negative. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Body Modder has some cool stuff about it. But the risk we run into with that, and they're going to need a replacement stomach, so we're definitely going to be giving them that. But in the meantime, they're going to be taking a penalty to their mood that I can't really mitigate. Because they'll want to have stuff done. We can have hopes and dreams with a Brawler. Yeah, well, the problem is that we take Brawler now. What ends up happening is they take a massive -10 shooting penalty, and they'll get a mood debuff for using a gun, so I will have to switch them to melee now. Which means taking them out of fighting. I'm gonna get Body Modder. Brawler, depending on what else we got, could be good, but it is just one of those things that could be a problem. So we're gonna go ahead and have you have crafting and plants. Because if I can get you up to being either someone to do the crafting or the plants, that lets me free up Treacle. You really like Brawler because you can never switch back? Yeah, that's kind of the thought behind it is, I could make them a Brawler, and I don't mind maybe at 13 to take the Brawler, or if they already have like Tough or Nimble, it's like, alright, I can wait this out. But we've got Very Neurotic, which is extremely good. But I would want to go and combine that with Industrious or Steadfast or something like that. Generally, your melee pawns, whatever their other responsibilities are, you should just expect them to have a certain amount of neglect to those responsibilities from being injured from being in fights. It's one of the reasons I hate when I get a brawler who's got high medical, because I know every fight that I am going to need medical from, they're the one who's going to need the medical. Okay, you need to actually be doing things. And Bob, I need you to bed, buddy. I hate it when they do that. I do wish it was a mechanic that while you are actively being tended... Where did you go, Bob? Go to bed. You're dying of plague. But I do wish when someone was actively tending you, you wouldn't get up to, like, tend or feed or anyone else. That, like, it would be a thing where you're kind of locked in whatever action is happening. And again, unless you have, like, a mood break or you collapse or, you know, that's all fine. But the number of times I've had someone at, like, 90% tend and the other person gets up and runs off because some other priority kind of popped in is, it's pretty frustrating. Alright, so Treacle is doing extremely well with their medical. Bob is doing extremely well. And Sentient Cookie. Oh, it's literally all of my adults except Hamsfree. I see. So that's why, like, nothing is getting done right now. Yeah, because we blasted Sentient Cookie with a... We gave them a Glitter World and Preach Health to them to try and get them through as fast as possible. That's good. So Sentient Cookie's back at, you know, back to work. Treacle's got a little bit longer. The good news is everything's planted and we got that sealed off first. So we should be able to get that wrapped up. Oh, well, you're probably gonna die. Well, that wasn't the place for the visitors to show up. On the other hand, you were kind enough to leave me a steel Equa, which is an improvement over my wood club. So, you know, that works out okay-ish. And we are still using the good medicine mostly to get this through faster. We don't actually have any Glitter World left. I only have a little bit of the other medicine. I'm just trying to get things moving along as quickly as we can. Major break risk on you. Why? So we got Rejected Joiner, Cramped Interior, Recreation Unfulfilled, Sick, Darkness, Mediocre Barracks, Disturbed Sleep. In other words, everything is great. And you have no complaints. And you're just really happy about the way things are going. Oh good, a Psychic Soothe. Cassy agrees. Cassy's like, it's fine. Alright, so drop you to Herbal Medicine. And you to Herbal Medicine. Okay, so everyone got through the plague just fine. We burned a bunch of our medicine, but, you know, I'm okay with that. Forced Descent. So we're definitely going to need to take this. I'm going to wait a little while longer to accept it, because they should all drop soon. Okay, they're going to drop before then. Or, sorry, we're going to have to do this before then. Alright, so I think we get the goodwill. Because we don't accept this as problems. The same deal as last time. We wait till it says arriving in about 5 hours. We run down there, and then we can make the assessment. Do we help defend them, or do we go, nah fam, you're on your own? The good news is if the shuttle had been up here, it would have been far more annoying to have to try and get around it. Alright, so let's get you all into position. We can tuck you all over here. Alright, depending on what pops in, we either back him up or we back off. Okay, we got 2 people with pistols. I do think we go ahead and we push in on that. I don't have a great position to fight from over here. Honestly, we're going to get in range in time. We're just going to run for it. Are you... Just one tapter. Was actively being shot at by someone else and just Hail Married one shot off to the side and did it in. You suck. Slowpoke. Slowpoke. Alright, so we're definitely not grabbing either of those. We are going to strip both of those. Oh. Oh. Really? Okay. I disregard that. Thank you so much for killing that person. I will just take my fast mover persona Zeus hammer. Oh, schedule, unrestrict you for a minute, go haul that back. Go haul this back. Go haul this back. Go haul this back. Yeah, so it's gonna massively penalize our moods. Because that's two charity things, quote unquote, we did not do. And each one is a -8 for 8 days. So we're dealing with some pretty severe penalties. Alright, you have plague. You go talk to him. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Take all the trace amounts of fabric And honestly, the giant heap of blue fur and the Mega Sloth wool we've had for a while. That is animal skill. We already got books to do that. Cooking skill. We already got books to do that. Take the few pieces of worn out clothing. I guess we don't really care about that. I can just straight up buy the chem fuel. That'll honestly be very helpful for our cause right now. Deal. Make sure we haul the chem fuel in. And then we'll get everyone back into restrictions until the enemies get out of here. Or get back. Oh, also zone. Okay. Yep, honestly, that might be one of the best melee weapons we could possibly have gotten. Because if people missed it, normally when you get a persona weapon, it's bound to a person, but this one's got a thing called Freewielder, where basically it just doesn't form a bond. So as a result of that, yeah, now Bob just moves faster and has a Zeus hammer, which is one of the better melee weapons in the game. Because there's a very high chance of stunning its target. It works exceptionally well against mechs. Alright. We've got our tiny little ship. That we've been piecing together just of scrap and all that. So we can get out of here. Let's see. Unreasonable ambitions. That's just what I'm calling it for now. We can make a better name later. I just want to get off the pause screen so things keep going. Because luckily you can rename the ship. You cannot rename your faction or your settlement without getting into like mods or changing save files or whatever. But the ship, they just let you change anytime you want. How about you can soul treacle? That's fine. That's one of the social practice anyways. So you went to Treacle, you said, have you considered not being upset? And then Treacle got upset. No one could have predicted this. Alright, I don't want my people to be stuck staying here. Let's kill that last shambler real fast. It's like saying calm down in an argument. It never works. Yeah, rarely never works. Exactly. Everyone knows when someone is direly upset with you, you just ask them to not be upset, and everything's just good to go. Any reasonable person would respond well to that. For those not catching on, we are being very sarcastic. being dismissive of what others are going through generally is not well received. Okay, that should mean when you wake up the next morning, you'll be good. The only good news here is we're about to have rejected joiner in danger drop off, and you're probably getting pretty close to having that. Yeah, the psychic speed's nice, because it actually just barely puts you ahead on you've lost a toe. So you're still gonna be faster than you would have had with that toe. Now I just need to get you a shield belt and a little bit of armor, and you'll be ready to cause some mayhem. That's fine. So I think just like last time, when we go to leave the ship, the animals we have on the tile are not going to be spared. Like, if we had the sentient catalyst or whatever, then I might make one of the mufflos smart enough to zone it. Or we get a Thrumbo, we could potentially zone it. But yeah, for as much as the muffalo eat, I think I'd rather just have the food. Because the big reason we have them is caravanning in an emergency. But at this stage, if it says, hey, you got 15 days and then the mechs are here, I'm just going to manually intervene and be like, you're putting the engines on this thing right now. Because right now, literally, it's just the engines missing. We've got our fuel tanks. They do have some fuel in them, enough to take off. I just need one engine online, and then we are at least functional, as in the ship is capable of leaving the ground. Rebuffed by Sentient Cookie, rebuffed by Bob. Treacle is doing their best. They're not having a great time, but they're doing their best. So you're getting close to aging up. All right. Oh. There's no more trees to cut down. Alright. You can go ahead and take the awful kids' clothes and these other ones. And the only thing you have for me is a book I don't want. I'll go ahead and take your little bit of food. We are very low on food right now. But that should resolve soon, because our potatoes are just about to be fully grown and all that. Microelectronics. Okay, so next up... Out of these, would do the hydroponics. I probably won't be doing those for a long time, but at least you have the option. Sentient Cookie has their gutworms. Which, honestly, we're getting some really good 10s out of that, so... Contract Prison. Iron-Willed, who can do really high medical, melee, and a little bit of plants, and has a bad back. No, that's fine. I'd go for the Goodwill, but right now our food's kind of sketch. I'd rather just focus on building the ship. Okay, so it's actually perfectly the distance I was expecting. So we'll go right across here. And then we'll put the door right there. And then do not build a roof here. So we now technically have a functional ship. It is not a good or elegant ship, but it is technically functional. Has it gotten smaller? No. If you're talking about from the other day, we did have the colony from the other day died. There's literally not a single tree on the map to cut down. So let's just go to this for a moment and just suspend that. So hopefully what wood we do have ends up in the stove for a minute. But yeah, so this is the run that we started... yeah, no, this would be the run that we started halfway through yesterday's stream. Because we did take a death of the colony yesterday during the stream. At the minute we want that so we can wall this in. Hide in room because mediocre barracks, that's fine. Just little by little, getting as much of that built as possible. Yeah, I think this time we just let that sit there. Because your Catharsis will help a lot with that. Most of the others are holding up relatively okay. The Rotting Corpse, it's not worth burning that to get rid of that debuff. Body Modder Frustrated, which is one of the concerns we did have. If we get a chance of getting a nuclear stomach or anything like that, we'll definitely want to get that done. We also need to reassign you back, and now you're not fighting plague nonsense. So... Aren't you getting close on your gutworms? You are. Let's get everyone's work schedules to have that back on there, so everyone but Ark should carry medicines with them. You want a nuclear stomach? Yeah, like, I love the text where it's like, oh yeah, it's a nuclear stomach, it's radioactive, and it's not lead-lined or anything, so you know, it's pretty bad for you, but, like, it's efficient. Okay. Yeah, I know that one from Daffy Duck. It wouldn't surprise me if, like, you know, where they redid DuckTales and they did, Three Caballeros and all those. Or, like, where they had a more recent, you know, Scrooge McDuck and all that. Wouldn't surprise me if they had any of that. Alright, we're slowly getting that together. Medical treatment, need an sentient cookie. Alright, so... you're a best doctor. Let's see if you can't get those gutworms wrapped. Nicely done. Gutworm solved. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 475 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Or just give me a bunch of leather. I can live with that, too. Okay. No point in me trying to cut down the trees now while we have an active fire burning. Because likely I'll leave the wood just laying on the ground then. That's fine. Oh, I forgot we were going to go after those mercenaries. Okay, so we're actually doing good. I was about to be like, oh man, we probably missed out on the mercenaries. We're about halfway through the timer. We're just going as fast as we can right now to get our ship up and running. By the time it does, we're going to have plenty of food on standby and all that, which will be good. But if we can just get the ship as built as we can, the goal is I would like to get over there to take on the mercenaries. It's a grand ship, a proud ship, a high-flying ship. Makes me think, which was it? Police or not Police Quest? Space Quest 2, where they fly the garbage scow, and the janitor keeps getting in fights with everyone because they call it a garbage scow. To which, of course, the character's like, "It is a garbage scow. They're literally calling it what it is. You need to stop getting in fights over this." There's an ancient danger down there, and I want to pop it. But we really actually don't have that great of firepower for doing so. Like, if it was, if it's an infestation, we can probably kill it really easily. Flesh beasts would probably go well as well. Why are you jumping into fire? Save them. Okay, never mind. They're fine. Helen, small impressionable child, I'm gonna need to ask a little itty-bitty favor out of you. And that is to not dive immediately into the nearest fire. I don't feel like I ask for much, but I do feel like this is something. Ark? Buddy? Just because your adopted brother chose to jump into a fire doesn't mean you have to as well. Hey, Allison. How's it going? Okay, for a moment I thought the game slowed down again. I was like, don't you dare. I've just had 2 people run directly into fire. I don't need a third right now. Because it would mean it's an adult, and while we can make fun of the children for running into the fire, because seriously, why are they running into active flame? But, can we get a shout out? Here, actually, I'll get it. Let me go ahead and get a... Never mind, it's already there. Oh, good. Allison Adventure playing. That's right, you were doing your, the thing with the camera, like, where you actually play as the character and all that. Perspective shift. Yeah, so Allison Adventure also plays games like RimWorld and all that, doing some perspective shift, which is an interesting mod, where you actually control the colonists and walk them around, like, actually walk up to the bench and, like, use the bench, where you, like, click on that and all that. So it's a very different approach to RimWorld. But yeah, so definitely does some really good content, good times. There's also done like Project Zomboid and a bunch of other fun games. A friend of the channel and all that, definitely someone we're checking out. But yeah, we're just having a wonderful colony where the mechs chase us as we build up our graph ship. And by that, the mechs haven't been showing up. I think it's literally to have the mech show up, you need a fuel tank, this thing, the piloting thing, and a thruster, is my guess. Ooh. I'll take machining. But yeah, so where we're at is we're getting our graph ship. We technically have a functional graph ship now. As you can see, it's a little bare bones. But it is technically functional. There is fuel, thruster, and a piloting console. It can fly. It's missing a lot. But we got 2 children who are actively throwing themselves into fire for some undiscernible reason. And it's just making the comment of I want to pop my Ancient Danger down there. But I'm not feeling great about our setup for doing so. Oh, right. Oh, never mind. We were going to give you the Equa, and then we got the Persona Zeus Hammer, and the Equa became not a consideration. Yeah, so you still have about 7-ish, well, no, like closer to the 5 days. Okay, so let's go ahead and get everyone ready. Because this colony's been pretty weird. We've got a Masterwork Nerve Spiker, a Persona Zeus Hammer, an Incinerator, a Masterwork Masterwork Bow, and all that. We've got a weird setup going on in this colony. We are a Guilty Ideology, as well as a Prolicizer Ideology. Where are you going, Muffalo? I kindly waited here just for you. I understand you are not down with the fact that I'm holding your brethren prisoner, but that's okay. Say hello to my little friend. Where we immediately ignited on fire, and just letting that handle all of our problems. This hammer, Ancient Danger would be easy. That depends on what's in there. That's always the catch. More than likely, it probably won't be that bad. But there is a couple combinations of things that we'd pop open, and we'd certainly win. But it's whether we win without casualties and without destroying everything inside. Because Sentient Cookie here can definitely do the damage to take out anything that pops out of there other than mechs. But, in a very, we're going to burn it all and none of it shall remain kind of way. There's a light there. And there. And there. And I also want to run power throughout the ship. Ooh, that's a lot of mad squirrels. Oh, Bob. You are not in a good position for this problem. Okay, so we have a lot of squirrels here. Now, the only good thing is Bob actually has a movement bonus, so Bob might be able to just outrun the squirrels. Get them moves, Bob. Run like you stole it, Bob. You did in fact steal it, actually. The Zeus hammer. Don't hit Bob. Don't hit Bob. Don't hit Bob. Nicely done. I appreciated the part where you didn't hit Bob. It's almost like a flamethrower is an extremely effective weapon at killing a lot of very soft targets, small soft targets. Yeah, I'm not super worried about the wall. Okay, so one assignment we are going to do for Bob is I usually give my melee pawns attack. Because usually it's better for the melee pawn to just turn around and slap something that aggresses them than it is to try and run. But you can see how effective the incinerator is, because a big part of it is it basically doesn't miss, because it is an area of effect weapon. So for lots of like soft, weak targets and all that, you can just tear through them rapidly. See, one of your biggest local responses in the red cost is the result of a guy burning squirrels to his balcony to get rid of the fur. Burnt out 24 unit building. That, I would say that surprises me, but I've seen the type of nonsense people are do with fire, like bonfires and all that. We used to have lots and lots of problems when I lived over by my parents about people like just chucking a bunch of stuff into a fire to get rid of it. And a lot of times they were dealing with, you know, stuff like they're trying to do like their grass and sticks and all that. But they wouldn't think about what they're doing at these giant leaf piles with a bunch of sticks and random stuff in. It would go up and send all the leaves up in the air, which of course then go all over the place. Yeah, no, it was definitely in that area. They kept being like, okay, now you need a permit to have an open flame that's bigger than like this very small thing. Like, you can't just have a bonfire anymore. Y'all can't behave, and so we're gonna tell you no. Fortunately, where I was at, we never had a fire get really out of control, but we definitely had a couple of times where people burned their own houses down doing it, or, you know, burned their garage, or, you know, caused a fire that the fire department had to roll out and deal with. But nothing that got super widespread, which is probably mostly just because it's Florida, and by the time the fire could really catch up to a point of being a big thing, it rains almost every single summer day. So plenty of time for, you know, stuff to get out of hand and, you know, burn down a house or whatever. But by the time it started getting out of control to multiple homes and all that, usually by then you'd have it dumping buckets. And you have not a whole lot to excite me. Can we maybe take a driver's exam at life occasionally? Yeah, just basic. Can you demonstrate any level of competency? Just be like, you know, you're given some fireworks and a lighter. What do? You are in a dry wooded area, surrounded by adorable kittens and bunnies and small impressionable children. What do? Light the firework, not light the firework. If you chose A, you are no longer allowed to be in possession of anything to make fire, because you have demonstrated you are utterly incompetent. Let's see, in West Virginia and Ohio, you had a big bonfires to burn stuff a lot. Nothing ever hardly gets out of hand. You know what's doing wrong and careless. Well, the thing you gotta remember, because, for example, like I've been up in Ohio plenty, when you're talking about Florida, you deal with a lot of stuff like palm and all that. Palm is extremely flammable. And then when we have dry time, like, you get lots and lots of different stuff there. And also with Florida not retaining water well, you can have it where it's dumping rain and also in a drought at the same time. And so it is a thing that you'll be like, oh, well, it rained yesterday. It's probably a perfectly fine day to do a bonfire. Meanwhile, all the underbrush is still all dried out. Because it just doesn't keep. And so it's definitely a thing. Now, as far as people being, like, utterly incompetent and making terrible decisions, that's also true. Because I've seen the type of nonsense. It's definitely a number of people very much in the hold my beer as they walk out there and get like a spray can and lighter fluid, spray can and lighter, and just blast fire and all that kind of thing. And you're just like, people being dumb. Like, there's certainly some of that as well. Your dad wanted to burn a huge pile of logs under a tree. Yeah. But no, it's a very different animal dealing with Ohio. Like, you definitely have forests and all that in the area. But, yeah. Because you built a large concrete grill and you do small bonfires and around cooking? Right. Like, people who do make careful decisions, they do stuff like that. Like, you have a proper fire pit. You've dug up the soil and everything underneath, and then you pack stuff down. You surround it with, like, metal or stone or whatever. And then you go through and you do your maintenance to try and make sure, like, vines and that don't get into it. And you make sure after you're done with your fire that you properly douse it till there's not even so much as an ember left. But a lot of times it's just people, like, heaping a bunch of greens and just lighting it up. And then, not taking consideration that everything's dry and whatnot. It's people being dumb. Having a bonfire for a bonfire's sake, which is fine. But, not approaching it with any real level of caution. Let's see, your mom was a firefighter. Every one of her boys is a firebug. We couldn't have a bonfire without getting attention. Like your brother throwing Axe deodorant in the fire and walking away. Yeah, no, it's exactly that kind of stuff. Just people being dumb to be like, hey, check this out. Or like the fire doesn't go up easily, so they just, take a bunch of lighter fluid and just blast the fire or dump gasoline. The number of times I've seen people try and pour gasoline to start a fire, and you're like, no, man. I remember it was at a fire I was at that, again, the person was trying to get started and they're having problems getting it started, so they dumped gasoline on it. And of course it, got everywhere. And so then it's like, it's getting out of where the fire's supposed to be and they're trying to stamp it out and then stamp. But because gasoline air flows, they'd stamp and you'd see like a blue fire come up next to them and then spread the fire out and then they'd stamp. So they had to like get to the outside edge and kind of like keep stamping to try and draw it in. It's like, come on, man. Because it wasn't like we had been fighting to like get the fire started for hours. It was, we put like one thing of paper, whatever, down to get the fire started. And then immediately when it didn't go up on the very first go, start dumping gas on it. Like, why? Dude, just go in and grab a couple of newspapers. It just has to get a little bit going, and then you're fine. You don't need accelerant, you don't need gasoline, you don't need all that. Obviously, people do it because fire fun. But mad quails. You like the fire coloring? When you get those little packs of them, turn different colors? Oh yeah. Well, that is one thing, like, the, with the gasoline fire, I want to say it was blue if I remember. Like not like a light blue, like kind of a deeper blue. If memory serves me correctly, this again going back to memories forever ago. You probably need to be on this side. Let's have the kid get over here as well. Burn the quails. Just Zeus hammers the quail. Did I see that destroyed the body? No. Somehow with the Zeus hammer, you exploded the kidney. I mean, it could also be with gasoline, Luxray, with all the stuff you get from, like, at the different pumps. They all have a bunch of additives they add to it, so it could have been the additives. It also could have been oil-gas mix. I don't remember if it was a mixed, like, 2-cycle gas or just, like, straight-up gasoline. Because whatever they had in a gas can, which means it could have been for, like, their weed whacker, their lawnmower, or who knows what. It very well could have been 2-cycle. The point was, we weren't having like any real problems doing the fire. They just did get instant gratification and were looking for an excuse to just chuck a bunch of gas onto a fire. Oh, I doubt it was ethanol. It would have been something like gasoline, whether it was mixed gas or just straight gas, because it came out of a gas can. I doubt they're sitting there with a bottle of ethanol, like, you know, like not a bottle, but like, you know, a jerry can. I doubt they're sitting there with a jerry can of ethanol. Granted, not a proper jerry can. It was like one of those big red plastic ones. But it's people being dumb. But that's the exact way that those fires get out of hand down here. Someone dumps gasoline on it, they're trying to stamp it out, and instead of going out because you're just spreading the vapor, you're just spreading it everywhere. And then, you know, the wrong thing catches fire because you're too close to something, and congratulations, now you're burning stuff down. That was not intended. They mix ethanol and gasoline a lot of time. For, like, you just go to the gas pump and you get gas? Let's see, or stupidly they use water to put out a gas fire? Yeah, and they just spread it out. Yup. But that's usually what a lot of it is, it's just people making dumb choices. Alright, so we do have a bunch of tiles. We're gonna do this a little different. Alright, Bob. You have yourself a good day at work and all that. Okay. Oh, it'll need beat bigger than that. If what I actually want to do here. I wonder if they ever fix that to be nice. I think if I remember correctly, I'm gonna have to fill in this tile on this side or it's gonna look funky. Okay. How much longer do we have? 12 days. And the problem is Bob is both the person mining and the person, construction. So running over here, tearing down like 4 or 5 blocks and running back and building some wall. That's not the end of the world. I do have everyone having a low priority to mine as well. But, you know. Too many projects, not enough people working on them. That's fine. I do need Treacle to keep up with, like, getting our medicine, getting our food and all that sorted. Get stuff hauled, get pemmican made so we have some, you know, food that I can rely on. Growth, Moment, and Arc Editor. So you get to choose a passion. Okay. So in this case, we've got 3 things. I mean, that can be good, but 3 things I don't want. Melee and brawling. I really don't want to give you brawling this early. But honestly, on that list, I'm taking brawler. And you're going to take mining as a passion. Melee's probably the better choice, but you're not going to get to do it soon. And I was just complaining about the fact that I don't have a dedicated mining pawn. So with that said, Arc is no longer a ranged person. They're not going to be able to meaningfully contribute to any fights for a while, unfortunately. It is just the nature of the beast. So you now mine. So for a while, Arc's just not going to get to do any combat stuff. I didn't want to take it, but the other 3 were all going to be bad news. If we're doing psychic stuff, the psychics thing could have been good, but we're not, so it's not. Be a real long time. But hopefully Arc Editor ends up getting some more melee-oriented stuff. You like 1 psychic pawn if you're ever doing anomaly stuff for the bonus to the rituals? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the psychic sensitivity can be really good. The only negative about it is when you have, like, the whole, like, oh, psychic, you know, shout or whatever thing puts the negative on you, they get an amplified effect from it. They also get an amplified effect from Psychic Soothe, but usually it's not a big thing. Yeah, no, like, I've genuinely taken a pawn who had high sensitivity, and when we had, like, a high psychic drone, and just put them under with anesthetic, just to not deal with them until it's over. You can be busted triple digit. I haven't seen triple digit, but I have seen where it gets to like 40 something. You're like, oh my god. Because of the normal colony requirements. And they've got this minus 40 on there. And you're just like, okay, man. Like handling a minus 18 on the, you know, on a situation can be rough. Minus 40 ain't happening. Alright. And so with that, we got our first bedroom. And honestly, for the moment, I'm going to want to give them all their own individual bedrooms. But for the moment, we will make mini barracks. You always mind numb of those fun? Yeah, no, if you got mind numb, that'd be the way to deal with it. On that particular run, I did not have a mind numb handy, so I immediately just was like, anesthetic, go to sleep. Go to sleep. That you had psychically hypersensitive pawn with psychically hypersensitive Jean, who had some void serum and had done a Psyfocus stealing ritual. It was something like minus 114. Gotcha. So like, it was one of those scenarios that on normal gameplay should almost never happen. Not never, but almost never happen with like that unlucky combination of things. I can see it though. All right. Never beast the field with the psychic powers, though. Oh yeah, no, I imagine. You unleash the psychic powers on people, and it would just be a whole thing. You'd also recover your Psyfocus super fast. Alright. And the intention is I'm going to make the middle space like our common room or ritual room or stuff. Are you gonna fly the ship around and land occasionally, or just jump from place to place? I mean, you have to land occasionally. Like, mechanically, the way it works, you can't just like leave your ship in space away from the ground. You have to land somewhere, and you can land on an asteroid, you know, or platform, or whatever. But you do move around. Usually the way this rolls is I'll jump from place to place to place, grabbing things, until we start getting low on supplies, and then I will park for a little while, replenish the supplies, work on all that stuff, and then get back to going around a bunch. Alright, we got machining. So next up, air conditioning. Play bowling alley simulator. That's random first time chatter pops in telling you to play a different game. How about no? I actually don't have an opinion on playing Bowling Alley Simulator. I only know of its existence, but I've never actually seen gameplay or whatever. But like, that is some pretty unhinged thing of just randomly popping into someone's stream for the very first time and then telling them to play a different game. Like, obviously it's different if it's someone who's been in the community for a while and said, hey, I would love to see you play. Hey, fair enough. But randomly hopping in, it's like, that is some wild decisions. How would you play RimWorld? Ah, now it someone's told me to play RimWorld, now I gotta go play Project Zomboid. You had to ruin it. Nah, like, you're asking people to play a game, though, because you want to see someone who knows what they're playing it do it? I mean, but I've not played it, so I wouldn't know what I'm doing either, because I mean, obviously, from context, you simulate running a bowling alley. But past that, I don't know anything about that game. But yeah, now if you're looking for someone to play a game like that, generally, like, just randomly hopping into channels and asking people to play it or telling people to play it or whatever, you're going to get a negative response. I would probably bet you'll have literally 0 people respond positively to that. Because it's kind of just rude. But, you know, if you want to see people play that, one, you can check the category and see if people are playing it. If people aren't playing it, you know, that is what it is. But, you can always pop into a channel and always be like, again, and part of this is as a first-time chatter. you know, basically plugging another game or whatever is going to not be received the same way as someone who's been around a while. Versus if there's a channel you've been in for any meaningful amount of time, and you're like, hey, I would like to see you play this. You know, that's a whole different animal. You'll probably get, you know, a positive to a neutral response. All depending on, like, is it a good fit for their channel, yada yada, all that stuff. Alright, so we're slowly burning through our plates. There's not too much longer if we want to try and go for the mercenaries. Obviously, building the ship and not dying is a higher priority. Yeah, no, it's all good, Lantern. Giving you the benefit of the doubt and all that. But like I said, it is a thing that, the way it's going to come across, whether intended or otherwise, is not great. Again, whether or not you have negative intentions. Alright, we love Elves and Adventures. Luxray, man, you gotta watch to see if we've shouted out people before. But Allison's fantastic. So, like, I don't mind that's a second shout or whatever. No, I get that you're working and you're not there and all that, but you can just scroll up. And if it doesn't come across, like, what you could do is instead, like, just ask, has this person been shout out? Because I do know you like to jump on and get the shout outs out. But it is, I would unfortunately say, lately it's been 2/3 or more of the shout outs you give, we've already done. So not trying to make a whole big thing out of it. But, like, you gotta verify. It's fine once in a while, but it's like every time now. It doesn't show 90% of the time? Well then just ask. Asking's free. It's easy enough to be like, hey, has this person been shouted out? Anyways, we'll move on, because they're not trying to make a whole big thing out of it. Okay. That timer's ticking down. We're trying to get this ship so I can get moving. Like I said, the ship is technically functional right now. It's just we're trying to get as much of it built before we go. Okay, so we got the next one here. But as you can see, the intent is I'm actually going to give everyone their own bedroom in time, which is not what I should be doing on the grab ship, but it is what I am going to do. I'll do fishing next. I don't actually expect to do much fishing, but out of tree sowing, we're definitely not hanging out. That's what I figured. So unfortunately, I do have to put the spots in the middle. It's kind of a shame that they don't have, by default, like one that kind of goes in there. Because originally that was the reason I was going to make it one tile there sticking out and then go in. And maybe I do that when it is just the one bedroom. I can just add the one extra on there. For right now, with what we've got, we'll just deal with that. Animal plague, that's fine. Okay, so this is no longer part of the home zone. That's no longer part of the home zone. That's no longer part of the home zone. And the reason I'm doing that is we're starting to shut down the bedrooms. Yeah, then we can start getting this middle area expanded here. And then the idea is I'll segment it off into a couple spots where, like, one can be the break room, the next part can be, like, you know, the next room can be the storage room, that kind of thing. We're getting tons of pemmican set aside. We got 7 days till we miss out on the mercenaries. The other thing I should be checking, I didn't check to see if those mercenaries are in range. Because if they're not in range, that makes it a whole deal breaker. I won't be able to do it in time. So let's go here to the pilot thing. View range. So the mercenaries are way out of range. So I'd have to be already on my way because there'll be a cooldown. So unfortunately, I still would need to get more fuel. So the mercenaries aren't happening. That is a bummer. I didn't think about that till just now, as a lot of times they will be more than kind of like your base jump distance. You're going to unsuspend that so you can get back to making chem fuel. Well, womp womp. Okay, so we've got 150 tiles still to work with. Let's move a couple of these beds. So that'd be 75 tiles that way. It's not worth doing that. That's fine, because we'll get that going, we'll wall that off. Then we can go from there. Okay, we got fishing done. From here, we'll get the advanced lights. And then if people want to fish, have at it. There's not much fish in there, but that's fine. I mean, I can go back here, stockpile, stockpile, clear, critical, chem fuel, and we can just do this. Copy, paste. So that way we've got storage for chem fuel back there. I probably should also make a door on the back end of the ship. Yeah, we can make a door right there, so that we have an exit on the back end of the ship if I need to, like, get out of here. The other thing we can do is stop cleaning all this area. Stop cleaning all that. Alright, you're fine, because you have the speed bonus. Okay. Fearful construction. Nimble, trigger happy, psychically deaf. With Goju sticks. Not the worst one. But I need to build that and then stay for 15 days when we don't have stone cutting, so that's gonna be a pretty hard prospect to make happen. So I'd rather just get the ship going. Oh, and I need to add the wall segment there. Yeah, so you see how it separated this wall out? This wall is now part of the ship. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the metal up and then circle around and back down. But I want to see pretty much how many bedrooms I can get on here. And then, like I said, we're just going to bisect this space. Insulting spree, really? Because you are sweaty. Ah, you had plague. We're falling behind on our cleaning in a pretty big way. I think Bob was doing a lot of it when they didn't have materials to do construction, but now that we've got them properly getting mining done. Okay, so the good news is I don't think you got that many insults off. 2, 4, 2. Honestly, you got the worst of it. So I did get a decent number off, more than I would have liked. But not as bad as you get sometimes where, you know, people get like 8 or 9. Granted, they're still in an insulting spree. Children, behave. Alright, that's good. I was making sure. Insulting spree is so awful. Yeah, that's basically the edge of the area, so I can't go much farther that way. Then when we get the grav core extender, we can start making our ship bigger. I'm kind of leaning at the idea of having a bunch of bedrooms here, like having this main central space, then we can expand it up and do more of that in this direction. Obviously, I'll have to expand other directions eventually as well. When it comes to that, I can see, like, you know, one of the bedrooms gets converted into a hallway and then having, like, you know, production rooms and labs and all on the side, but right now we're just going to use the middle for all of that because of not having enough to worry about with all that. Okay, so to start with, advanced lights. I will go ahead and take the stone cutting. It's not really a huge deal at this stage. Okay, we get another wave of those, because then what I can do is I can start popping these rooms into separate areas. Okay. Because once I get that built up and that, we could tear this wall out the middle. And that'll be good. Yeah, Trico's not finding much time to do any of the other stuff, but that's fine. Occasionally, Talon will be able to get in there as well. Okay, zone. You're no longer part of the home zone. Means that and that don't need to be part of the home zone. You can be stopped being the home zone. Go yoink this. Go yoink that. Get these out of here. For that matter, none of the south side area needs to be in the home zone anymore. Okay. Okay, pretty close to the end of our grab panels. We've only got 42 left. At which point, then we'll kind of be as set as we're going to get. I still want to pop that Ancient Danger and I keep forgetting about it. Why is everyone mad right now? Ratty Apparel, Awful Barracks, Insulted, all that. Okay. We're definitely going to need to get the nicer tiles on the floor. A big part of it's honestly that these are just dirty. Hey, Craven Horde, thank you so much for the 250 stream streak. I do appreciate it. You can see, like, the whole area is getting to be disgusting, and part of it's the animals running through here constantly, and then part of it is we aren't getting people to clean up that much. Stone cutting. Out of these, I'm probably not going to use any of them, so I'll just take the tree cutting or the tree planting because it's fast. Okay. We're not gonna worry about that. Because as you can see, our construction person's going as hard as they can. Also, I forgot I need to have these there and there. And check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays RimWorld as well, among other things. A lot of similar stuff to what we've got, so definitely good times. Absolutely someone to check out. Highly recommend. And what are you working on? You're cooking simple meals. If I can have you pause that for a second and butcher all these muffalo that are piling up because they're rotting because you can't keep up with it. Okay. More walls there. An aristocrat needs help. We're getting ready to probably leave this tile soon. Like, I genuinely was hoping to go after the mercenaries, which have just fallen off our list. Oh, no, they haven't. But they're about to, but they're not in range. So we're just gonna miss out on them, unfortunately. Okay, so probably bisect this room here. Start making a break room in there. Okay. Shambler's Approach. What kind of time? So they got about 3 days on them. That's not unusual. So unfortunately with the Shamblers approaching, I actually only have 4 ranged people. So I want to let them continue mining for right now, but I got to keep an eye out that they don't try and run down that way. Okay. Let's see, have we had any mechs chasing yet, or still not work? We think it's a matter of you have to have that, and that built. If we check on our quest log here, it's been 56 days since we put this down the first time over here, so just shy of a year. And then 2 years since the beginning of the run. So it is one of those things that I do think you have to have a functional grav ship for the mechs to chase at all, which is a little bit of a bummer because it's not really what the intention was. But if that's the way the game's designed, unless I mod it to be different, that's the way the game's designed. You know, kind of at that mercy. But we've only had the ship functional for maybe a week and week and a half that we've actually had the 3 things on there. Google can tell you some things to check dev mode to see if it's triggered anything. I'm pretty sure. So a trigger with the jump, first jump, it could be that. Let's give you money real fast. So hopefully you get out of here before the Shamblers close in. Cool. Alright, so this place is all getting disgusting. It was the kids were helping do that, but as time's going on and they get more responsibilities, they're upping it. How hard is the actual scenario? It's not that bad. I'd actually say the Odyssey scenario was one of the easier scenarios, just because anytime things go sour, if you haven't just jumped, you can be like, nah, and then leave, which is pretty strong. But there are definitely times where you're not really in a position to take off. Right, so you disallow that door, and disallow this door. Where are you going? Okay. New restriction. Everyone get inside. We don't need to get ourselves in any kind of trouble. That'll also mean they'll start cleaning things up. How do you win the scenario? So there is the Odyssey ending. That basically what happens is if we look at our world map here, you'll see these icons here. They're like the blue and white. There is a whole quest line you get called the Grav Ship. That basically when you're looking at that, it's like, hey, we found the engine and all that. But you'll also get a whole thing that being like, oh no, the mechs know about you. And so you get these grav cores, and as you get the grav cores and advance your research, eventually you'll figure out where the mech's main base is. And you have to take out their main base. And that's just this scenario. There's a bunch of different scenarios in RimWorld that all have their own win conditions and all that. I shouldn't even say scenarios. That's the only one that's like a scenario-specific thing that the mechs are chasing you. But broadly speaking, there's a bunch of different endings to the game. You can like defeat the mechs, There's like the anomaly stuff, which that's the ending I probably do the most, which is like the spooky stuff. You can build your ship to get off the planet. You can go to the other side of the planet where there's a ship waiting for you to take off the planet. You can become besties with the royalty and have them give you a lift-off planet. There's the Arco Nexus ending, which I won't spoil, but it's kind of... It's not a secret. It's like when you hit a certain part of the game, it's like, hey, buddy, you can do the Arco Nexus. But like it's an ending that's got kind of layers to it. This might actually be a little bit of a problem because they're coming up along here, and with the way I've got this design, oh, there's a back door out of here. So for right now, don't go that way. I need you to go out the back of the ship. A tortoise is self-tamed. Cool. Actually, I'll go here. Because I want them to not go through the front of the ship. We're already closer than I should be. I should have either fought... Don't leave your room for a minute. Don't go in there. Don't go in here. Just eat your food wherever. Don't go in here. Stop trying to go to those tables. I just need you to let them wander by real fast. Stop trying to go for the tables. Dude, just eat without a table. Okay, you can probably get away with those two doors. Okay, so you're probably fine now. Yeah, and a lot of them got food poisoning because, like I said, the cleaning around here fell way behind. Because, you know, people are able to actually do a bunch of different roles now. But yeah, that's been a thing. I probably just should have fought them at the beginning, but it's fine. Yeah, so the Insulted should be falling off of you relatively soon. Not really, it looks like 2 days, which means it's pretty fresh, but that's okay. Yeah, we just watch to make sure no one beelines up here. And as long as they don't go that way, we're fine. But hopefully that'll give them time to finish the ship. We still have 40 tiles left we can add to the ship. Not a lot of space to fit those 40 tiles, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, because I can't add another set of rooms up there and have space. So I could go back here and make myself like a little kitchen and a little production room just back in this corner somewhere. Or literally straight back here, honestly, I could do that as well. Okay, they're starting to all fall. That's good. So I've got 40. 2, 4, 6, 7. Probably about that, maybe. Tree sowing, penny oxalate, done. Okay, no restrictions for anyone. We're in the clear. Alright. Now, once we get that door done, I could go ahead and just chuck the books up here. Yeah, that could give me a little bit of storage in the back, as well as a little bit of production space or whatever. Alright, we got ourselves another bedroom built. So, with all this, we should end up with enough bedrooms for everyone to have their own bedroom. And then the goal would be to continue adding more rooms and all that to the ship to accommodate. Starvation on you. And that's because food poison, because we had a lot of food cooked while this room was at maximum filth. As you do. You appreciate that your ships are always asymmetrical. You're currently working on an egg shape because pigeons. But yours is way cooler. Your aesthetic will limit them practically, unlike yours. Yeah, the last ship we made was not asymmetrical, but generally speaking, I do have a tendency to make asymmetrical ships. This one's only a little bit in that, like, this is the only spot that's kind of not asymmetrical right now. But, yeah, no, broadly speaking, I tend not to make, like, full-on cube ship or anything like that. Sometimes we get a little cubish, but usually as I need rooms, we'll expand to whatever. Like, I've definitely had ones where they did, like, the Millennium Falcon, kind of the cockpit, like, sticking out the front on one side or whatever. Alright, so that's all enclosed now, so we can go here. Okay, and with that, this whole area up here is no longer a home zone. Stop maintaining it. Did we have the exact number of tiles? Alright, we have the exact number of tiles needed for all this. Let's go over here. Bring that up. We put a pair of doors there. Deconstructed this. Oh, I was one tile short. That's fine. So I'll get that. And all that. Because that'll be fine, I can put 2 benches here. And just make the most of it. Okay, so with this we can reinstall you up here. And uninstall that one. Bullfrog sitting. So schedule, animals, you stay in area 1. For some glitter, sure, I'll watch some bullfrogs. Okay. So I've got the door out the back. You have a door smack dab in the center front. Transport pod crash. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. So we're doing fine there. We're fine here. We will be able to make penioxylin very soon, so I want to grab all of that. I've got no shortage of my own medicine. It's honestly probably worth it for me to get rid of about 50 or so of this. We want to keep our book. Interestingly enough... Oh, it's because we switched stuff over, so some of the books aren't in the area. You don't actually have that much we want. I could very potentially... just cash out the Muffalo. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because we're going to get rid of them soon enough anyways. We just sold off all those. Oh, right. You have a thing for me to do this. So we want you to run up here really fast and tend to them before they die. I do not want this person to join me, but if I don't help them, we take a significant penalty. Oh, hey. Alright. So I do not want this person to join us. I want them to leave. They're not welcome to stay here. Hey, Onker, could you not? Because that is definitely not a thing we want to be going in here to. Like, very, very obviously, you know, controversial topic. Is it an automatic response? You just couldn't? I think you probably could. I think it was still a choice that you chose to do that. But we're gonna just move on. Of course, I mean, Automod obviously can't catch the first thing as easily as, you know, that, but yeah. Alright. So I've got this room enclosed. So for the moment, I'm not gonna bring our existing oven over. We could go ahead and put an electric stove here. I'm probably not going to need the butcher's bench nearly as much. Alright. So the one thing we don't really have much of is storage. But there's a cool way to build up a ship from the base. Never thought of it making it part of the decor. Yeah, no, it's just kind of you work on it, get it going. The big problem we're going to run into, though, is storage. I don't have any more tiles left to work with, nor do I have any type of actual dedicated storage room. So for right now... Okay, Penioxylin, sterile materials next. For right now, this front room is going to be the storage room. There's not much to go with there, so we're going to copy your settings. Paste them here. I do want to get the Penioxylin going. If I remember correctly, I believe there is a bonus for putting that in the lab. And I really shouldn't be just shoving it in the middle there. But, you know, I'm going to anyways. Okay. So we've almost got this whole thing enclosed in at its maximum size and everything we can do for the time being. We've got at least some stuff going on here. Work on all that. And I will need to clear that out. And then the big challenge here is there's a bunch of stuff I don't care about in there that I don't want them to bring necessarily, and a bunch of stuff I do. Yeah, the shelves are behind complex furniture. We did have one case to get complex furniture earlier. But it was a choice between like getting the basic ship or complex furniture. And so you get the idea there. So for the raw materials, gold, yes. Plasteel, yes. Uranium, yes. For now, steel. Later on, we won't want steel up there. When I say somehow can't decide how to fit storage, are you... Yeah. No, what'll end up happening is once we get our next grav core, I'll be able to expand the ship. So I could put a grav core panel up here or whatever. And then we can, you know, build out more ship this way. And at that point, you know, I can put, like, a dedicated storage room in the ship, probably next to this production room. Have a bunch more bedrooms as we need them. Maybe later we get a hospital on the front. I'm leaning towards making it a long ship. We'll end up needing to put stuff back here as well. Okay, with that, you can lock those doors open. They do have, do you find you have a preferred way to lay out your ships, or is it just vibes thing? It's kind of just a vibes thing. We've done a bunch of different layouts. A lot of the layouts of ships I've done, which is a little bit more strategic, is you have like your main ship part here, and then usually you'll have something like, you know, your ship come up along the sides here. And it'd be an odd number wide, so like this is not exactly... But you do something like that to give yourself a defensive position here. I've also made it so my defensive position is like way shorter this way, but wider that way. I've done a bunch of different layouts. You don't need to do that, but there's tons of different things. Let's see. Are you okay landing the ship sideways? Different from the original rotation if needed? Yeah, so the game will actually... Like, if you jump into a map that you don't have an anchor on, the game will actually go out of its way to create a spot, so there's at least one spot you can land. Zone in the middle of lake versus feeding swans. Oh. Yeah, we're just chucking... We do chuck the corpses in the middle of the lake. That's just because water decomposes corpses faster. Alright, and with that, you are done. Nothing left for you here. You meant to ask why you wall off your grav core? Oh yeah, so the grav core, if a raider gets to it, they can just yoink the whole thing off and run away. So you always want that sealed, because sometimes you'll have like stuff pop in here and steal, or like they'll like drop pod into the middle of the ship, and so it's kind of one of those things. Or if it's destroyed, like if there's like fighting happening near the grav core and it takes, you know, a hard hit and gets destroyed. It does have 800 health, which is not inconsiderable, but it's not that hard to lose your grav core. Alright, so with this, we are now de-zoning that. None of this is part of the home zone anymore. All of this, not the home zone. Stop cleaning it, stop caring. Now we turn off the automatic home zone. They could just yoink the whole thing and run away. That a surprise? Yeah. And it's this piece here, right in the middle. That's the part they can yoink. They can also yoink your engines, which is why I have that sealed in a little pocket back here. That we leave unroofed so they're functional. But yeah, it is a thing to make sure you keep that all that secured. Because the raid can just roll up, grab your engines. Actually, cancel that. We should wait till we have more steel. That way, when you go to the next tile, we go to drop a geothermal. Let's see. You learned stolen grav cord from Killa. He learned it too after a few times. Yep. So terror pods. Okay, wait a second. All right. As asking for a request, a mechanoid swarm has been attacking their settlements. He wants you to signal the mechs to distract them while he clears the hive. The mechanoid cluster would arrive soon. It would have a countdown, weather control, short range, and then stuff that can be disabled with smoke things. And you're willing to give me a unique weapon that has a tactical sight, which boosts long and medium range, and an aim assist that boosts long range, medium, and close range. Okay. And you are a masterwork assault rifle. So, depending on how this lands, this actually could be a very easy fight for us. I'm probably going to accept that, but closer to the end to get that unique weapon. Because the worst case, I've got a ship, and if it's going to be awful, I can be like, you know what? Never mind. Have you prioritize hauling the medicine? Have you prioritize hauling the EMP? Have you prioritized hauling that stack of medicine? The rest I feel like you can just take as you need. The big thing was to make sure the medicine and the EMP and stuff like that came across. Now, and if it's going to be awful, disappearing sound, pretty much. If it's going to be truly terrible, we could just decide it's not our problem. Let's actually go in here. So, for textiles, no leathers at all. And the only wools I will see is alpaca. Actually, no wools, because we're not bringing any more wools in. Yeah. Oh, no, it's 470. We'll go ahead and bring the buffalo wool, but don't bring anything else. I don't want them wasting it on, you know, mostly disintegrated leather. Okay, heat wave. That'll probably be enough. Okay. Just build it, man. I'm disliking that you're grabbing trace amounts of wood again and again. It's not that expensive to build. Okay, well, at least you got the first one online. At least there's some mitigating factor on the ship. Yeah, so the thing is we have to defeat this to get the reward. Like I said, these short-range ones, we should be able to piecemeal them. The bigger question is where those end up. There's only 3 ranged, and I can get an EMP. And for this fight, Sentient Cookie will be trading out their flamethrower for the EMP because the mechs are immune to fire, so do the math. Inspired trade, don't care. Actually, cancel those two, because it seems to be handling that just fine, so let's leave that storage space available. So you got 3 days to accept it. Sterile materials, that's fine. Complex furniture. Okay. That can potentially be really good for us. Oh wait, we got stone cutting, didn't we? Hold up, stone cutting bench. No, stone cutting bench, I can add a bunch of shelves to a bunch of rooms to help out with this problem. We can also start replacing our sleeping bags with not garbage sleeping arrangements. Like, I can go in here and put, like, a couple of shelves, like a bookshelf in here, and some shelves for food and medicine and all that inside the ship, to consolidate a bunch of that. We can go back here, put shelves for the chem fuel and the wood in the back. Put a tiny little shelf dedicated off to the side for that. Alright, bills, make, stone, do forever, and... Good, don't want any blocks in there. It also should be a relatively fast research. Oh, and we got you, so bills, add penioxylin, do forever. So anytime I got some Nutramine, we've got what we need to make some more drugs. Healthy drugs. Sickness prevention drugs. I thought I bought peniox or the Nutramine. Alright, well, glad I checked. Please hold that inside. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got slightly delayed because I wanted to have at least enough steel so that the next stop I could drop a geothermal. Because that's worked out great for our benefit. The heat wave is over. Cool, cool. Do not do anything with that. You can pull them back up. Do not reload those torches. We're not using them anymore. We got 2 days on that one. We are watching the frogs for another 7.5 days. So just don't bother sewing the psychoid anymore. Do you have ACs yet? I do. We could make a freezer if I had more space, but... let's see. Wake up. We're once again dealing with things getting messy. Okay, clean that kitchen instead. Alright. And Treacle's not having the time to do anything else. Oh, so we got our guns out? But it's super warm there. Got our guns out tonight? I'm missing context on that one. Did you prepare vac suits? No, we can't do vac suits yet. You don't need vac suits to do the spaceship. You only need vac suits to do space. I could jump from place to place anywhere on the map without the vac suits. But if I want to go to stuff in outer space, then you can technically go without vac suits. It's just super dodgy. Why are you upset? You're tired, your recreation is unfulfilled, you are hungry, ratty to peril, ate without table. Why would you do these to yourself? You can just take care of your basic needs. Oh, right, yes. Yes. I didn't think about that part. I don't wear tank tops on stream very often. I actually had like my my pattern to Sokotano button-up shirt that people seem to really like. But I had a bunch of errands and stuff to do today, and it was a hot, sweaty, miserable day. So I got home, I sat down to start streaming, like, hang on, I feel gross. Ran downstairs, cleaned up, changed shirts, and then got on stream. It was like, I feel ick. How to get there today? I actually don't know off the top of my head. I can probably check. And today it got up to 89 at 88% humidity. So the raw temperature wasn't super high, but at that humidity, blah. I'm willing to bet, I didn't look up the heat index, I'd bet the heat index would be in the upper 90s. For that. Because I know when you get to like 90 something heat index, and then you have, you know, 80+% humidity, that's when the heat index breaks triple digits. Alright. I was trying to wait. Okay, multiple angles. I think there's an Impid raid. It's not what I should do. I'm hoping they'll crash next to each other. I didn't check. What was the delay? It just says soon. Of course. Alright, so the mechs aren't going to help us at all. In that case, let's not wait. So we've got 2 over here, 1 with the bow and all that. We got 4 over there, 2 with bows. So we should be able to outrange a lot of the ones with the bows. Actually, slight change in plan. Don't go out there. Treacle. No, Megaslot, don't go around that corner. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Stop line of sighting me. Nope, don't. And I have my own Guardian Protector. Ah, that's kind of your worst case. Actually, no, that should be doable. I can go to the other side of this. This does provide line of sight. So I can go to the other side of this, kick off all the little mechs, kill the little mechs, and I should be able to like hook an EMP grenade past here to disable that and just kind of scooch our way around. It'll be a little dicey. I might get one or two popping off shots. But yeah, so we basically triggered this thing to Manhunter. We only gave it one minor nerve spiker hit, so it should be in relatively good shape. So that when this raid comes in, it can help me with all that. Right, let's get ready to get involved. Because they should go after the Mega Sloth. Because that is an active hostile. Nicely done, team. Is no one set to hunt? Interesting. Alright, so we defeated them fine. Oh, right, restricted area. It's fine. So we got 7-day countdown. Like I said, this should be an entirely manageable situation. That if we get way up here to our maximum range, poke that, and have everyone tucked up here, we should be clear to not be shot. Everything comes out, we kill the loose mechs, and then once we kill the loose mechs, it's going to be a thing of like keeping behind the profile of this, and then just getting over here enough I can land the EMP over there. And once I land the EMP over there, everyone scooches off, they start sniping that thing, they kill that. It'll probably do some serious damage, if not defeat those. You know, then we can move up, drop the EMP till we hit there, and just scooch our way around it. Let's give everyone a moment. We're gonna let them eat their breakfast. Once everyone's had their breakfast, then we go. Sentient Cookie. I am gonna make you switch out for the EMPs, though. Stop getting food poisoning. Especially not way down there. Alright, so we're gonna wait on that food poisoning. So all those things I said were the plan. We're just going to wait on that for a minute. I mean, don't get me wrong. If we get out here, that does cover most of the edge of the map there. These little guys I'm not too worried about. We should wreck them pretty easily. Ark can just stay out of that because we're not taking a child melee pawn in there. Yeah, so these ones we should be able to handle. At what point do you pack up and leave? I mean, basically we're at the point we can pack up and leave whenever we need to. But this is for a unique weapon, so I do want to get this. I was actually going to leave either if that was too nasty or in the event we had something else. What are you first for? So fog actually works to our advantage here. With the fog, these all have an accuracy penalty, so we'll have a little bit of danger with these. Hey, look, the child policeman from earlier did pretty good. I'm just saying, please, Wobot. Yeah, we had earlier where Sentient Cookie had a break and was going to destroy our Gravlight panels, and Talon was the only one remotely nearby. And I'm like, okay, what is this terrible chance that this small 7-year-old is going to arrest this violent adult? Which apparently was 100% chance. And I looked at it, I was like, all right, well, we're going to arrest him then. So there was definitely a comical moment of like this 7-year-old rolling up to an adult and being like, "You want to a West? Get in the other womb." Okay, so we got a whole season till you age up again. You've been naughty. Didn't your mama teach you better than that? Honestly, you go along with it. Your results with robots may vary. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the food poisoning to drop off, because especially on the melee pawn, that's not someone you want to be slowed. Because if, for example, these get loose, like when we pop the shot from way up here, I want Bob to be able to run him down, because Bob does have a Persona Zeus hammer. So Bob here, if Bob gets into melee with one of those 4, that mech dies. Don't get into melee on those ones. Then it might die, but Bob will probably die with it when it explodes in Bob's face. Alright, so grab everyone who can meaningfully participate in this fight. What is your mood? I think, actually, you are a brawler, and you will hate using a ranged weapon. But in this particular case, we could just tank the mood penalty. So at least you could put some damage in here. So what we want to do is we want to... Miriam? Oh, I mean, it's just the frog. Sorry, frog. Sorry you got food poisoning. It's really kind of sad that you got that food poisoning, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, so the important thing here is that we want to make sure everyone here, as best we can, is tucked behind that, because that does block line of sight. So as long as everyone's between that and those, we should be good. So what is your range? Okay, so you are going to be the one who is dealing with that. And actually, for that matter, you scooch up one, and Cookie goes second, because then we can pre-aim for where they're going to be. So Treacle should be able to wake them up. Alright. Combat boost. Wakey, wakey. I just need you to hit a Treacle. Just need you to hit a Treacle. Alright, well, it was supposed to be upset about that. I wasn't prepared to be indifferent with being shot, but you know. Because we don't want to get too far forward. Get the MP on him. That's real spicy. I really wish you were all shooting as well. You should all have a similar range. Oh, right! I forgot. Oh, that's on me. Please get those shots off. So far we haven't gotten aggro on the Scorchers. How badly has Bob gotten hit? Not super terribly. Please, for the love of everything, hit them. Okay, you got the hit. That fog is doing business. Meanwhile, you start tending to them while you wait. I'm really surprised with how many hits are getting on them that they're not aggroing. Major break risk on you. I need you to keep it together a little while. If you run from back here, you're probably going to die. Please, for the love of God, kill that thing. I know, you're getting mad. Like, you're knocking off limbs and breaking part after part, but not finishing the job. And the reason we don't want to just... Okay, cool. As I was say, the reason we don't want to push is if that lights you on fire, you'll run out from behind cover. And that is what we call real bad. Okay, so we got that thing. So stay behind this and run up. That's... Set your cookie, get the EMP off as fast as you can. Okay, everyone over here. Take it down. Ooh, we just had a second break. Bob could have easily gone right to their death. So the good news there is that's all handled, and now we just destroyed this. That could... we got lucky that both Treacle and Bob had a break, and they ran behind the weather machine, because they would have run straight out here to go get the drugs immediately, or whatever. They would have... We might have still taken it down before they died, but it would have been very, very sketch. Oh, right, I can't do that till it's destroyed. Alright. So, orders, allow all, orders, deconstruct. You go immediately grab your club back because you're getting really upset about this. Cookie, go ahead and grab your flamethrower back. And the pods have arrived. Go grab your masterwork rifle. Alright, and with that we got our first assault rifle, and it's got 2 stacking accuracy bonuses. So there's going to be an assault rifle that will menace some things. Oh, you're floor drawing, that's fine. Right, and once Treacle's not having a mood break, we get into the next thing. But yeah, that was the one benefit / con, is we did have fog as the thing that was being forced on us. So it made it harder for me to hit like the scorchers and all that kind of stuff. At the same time, it also worked to our benefit, because it did boost our things. Alright, so we want to actually set you... Do we remove the bench down here? No, we haven't. So copy you, paste you, and delete that. Alright, Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. Psychite Addiction. It is what it is. Psychite Addiction's pretty awful. So clean the kitchen first before you start cooking more. Okay, so you're all sorted. And you're mostly healed. Okay, so Treacle's already cut down enough trees. We don't really need Treacle cutting down more. Next research, complex clothing is definitely the winner there. Speaking of which, let's also go here and turn on to fully random. We've been keeping it on semi-random for when we're waiting to get the grav ship. Yes, this will allow Treacle time to get some crafting done. And also, that'll allow me time to... Where's beds? Work at getting them all switched out of their sleeping bags and into beds. Okay. Alright, so everyone's getting their fancy new beds, getting their new digs. Cool, and Cinder Cookie's actually getting a chance to clean up around here. Now that they've caught up with the Psychoid, because it was just making way too much of that. Alright, cool. So everyone's got their better beds. Treacle is also cutting stone from the sounds of it. Yep, so I didn't check to see what stone we even have on this map. Terrain... limestone, granite, and slate. Hey, Jedi, how's it going? And I forgot to go dump all the extra down there, that's fine. Alright, so furniture, bookcase, slate. You can put the bookcase there and let them start loading that all up. Treacle's also making us penioxylin again. So critical on that. Delete this, that'll make that room nicer. Then we can go furniture here, plate. Furniture here. Slate. Fearful Edifice. I'm not too worried about that. It could give us gunsmithing and all that. But that's where you gotta sit there and build stuff out of stone, and I'd rather get the shelves on the ship. Good time to watch your stream until sleep takes you. It's appreciated. Yeah, so Treacle's gonna keep making medicine and then cutting the brick and all that. And that's gonna let me get some storage going on in here. And that'll help us boost a lot of this stuff. Technically, I should go over here. Put the dye in there. Alright, so before you get too excited, important clear foods. Actually, I take that back. Clear, critical, medicine, clear, critical, meals. So that way we guarantee ourselves room for some of that stuff. And go here, so you're 10. Okay, clear important raw food. That way we got a spot right next to our cooking shelf. That is our raw food. And we're working on the complex clothing, which will require the tailoring bench. Okay, what are you working on? So you're digging the steel. Wonder why you're not... You've got floor to do here. And your mining should be the same as the other. So it chose cocoa next, that's fine. So we can go production. Let's see here. Hand tailoring bench, wood, furniture, wood chair. Alright, we got our shelves down here. So there is 2 slate shelves for the chem fuel and for wood. Okay. What is that room that doesn't have a floor? Work in progress? Oh, this? This is because the engines need to have an area that's not blocked to function. And so there's just an open space so that the engines work. So it is deliberately left hollow. And then this is just so no random enemy walks up and jacks my engine. So we're protecting our engines, but leaving them open to be functional. Alright, so with this, we can go to our crafting spot here and delete all that junk off. And then we're going to go here, and we need to make pants. Do until you have one of at least 80%. Button-up shirt. At least one of 80%. Cape. One of 80%. Bowler hat. 80%. Face mask. 80%. Kids pants. 80%. Kid shirt. 80%. Kids parka. 80%. I believe that's everything. Alright. I really don't get why you're mining when I've got the steel here to be done. Oh. Did I not go in here and give you the techist? You should be able to do that. Oh, you know what I bet you that is? I bet you it's one of those things that there's certain stuff when you change their ideology in the middle of a run don't take effect. So let's quickly do a save and quit and come back into the game. I think it's because we changed our style, it didn't update. We just exited our save and we're going right back in to see if now Bob can do it. Because Bob should be able to put down those floors. I deliberately changed the pattern, or changed the aesthetic for the ideology, for the express purpose of getting those floors done. Yeah, so now Bob can. Yeah, there's a couple of ideology things that when you change it without reloading your save, they don't take effect. It's not many. Some of the dietary restrictions, that kind of stuff. But they can mess with stuff. Let's see, what does the hit point percentage for craft doing? Oh, so with the crafting where we said here, what I'm telling this to do is say, hey, for consideration on if we have a cape. So we're saying make one cape anytime I don't have a cape. And what I'm saying is don't count any capes that don't fit in this range. So I'm saying the cape needs to be at least at 80% hit points. So if I have, let's find examples. So if I had like a piece of clothing laying on the floor for a while, that eventually that would go. All right, put the frog away, put the frog away, put the frog away. Yeah, so like where we look at some of these things, I'm trying to find something that got damaged. Yeah, so the Nutrimine here is damage. It's 41 out of 50 hit points. If I have clothing that's got a bunch of damage on it, don't consider that when you're going, do I have something that's valid or not? Hold up. Absolutely the hell no. Okay. We definitely need to get that inside. Oh, 1 second. All of you. So link you two. Storage, clear, critical, chem fuel, wood. It'll add a second pattern on here that says chem fuel, wood, do forever, details. If whatever it is within the minimum range of 4. And so what it's saying is anything that's within like 4 range of it, if there's wood there, just use it. Don't worry about any of that. Rigo has a ton of stuff that they've started making, but then someone picked up the previous one, so went to the next priority. Okay, so with that in mind, go haul that now. Now that there's the space in there. Because Glitter World definitely is what we want to take priority here. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. So honestly, with this, stop sowing the heal root. That's fine. We could also go here. This is probably not what I should do here. Oh, right, I see. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You put the ideology thing there. You don't have a bunch of restrictions to you, do you? Yep, that's fine. Wait, does it say no storage allowed? Nah, you're good. Because that's not a work location. Also, we got more slate made. So let's go up here. So we'll get furniture. Okay, so we attacked from multiple angles. They're bringing guns. So none of these are especially dangerous. I mean, that bottom right corner is actually pretty bad. Honestly, we don't have much holding us here. There's a bunch of our food still in there, but we're not going to get it in here anytime soon. And I'm kind of just dragging this out at this point. I think we do just go. As far as where we can go, we can potentially go for a first grav core, because we're not going to be able to get a dedicated storage room until we get our first grav core. So that one is, of course, in desert. And so we can go to our piloting console. Let's get out of here. Okay, so it's not in range for us to get on our first jump. And we got one that's in lava plains, one that's over there. This way is going cold. Still year-round groceries, and we're gonna go ahead and move. And we outie. And I never did pop the Ancient Danger, but without any shield belts or armor, I wasn't too sweating that anyways. We definitely could have missed out on some potentially good weapons or whatever, but I didn't have my pin on. We could have actually gotten a cool sight if we would have. I didn't realize it was turned off. Okay, well, we got an ancient danger right here. Huh. Actually a pretty sick map. Okay, so there's actually a pocket in there. So the downside is there's not a single geothermal I can get to that is not a terrible situation. Cool. That is what it is. And put you here. Which puts us right next to the Ancient Danger. So when the trade caravan comes through, we can just pop the Ancient Danger immediately. Alright, so we did take some minor damage on our ship. So we will want to get this all sorted. So we got a power wire, we're going to run it down here. And bring it over there. We can go up here. And get some random crops planting going on. Because we did not bring hardly any food with us. And all of our power goes off. Got plasteel over here, which is always a good time. Components. Steel. This is one of those dangerous maps that you want to avoid choosing stuff on this side because you have to run the whole way around either way to get stuff there. We'll stick to our little pocket over here first. Try and get our stuff planted. Okay, so we researched cocoa. Next up, we got harp. Meanwhile, Cookie can't actually do anything to... That's fine. Cookie can't do anything right now around here with a lot of this stuff. But worst case, you could try and help research or whatever. Alright. At some point, we need to find a pet hermit crab, because it is our venerated animal. Ooh, we have a lot of wargs and stuff we're going to have to deal with. Also, where's my colonists? Why no colonists? Alright, we'll just do this again. Because I am going to need to see my colonist status and all that. It's going to be really hard to do anything with them if I can't select and or draft them. I still can't choose them. Anyone got any ideas on that? It's the 4 boxes on the bottom left. Oh, I see. I must have misclicked on that. Okay, because I want to be like, wait a second, I really kind of need that. Alright, so we need to deal with the local threat. You know, it's fine. You can watch. Nicely done. I got a cougar over here. Alright, look, man, if you're just gonna go after each of the dangerous things... Alright, fine. We're going around. The kids want to go and aggro everything that's dangerous, so let's just go ahead and preempt that. We're going on the wilderness excursion, killing all the local dangerous wildlife. Okay. So the only one left is this Wolverine, which I'll want to deal with. And in fact, we will. Get over here. I know, you're getting upset. Okay, Cookie. Do not fire at this one. We're much closer to the ship. Alright. So all the dangerous animals have been... That's not what I meant to do, that's fine. Burn the place down while we're at it. Yep. Alright, so what I wanted to do is also click that. Did we miss anything super exciting nearby? Cliffs and caves, increased plant life, abandoned colony. That's probably out of our range. Yes, we probably didn't miss anything of 2 sweating. Just a casual burning down of the tile. Dude. Why? Why would you go all the way down there for that? Okay. Let's see here. Go ahead and take the auto pistol. And we'll take your packaged survival meals. We'll take your component, because apparently I left those behind, which is a real big nasty thing. We'll go ahead. It's a minus 50. Perfect. So we did find a new set of mercenaries to pursue. Back the way we came. And we've got 30 days to do that, so that would be in our best interest to make that happen. Okay. And just casually burning down half the map. Okay, so we got steel to mine there. Pretty sure we got plasteel up there. Didn't we have components we queued up components to mine up here. There's uranium there that's a little dangerous. I already mentioned I shouldn't queue these ones up here for mining because of having to run the whole way around to get them. I'm not getting a whole lot of good places to do that. Okay. So we're getting everything planted. You should be becoming an adult soon. You got a wild stage up, but Talon here should actually hit adulthood very soon. Yeah, a couple, about 7-8 days or whatever. And at that point, we can have, like, either Treacle focus on crafting or Talon focus on crafting. Probably Treacle. And have the other one focus on the growing of stuff. Man, I wonder who started that fire. It's really getting out of control. Someone should have been a lot more responsible in what they were doing with their fire. Oh, that was the lightning storm. Okay, this one clearly I'm in the clear here. This is a really nice map. Strange signal. Yeah, the downside is we will have the mech chase us. This is a really nice map. Sets it on fire. Right, of course. It was a nice map, but it's just a little too cold. I really didn't have that searing flesh sensation that I expect out of a good map. So we got 3 dudes with pokey sticks. Oh, Cookie, do not fire. Okay, Cookie, you're allowed to fire again. Alright, so it's a full melee group. Monolith arrival. That is a bad position, so we're going to leave the monolith alone on this map. Do you have food poisoning? What's going on here? Okay, it's not great. All right, they're out in the open. Just have at it. Cookie. Brr. You missed. You're not supposed to miss. What? Why are you not burning them? There you go. Nicely done. Hey, Arc Editor. Go ahead and get yourself an upgrade. You've earned it. Please don't walk in the fire. Please don't walk in the fire. Okay, there's the rain. Just casually burned down about half the map. It's fine. We didn't burn down the nice half of the map. That's the important part. Oh, goody. More food poisoning. Okay, so you're repairing stuff. How many components is the generator? 12? 8. Oh, also zone. We're gonna go here. Dumping stockpile. Low priority, allow all, except no rotten and no human-like. I guess I don't need a second zone than that, because it does literally allow all except rotten and human-like. Because I've been making the regular one and that one, it's like, oh, right. Those zones don't really have a difference other than what you default set to them. Yeah, so what I want to do is kind of lay low and just keep buildings till I can get the geothermal up. Because we will need to bring in more food. Granted, we also do want to do the... Where are you at? Ancient Mercenaries? Alright, so let's check the range. The Ancient Mercenaries are 2 jumps away. So let the kids run around and do their thing. There is a very strong possibility we might pop the Ancient Danger, jump on to the next spot, and then chill for a bit more resources kind of thing. We'll see. So you're doing fine. You're up at 1 from the absolute best you can be. And considering that there was one point you were dealing with plague and all that, that's pretty solid. You have about 1 season until you age up. You're doing pretty decent. Okay, I'm gonna have you switch and start slapping these components up here. Alright, gunsmithing is next, that's fine. You have food poisoning? Yes, you do. Never mind, just do whatever the heck you want. Always the children running on the absolute outer edge of the map. It's just... that's the running spot. Okay, in the meantime, you're better served for a construction person. Keep working on this. Like I said, the first time we get a proper caravan anywhere around here, it'll be very easy to poke that open and just run inside. And we can just dump it on the caravan. Unless the caravan goes down here. As far away from adult supervision as possible. Also, the place adults tell them not to go. Are you telling me that you, as a kid, did not choose that spot to run around? I was actually a relatively good kid when it comes to that kind of thing. I certainly did my own fair share of getting in trouble, but like, if someone was like, hey, this is really dangerous, don't go here, I was pretty good about that. All right. Oh, they're closing way faster than I'm hoping. Alright, so we got a little bit of fire on us. And 1 stab wound to the shoulder. Otherwise, we're okay. And immediately chasing that up by getting food poisoning. Per the usual. So I can't get around here. There's not much room for them to get around here. So, okay. We barely put in any grow time here. We can just nope out to the next area to get in position for the mercenaries. Or we can kind of stay here and deal with this. I feel like in this case, I'd probably rather just move on to the next tile, because this one, I mean, it'd be good to pop the Ancient Danger. Let's give it a minute. We'll hang. I keep being like, let's just keep moving. We can hang. It's fine. Treacle's cutting some limestone so we can start working on getting more furniture going on. So let's just keep this all going. Oh, right, we started all these shelves, and those aren't going to get done because there's no slate here. I just don't believe there was slate here. So we can go and do limestone. So that'll be a bunch of that. We also have sandstone, which I'm not going to sweat about too much yet. The whole map's getting burned down. Yeah, so pretty soon we're going to have that. Obviously, we're very low on food. That was kind of the thing. It's like, really, I should, like, not be stubborn about this. If we need to hunt, there's actually some decent animals worth hunting here. So do not keep an Equa in there. Please chuck that out of there. I take that back. Maybe there are slate shelves or slate brick here. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so as long as you have like 2 more days, you'll get a maximum age up. Which you should have 2 more days left in you. Not much more than that. Then you'll age up. Meanwhile, Treacle's cutting brick, that's fine. Okay, let's take you off this for a minute. I want you to go up north more and get those components. That way we can get her power on, because until we get her power on, Sentient Cookie can't cook. But we do have battery tech once we have components for that, to get a little bit of internal power storage, but our lack of components because we left a bunch of stuff behind, because I didn't have storage for it anyways, is the whole thing. Alright. So furniture. Oh, not there. Hang on. Probably not necessary, but we will put the slate outfit stand, because I don't think that'll penalize being in the rooms or whatever. Alright, and then we can go to you, dye your own clothes. You don't have any dyes, but that's fine. Cool, we got food poisoning. Don't love to see it. Okay, pull up some berries in the meantime to try and keep food coming in. Don't worry about the distress signal. Okay, we got gunsmithing. Solar panels are next. That does mean I can make a machining table. I don't really have a good spot for the machining table. Like, worst case, I could shove it here. But I think I'm going to hold off on that and just do without for a little bit. Okay, let me guess. Food poisoning? Yup. Okay. You can go here. Floors. Right, because weirdly you can put floors under floors here. First bedroom and second bedroom. Start getting you the nicer floors going here to try and boost all that. Alright, so that'll help store all that. We got a daze on you because of unsightly environment. That is not my favorite. Luckily, we also have Tell in here, who, if they weren't food poisoned, could harvest food. It said they're very good to slowly walk and eat berries, and probably throw up halfway through and need to try again. Nope, you did make it. Okay. I'll probably want to go out here and set up a fire to burn our worn out clothes. Because we've got a bunch of full-grown rice here that just needs someone to harvest it. You suck, game. So potatoes are a loss, but at least try and protect the rice. Okay. Looks like we actually might save some of the potatoes. Okay, that's fine. Well, the rice is getting pulled up. I thought I canceled you to do that. Cancel that spot. Cancel that spot. Please go for the components. Thank you. Oh, it's machinery. None of those are great spots, but that's okay. As we get the machinery, I can at least start getting that With this, we can go down here. Structure. Sandstone. Okay. Well, if they do get the components and all that, they can get the geothermal online. I'll try and just restock our food for a minute. You should be aging up. Okay, so we've literally maxed out that. So now we're just waiting for Talon to max him age up. It should literally be the next in-game day or / tonight that Talon will become an adult finally. And now leave just Arc Editor as the only child in the colony. I keep waiting for a proper trade caravan, because I just want to pop that Ancient Danger. That's actually the reason I held off switching over. Oh, don't worry about the plasteel right now. I need you after the components. I want the plasteel. That's later us problem. Somewhat impressive dining room. That's somewhat better than what we had before. That's fine. You can just focus on these rooms in the meantime. Until I have the components. Yeah, it's gonna take like 4 or 5 of those tiles just to get enough components. Actually, for that matter, pause all those. So put down the handful of tiles here. Alright, pause all that. Alright, Talon has just become an adult. Okay, so we got maximum options. So let's give you medical, let's give you shooting. That's 2 obvious ones. Let's give you social, because that's generically good. We did not get the benefit of having something to go with very neurotic to boost it. So we can do quick sleeper, which makes a boost through that. We can do careful shooter. I don't want that. Nimble can be just generically nice. But I think it's going to be quick sleeper on this one. But with this character, you're probably going to be taking over the planting entirely. I will put mining as a passion. Oh, it's 3. Yeah, so we will have that. I think that's a good setup. Quick sleeper. So you're getting medical, shooting, and social. So you're not getting a new crafting thing, but you will already have crafting on your list. We'll choose OK. And then for your work schedule, you will be allowed to do that. And Smith. So for right now, we're going to take Treacle off of the priority of growing stuff and put them on crafting things next. And then you are now primarily our person who grows stuff. So spears. Don't put spears in there. Hide in your room. You hid in your room because your clothes exploded off of you and you haven't gotten new clothes yet. And so the reason I decided to do that is I wanted them to start walling off the geothermal location. Since you already have the bricks to do most of that. While we hopefully get our components to get the geothermal built. And actually we have the components, we just need them to actually do it. And then that'll let Cookie start cooking. And low-key, I could actually put a set of shelves in each of these bedrooms of just extra storage. I don't think that penalizes the bedroom in any way. Cold snap. I get it, Cassy. I understand. You saw that I was not overstocked on food, and so we were playing the game of Blight, then Cold Snap, then Volcanic Winter, then Toxic Fallout. I understand. I do get where you're going with this. I am familiar with how this plays out. Trico's rapidly trying to get whatever food we can out of this. As it all dies. And an eclipse. Add bill. Burn apparel. Do forever if it is not clean. And add bill. Burn apparel. Do forever if it is below 90% and isn't utility or armor. Oh, actually, hold up. I was too late. That's fine. Go up here, haul that back. There's enough components. They just have to haul those back. I built the heaters, and they need power, obviously. But also, they take components. We almost took more components I could afford to give up. Hypothermia on you. I was worried about that. So close this room. And make that fire immediately. Okay. Now take a person freezing hypothermia. You stand right next to that fire, friend. That's because all your clothes exploded off your body. What are you feeding him? Oh, you can still eat. It's just... Like, honestly, if you don't have a stomach, you still eat normally. It's just bypasses and goes straight to your intestines, so your ability to absorb the nutrients is really terrible by comparison. It's basically that idea. So you can still get it, it's just... They have to eat way more than most people to get the nutrients they need. Oh, what did we feed him? Oh, no, we didn't feed him. He got fed a shotgun shell. Through the gut. In a raid. Okay, so you need to be restricted to home, man. Which sucks, because I'd really like you to be working on that. But right now, because your clothes exploded off of you, you just gotta stay where it's warm. solar panels, so prosthetics is next. And actually, don't make more than 1,000 bricks. We probably don't even want that many, but... And then with that, let there be power. This does mean we can allow that fire to go out. Because the heaters could take it from here. Yeah, even on the ship, Talon is slowly getting hypothermia. Oh, and do not put clubs in here. You can get back to work on making the ship nicer. Cold Snap needs to back off so he can get back to growing. Okay. All critters on the map are worthy of hunting. Okay. Yeah, and then you're helping research. Okay, we got Mad Hares. Yeah, teams being now. You're gonna have to lurk mode. Excited to see how the run's progressing. As much as you like Anomaly, it's nice to have a run where you don't have those bits taking over. Yeah, even usually in this setup, I'll usually still eventually wake up Anomaly as well. But yeah, no, we're focused on the Odyssey stuff, and generally speaking, with the Odyssey running around so much, you don't tend to get nearly as much Anomaly stuff going on, because most of the maps you don't hang out long enough for it to come into play. Alright, you can go back to mining that. Oh, wait! I was off by one. Everyone else, run over there to help Ark. Ark, you just keep on running, friend. Okay, so you only got one little nibble on you. Is that actually all of them? Okay, that's fine. Did the giant flamethrower blast miss a rabbit? Yeah, I've noticed if the enemy is fast enough, it seems that they can get ahead of it sometimes. Versus if you manually do it, you can lead the target a little to make sure it lands. Alright. Okay, so it looks like it's getting warm enough for Treacle to replant the fields. Of course there's a grizzly bear down. Oh, Ark. Buddy. Don't Skydream directly next to the grizzly bear, alright, buddy? I need you to Skydream at least a minimum distance from the grizzly bear. To be fair, you can see the bear. Maybe a person on the ground can't see the bear through the forest. This is true. Granted, this would imply it's a very open area. Especially when Ark is like going to the part of the forest that's completely burned down and everything. That's fine. That does give us more food to give us more time for all that. Shame of Sam. Sam is begging you to join Unreasonable Ambitions landing site. Sure, because otherwise we'll get mad. So who is Sam and what are they bringing to the table? Alright, welcome Sam. You are a careful shooter who is a body modder who is incapable of carrying plant work or firefighting. Okay. You're not... I mean... So, if you take over that, Cookie would have nothing to do. But I think that's okay. I think it's okay for Cookie and Sam to split responsibility on the cooking, because, I mean, it's cooking. You always want more cooking. I don't have a spare gun of any kind, because both the raids that have hit us here have been melee. So I guess for right now, just grab a spear to have a weapon. And in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and open the pool. So if you would like to be Sam, who we're about to do a conversion ritual on just because, we can go ahead and get you in here. You're probably going to be a cook and or hauling / cleaner. So between you and Cookie, we should be able to keep all like the food going at pretty much all times. And Masterful, instant conversion. Baby game for babies, so easy. We've done 2 of those with both of those, we've gotten that. Yeah, so basically you're gonna be a cook. It's pretty much the way it's gonna be, is you're gonna be a cook or you're gonna haul. And then Cookie can do the art and all that. Oh, right. That does mean I don't have enough bedrooms anymore. Have you ever wanted to sleep in the engine room? Because, you know, it's the only place to see an obvious spot. Alright, let's go ahead and get that name drawn. And then Sam is going to be Kenhawk. Welcome to the colony. I guess for now I'll scooch to the front. Oh, also we can unrestrict you. Oh, 1 second. Hold up. Hold up. You're an adult. You don't get a full recreation schedule anymore. Who do you think you are? And also that means colonist. Sheep join. You already got that sorted. Let's see. You two would like to be able to read books and play video games all days, please. I know, right? All right. It only applies to tailoring stuff and all that, so that's fine. It'd be nice if a caravan of some kind would show up. I've been waiting because I could probably handle what's in there at this stage, but there is a couple things I'm worried about. An Arc Editor really can't contribute. Canahawk would be much better suited with a gun. But we're doing what we can. Okay, so we do have some components. Right, we'll queue back up the uranium, and there was plasteel over here somewhere. Did you leave your machine pistol behind? I think we may have. We left a lot more than I realized behind when we left. I was like, let's just go. I didn't realize how little of the food actually did get on the ship, and, you know, a bunch of the other materials, like the components, I didn't realize. I was pretty sure I had told it to put the components on there, so I got caught by surprise when it wasn't there. Okay, meanwhile, how long till you age up? About 5 days, maybe? They'll still be a child, but they will be the next tier there. In Arc Editor, we're moving in the way of becoming a melee pawn just because their first set of options, melee pawn was the only not terrible option. Prosthetics. So we got long blades next. We're good on medicine for a good long while. I'll put down cotton even though I don't expect to get that done. Put down some dye for the clothes. And just corn. Well, not corn. Yeah, corn's fine. That's whatever. Because I'm probably just going to try and grab one harvest. Because we do want to do the Ancient Mercenaries. And it does take about 4 or 5 days for the engines to refresh. So I want to get this food and get out of here onto the next tile before that happens. All right. And seconds have gone by, another dangerous animal has entered the tile. Okay, all handled. Please build that bed so Canahawk stops sleeping outside. Look, if Canahawk's sleeping spot right now is right between the fuel tanks, in the room where we process wood into all sorts of volatile chemicals. We're better than making them sleep outside on the ground. In the ash. Not much better, but we are better. A little. Flash Storm, please don't target my crops. Go Frenzy on Cookie, that's fine. It has directly targeted my crops, because of course it has. Okay, you go to this side. There we go. Stop zapping my crops. Oh yeah, that bug's still there, where it could skip through corners when it's not supposed to be able to do that. The funny thing is, as much as I'm using the flamethrower and making a mess, the fact that, you know, the fact that the random storm is what's actually doing it. Because I have just been busting out the flamethrower and just going to town. It's probably the only part of the map that wasn't actually... Could you just not go into the fire? That's the second time we've done that, Talon. I just need you to not walk into the fire. It's pretty straightforward. And also, why is no one patching up your burns? Just pretty close to the entire map has been burned down multiple times over. And while most of it's my own doing and my own fault, the one that's actually causing us grief is the one and only spot that's not my fault. And run dangerously low on food. The good news, it didn't actually destroy much of the crops. We got one little pocket that got burned down. But otherwise, the crops made it. Surprisingly. I was about to say, don't you dare dry thunderstorm me again. I just get more than a couple of seconds of leeway. No real priority on that, but I will tell them to build that because it does give you a defensive position against a lot of stuff. Incoming mechanoids. The mechanoid's highest scanning process is close to determining your location. When it locates your grav ship, a massive mechanoid force will kill you. Gather your supplies and all that good stuff. Well, we have... Oh, 3 days. Okay. Okay, hold up. I didn't realize it could be that short. Alright, harvest the 10 things right now. Cancel all that. Forget about this. There's no time. Where do we have the mining spots? Cancel you. Cancel you. You probably already got the plasteel. Go here, order. Harvest it if you can. And we gotta go. Since when are anonymous follows anonymous? So when we say anonymous follows, obviously I can still see who's following on my end. And all that. The idea behind anonymous follows is that I'm not announcing the name out to the entire channel. And then the reason we do that is there are a lot of people who do not want to be the content, as it were. They would rather keep their privacy, and so what was happening is you'd run to a lot of people who they would deliberately not follow the channel until after stream so that they wouldn't get shouted out and all that, because they just don't want it. Which is fair, that's reasonable. But it was a thing that, like, to kind of give some leeway on that. You know, start doing anonymous follows where basically we just have the alert pop and go, you know, thank you for the follow, but then we just kind of move on. So I'm trying to have Treacle really fast grab some berries and all that. We're not going to be able to wait for our harvest, unfortunately, because the mechs are here in 3 days and we have to be out before they arrive. Yeah, because none of this is going to be... We might get a tiny bit of rice. Yeah, there's like nothing on the map. Alright, we're leaving. We're gonna get like basically nothing because the whole map's burned down. And just... That's not gonna be right in time. I wanted to pop that Ancient Danger. I really shouldn't, but we're going to. Because I got 2 days. Anything important outside Storge? No, I got a couple of bricks, and that's it. Actually, this will probably be the spot to hit. Then go to that spot. You two start hitting it. The rest of you get around the corner. That's not good, is what that is. That's really not good. We might be able to make this work by sowing some chaos. Let's get in position as fast as you can. You don't shoot that. Well, actually, don't shoot them. Shoot the casket. That's what I was afraid of. The moment I saw what it was, that we were going to just get tied up in all of this. Okay. So everyone survived. Just do your best to rescue who you can. So is anyone in immediate danger? 5 hours, 6 hours, you're actually okay. 10 hours, you're okay. 7 hours. Oh, this is gonna be a mess. Hey, don't leave, people. Come on. And you can't bandage people, so what you're going to do is you're going to haul that gun back. Sam, what have you done? Schedule. Everyone's restricted to stay on the ship. Honesty's rescue? Well, rescue them anyway. Get on the ship. Get on the ship now. We're already in the danger zone from needing to patch people up as fast as we can. So, You're in no immediate danger. You're already taking care of that. Sentient Cookie has 9 hours. Treacle's no immediate danger. Start tending. Look, would you have admitted to it immediately? I would have still taken them. Don't take the herbal medicine. You're bleeding out. Go to bed. And the worst thing is we got the mech showing up in 2 days. Oh, we didn't get the legend or the master weapon either. I'm probably gonna get stuck leaving that behind. Okay, so you good? You good? You're not in immediate danger, and that's honestly better than most. So you're gonna switch to taking care of them. Yeah, that was kind of one of our worst case scenarios, was the giant ones there. Because if we had just like, I was hoping for infestation, because I could have just held the line, tossed some fire in there, and called it a day. Colonist needs rescue. So you're in the clear for now. How's Cookie doing? Cookie's not going to die immediately, so now it's time for you to deal with that. We've got a disturbed vision. It's the blood all over the floor in every single room in this place. Well, good hustle. Okay. So no one's immediately died, but we have a pretty good chance of having infection. And I'm really hoping that we either have the Manhunters go to sleep, or otherwise. Is Trico bleeding? Shouldn't be bleeding anymore. They did get patched up. They were bleeding, but I believe a sentient cookie patched them up. Okay, you're fully healed. Good, you're already cleaning up all the blood. We actually might be able to make this work. If enough of those red foxes go away, Bob here's actually not very hurt. The other ones are all messed up. That Bob could hold the door. We could try and grab that and some of the other junk out there. Because we're about to run out of food. We got 1 day till the mechs arrive. I really don't want to abandon such a powerful gun. I asked one to haul it. They must have gone down while they were hauling it. Or I changed their zoning while they're hauling it or something. Come on, man. The fact that kicked off and immediately like Manhunter pack is such a troll. Okay, so Bob's fully up. I just know better than to pop out and deal with this right now. Like, give me a caravan, give me anything. Anything just to distract them. I don't need long. Well, I said anything. We're about to take a mood penalty here because... Oh, well, you're supposed to actually stand there and take it. Come on. We can make this work. Okay. So. What I could probably do... Yeah, so it's gonna take you a minute to realize what's up. So I got one wolf or one fox there and two on the other. Yeah, we got our unique weapon out here that we had in the fight. The problem is, as far as our people who can actually fight, most of them are checked out right now. So grab all of you. Honestly, Art can actually contribute on this one. So get out here as fast as you can. You lead this charge. Because if we hit the fox really fast... Am I going to have enough time? Get back in. Get back in. No, get back in. I gooped. Okay, need to keep spraying the ground, man. Oh, you're in actual trouble. And how badly are you hurt? And the rest of you are fine. So you didn't get hurt, right? Go grab that. By that I mean stand right here in the door. Put out that fire. And now go grab that. So I see it's one of those things that you got up while you're bleeding everywhere and someone is treating you. Schedule, unrestrict, you, all that. Cookie, how are you doing? Eat the pemmican. And then open this thing. You don't need to... Okay, just open the thing. And what's this? Plants? I don't care. Use it. Eat. Is there anyone still not treated? Oh my god, please. You still being treated? What are you doing, Treacle? You're cheering them up? No, you're not. Get in the bed. Growth moment on you. Melee is a passion for you. Hard worker. And crafting. You're going for the pemmican, but you're still bleeding. Where are you going? Who's still not treated? You're not treated, and Cookie's taking care of that. That's fine. Go get the berries, because we need to leave very, very soon. And butcher, add... Butcher creature do forever details include entities. So you're tending, you're sleeping, incapable of firefighting, you're relaxing socially, put out the fire. Allow rotten. Get that fox out of the door. Okay, don't care about that part. Get into the door. It's also biocoded. Does anyone have anything we really want to make sure? Okay. Chain shotgun. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Run over here. Grip this person really fast. Grab their chain shotgun. Bring it home. We desperately got to get out of this place. And you're still bleeding? Because you refuse to go to bed? So Treacle should treat them. Everyone's starving. So Cookie, I know you're having a rough go of it. I need you to start butchering literally anything. Because twisted meat is pretty awful. but it is edible. Eat some of that yourself before you collapse from starvation. Who is starving and why? Keep butchering. People are still starving. Also, could you rescue this person already? Cannot rescue, no reachable beds. But there's 7 of us, and there's 7 beds. I see, it's fine. Okay, you're already on it. That's all I care. So everyone's gonna be really upset about eating that raw, but that's what we got, that's what we're eating. And then we need to leave immediately because we got no time till these mechs show up. Okay, you can stand. So go grab a chain shotgun. Disease, infection. Heal, best quality medicine. Who is my best doctor who's not downed? You. So you're at manipulation 37. Manipulation 39. Manipulation 95. 10 to them. Use medicine. Don't take her chances. Keep on it. No, we're having Treacle do it. Treacle's in good shape. So we took a lot of unnecessary risks there. Apply that tech, and then we need to leave. Instead, the assault rifle was bio-coded. Okay, we have to go. The mechs show up in no time at all. So let's launch. Expected quality, horrendous. All right. So our food situation is abysmal. So we did learn that the mechs can actually be very sudden. We had 3 days from when we knew the mechs were on the way to actually leave. Which is no time at all. And that's when we popped the Ancient Danger, which went not great. But no one died, no permanent injuries that I did see. And then we had the Firefoxes show up right as that went down. There's an Ancient Danger. Let's, like, not learn our lesson at all. How long do we have till the mercenaries? Okay, so we're probably not going to stay here long. We're probably going to land, rip up all the food we can, and just recoup. Oh, no, it's not the Ancient Danger. If it's damaged, you know it's not an Ancient Danger. Ancient Dangers won't have existing damage on them. That's the Ancient Danger. So you're going to plunk down right there. Grab nausea. So we're just going to tell you rice, and I've learned my lesson. Don't do it in that size. Start here, start planting, get it going. Zone, dumping stockpile, do that. Low, allow all. No human-like corpses, and no rotten. Schedule, no restrictions. So we got the Ancient Danger up there. And I shouldn't worry about that. But at least give me an option to get food. And that's berries if anyone has time. There's components and steel. And Treacle's doing everything they can to get everyone back in action. We're just trying to chuck rice in the ground as fast as we can. Because rice has a 3-day grow period. And we're here for 7 days. Which is enough time to do the Ancient Mercenaries. So just trying to get the rice planted, and then we're going to have Treacle run around and start pulling berries. Reach health them to get them through that faster. Yeah, Singe's Cookie's doing their best to clean up the vomit that is literally everywhere. Hopefully people get over their injuries relatively soon. As your whole map is foul right now, you can end up starting to try and pray for rain. Yup. It can get out of control pretty quickly. Lost Nomads. Dude. I want to help you. You are going to have to wait. Starvation on Cookie. If we have anyone starving, that means we gotta stop for more berries. Because people start losing on their infections and we start having, you know, people with infections not getting fed. Triggle's almost got this area planted, though. People should start finishing recovering from a lot of those. Yeah, so you're looking like you're in good shape. You got already through your infection, so we can drop you back down to normal medicine. And the others should be recovered soon. And drop your medicine down as well. You're basically in the clear. As a flesh mass heart into devourers, into extra flesh beasts, you spam vertigo pulse with like 40 devourers. Yeah, I'm glad it actually works so well on devourers. It's kind of a fun little like, oh, okay, you know, here's a strat you can kind of use. That's not going to be ready. Okay, we've almost got this. Soon as Treacle finishes planting that field, They're going to run around and rip up a bunch of berries, and that'll give me a little while of food. Consulting spree because malnourished. I mean, you got more berries. You can go eat them if you want them. They are available now. Okay, so good news is that Insulting Spree didn't last super long. Okay, so we got another person up, able to start helping with the planting and all that. And you're starting to come together, you're starting to come together. Okay. And I'll let them run around and do the berries for a minute. And then we're going to expand that more. Okay. So bear with me, chat. I need to get myself a new drink, and I'll be back in just a minute, but thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Okay, so like I said, we wanna let them grab some berries, and then we need to expand this field. We're not trying to stay here long, I'm just trying to get a little bit of food. I didn't put this down because Bob is going to be probably the last one to fully heal up, unfortunately. And we literally will be able to leave... Oh no, there's still 4 days left. That's fine. I don't want to build this, but I do think it is the correct behavior. Okay, so I had a bunch more. Same basic plan. Oh, right, you're intended to be a ranged person. Go grab that chain shotgun. Rearrange our pawns roughly based on range. Okay, everyone's back in action, so that's good news. I'm gonna need to get rid of the cougar there. Not gonna bother building a wall around the geothermal. If something destroys it, so be it. Okay, power's on. They can start cooking. Alright, so we need to get rid of the cougar here. It's like right at my edge. Now you, Cookie. Too late. Oh, Ark, I appreciate the gusto, friend. Maybe let the grown-ups deal with that. Get that fire out, please. Get the fire out, please. Not picky. Go ahead and kill anything that gets, you know, catch your attention. Okay, and is everyone converted? Yeah, everyone's converted. That's good. Alright, so Arc Editor's the only one we still have as a child. They just aged up. They're in a pretty good situation. They do have Brawler, they do have Passion in Melee. We do need to wait for them to be a little bit older before they can really contribute. We did throw them into the melee when everything looked bad, and they did actually pull their weight pretty well. But there's just the danger of they can't take a hit. And normally I don't like leaning on rice, because nutrition-wise it's the most effort per nutrition. But in this case, we just need food now, and it gets us to food now the fastest. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We physically can't host this person. Alright. So that should go because Ancient Danger. I would like to pop that Ancient Danger before we leave. Because, you know, I don't learn my lesson. Ultimately... Oh, right, we have the Nomads quest. How many of you is there? 3. Man, I don't got a place to keep you. Alright, so we got the Nomads. Actually, bring on the nomads. Hey all, normally I have you all disarmed the moment you arrive. I would like to, I'd like to go ahead and have you help out with something. Nothing to worry. Nothing ever goes wrong with this. It's certainly, do you consider it cheesy to deconstruct the court? Usually I haven't been able to see inside using the corner. That's kind of an interesting idea. Because I know I've done that in the past. It used to not work, but I'm down to find out. We gotta do it to an inside corner. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're still going in there regardless. But it is an interesting idea to do that. So let's have you all get away. And you'll probably hit the hardest. Well, actually, I got it set to deconstruct. So we can grab you. So I've never messed with that. Oh yeah, that's just a baby one. Okay. So deconstruct that spot. You three hold the line. The rest of you pile in behind it. Cookie, don't fire. Not looking to destroy everything that has walked the earth. Alright, so the fact that nothing was awful in there worries me a little bit. So let's go ahead and have you pop a shot. No, move. Okay, get him. They're like all shotguns. Every one of them is a shotgun, just about. Kill him fast. Kill him fast. Okay. That certainly could have gone worse. Meanwhile, a kind jogger. Hey, buddy. Don't worry. We'll take good care of you. At least we're gonna try. You're bleeding pretty bad, actually. Yeah, you're bleeding really bad, actually. So let's just deal with you right here on the ground. Order, allow. Go ahead and haul that Hellcat back. There you go. That was the cost of me helping the refugees. I had a problem, they had a problem. And now neither of us have a problem. Jump packs, love to see it. Actually, go ahead and just rescue. Okay. Right. Don't store wood there. Why won't you haul that? There's space in here. And it's allowed in there. There you go. Do you still have an injury? You still have an injury? Okay, well, none of the injuries are bleeding, so that's fine. You wish jump packs to build mechs with jump packs? Disease infection. That's okay, Treacle's got you. That's not the right person. That's okay, Treacle's got you. There you go. The medic bog has a jump pack. He'll use it when undrafted. Oh, that's neat. I wasn't aware of that. The Grand Aunt of Treacle is visiting. Oh, also, we never did set these. Because, like, please don't craft or anything like that. That's fine. Alright. Okay, so looking at what we got some worn out clothes we can give you. You've got a little bit of medicine you can give us, and some meals, and that's good enough for me. So haul the gun back. The rest of the stuff we don't care about. Oh, also, zones, right now. That's fine. Oh, they're, excellent. What is the biocoded guns? So we had a chain, we had a chain shotgun, another chain shotgun. We have a pump shotgun I don't care about. Yeah, we had a lot of stuff in there that was biocoded. But biocoded gun means that we can't use it. It's designed so only the person it's biocoded to is able to use it ever. Yeah, so I would take the kind jogger, even though they are already missing a leg. Which is sad, but useful. Yeah, no, it's fine. That was the dangers. We opened that thing up. I think it was like 3 of them had chain shotguns, because I think Kanahawk, or one of our people, grabbed one of them. Psychite addiction on one of the guests? I am okay with that. You have yourself a time. Stop it. Just stop it. So there's a group of Scythers. Grab the Hellcat. Okay, who has the longest range? Okay. Alright, nicely done. You go start smashing it, the rest of you go about your day. And you need a rescue because you're infection, but it's already at 95%, so you're honestly in the clear. So we can allow all that. No, I meant to prevent the ad, but I got distracted dealing with stuff. It's fine, we'll just go a little bit longer then. I shouldn't, but, you know. Yep, so they're all doing great. We can go in here, floors. Okay, so we can leave again. We do have 6 more days to the Ancient Mercenaries are off the table. So what we can do is, in the meantime, just basically pull up everything we can. In fact, disallow sewing. It's fine. Okay. So those are still queued up. So Treacle should... yeah, start smashing mechanoids and all that. In this case, we will suspend making brick. Okay, we got Death Rest, that's Auto Doors has come up next. So pretty much just keep on cooking as fast as you can. Harvest what you can, all that stuff. We'll need some crafting time, because you need more fuel. Well, and Treacle wasn't supposed to be doing that anymore, so Treacle's going to be assigned to crafting. Because we want to get some chem fuel up so we can refuel our engines. We can guard you, and you'll give me a Brawler Teetotaler, or stuff I don't care about. Right now, honestly, with our situation, I don't think we take that quest. It's not that we couldn't do it, I don't have a lot of good food sitting around, and we've already got a group of refugees we brought on board, and so we want to deal with them first. And they're going to be here for another 6 days. They're coming with us to deal with the ancient mercenaries. Yes, I'm just trying to give myself enough time to get food sorted a little bit. Okay, they're all getting that sorted. And hopefully with Canahawk, they'll get a chance to go hunting as well. Because Canahawk and Sentry Cook are kind of splitting responsibilities of cooking. Actually, with Sentient Cookie. Yeah, so between the two of them, occasionally they should get some time to hunt. Which would mean making pemmican. Alright, so our chem fuel is full. And most of our people are almost all fully healed. Okay, the good news is this is all getting gradually cleaned up and fixed. People's moods are stabilizing. We will need to deal with that real fast. Okay. Let's see, do the 3 bedrooms with unfinished furniture matter that much? Not really. The furniture will give them a little extra bonus, but that's not immediately urgent. More important is that we keep the, keep getting the fuel and all that done and get, like, the general, like, decorations and all that sorted. Okay, so all the refugees are all healed. So when the bear dies, they'll butcher the bear, which will give us meat, which will let us make pemmican. How do you get fuel each map? So I've got the chem fuel refinery, and then basically we grab wood and we process that into chem fuel. It just takes someone doing crafting skill. All right. I definitely need more dedicated food area. Yeah, so 4 days on the Ancient Mercenaries. And unfortunately, a lot of this food isn't going to be brought with us. Almost all of the raw food is out there. Auto door. So we got beer brewing next, which we won't bother doing. So then the plan is to go to the Ancient Mercenaries, and then we'll be able to hop down to Lava Fields to get our core to make this bigger. And when we make it bigger, we're going to need to add a couple more bedrooms, and I'm going to try and make a dedicated storage room. Because that should help a lot. Well, the problem with beer in RimWorld is you have to keep the kegs at a very careful temperature. And then on top of that as well, you have to grow the hops, craft the wort, make the beer. And then of the drugs in the game, beer is actually one of the ones that can be more problematic. It almost just short of guarantees your characters will eventually get liver cancer. And so genuinely, it's not that I'll like force my pawns not to drink it. And if they loot it, that's fine. A couple goes isn't a big deal. But keeping it around your colony is begging for trouble a lot of times. Not that it's not, like, the liver cancer is actually one of the more treatable things in the game. But it's still just one of those things that, broadly speaking, of the drugs, it's funny. The drugs that tend to be considered, like, the most minor in real life, like beer and, you know, their equivalent of, like, weed and everything, are actually the ones that I find more problematic so far as having your colonists doing on any regular basis. Versus, like, hallucinogenic tea and shrooms and all these kind of things. It's like, nah, man, that's... Those ones are pretty benign. Don't worry about that, but just, like, normal beer. Beer's not too bad. The one I honestly think is genuinely the worst is Smoke Leaf. Smoke Leaf in the game is downright awful. Between the consciousness penalty and betrayal, you should very much reconsider that thought. Where's the third one? The third one's outside. Ma'am, could you stop bleeding on my floor? Oh, sorry about keeping you all drafted. Thank you for no longer bleeding on my floor. Everyone's hitting on everyone, and everyone's rejecting everyone, and it's not doing good for anyone's morale. So that works out, because that reduces the amount of food I need. They're not doing that one. We got 3 days on the Ancient Mercenary, so we want to get out of here soon. I'm just hoping to get a little bit more of the food actually on the ship versus sitting outside. Pollution drop for Neopermer. Don't need that. Would shovel the bedroom be bad? No, that's actually something we were considering. I just wanted we need to cut brick for it. And so I did suspend the cutting of brick to make sure we were getting the chem fuel. The chem fuel looks like it's in good shape, though. So I can let them cut brick, and then maybe we can get a couple more shelves in here. Because that's actually what it's going to do, is going to put some of those in there. But I need more brick to do it. Okay, so it looks like we're getting granite. So I don't have hardly any time, because we do want to get here. And there is a flight time, so we do actually have to leave beforehand. So we got 1 day to get what we can done. Go prioritize those shelves. Clear, preferred, food. Clear, preferred, food. And that's probably going to be all she wrote in that regard. So give him a second to load it up, and then we're heading out. Because I'm not too picky about what food goes on it. Just get that food in there. The downside is, while we have a lot of food numerically, it is rice, which means it's actually not a lot of nutrition. Alright, I think that's time for us to go. Because we want to make sure we get over here in time. And that's fine. Because that has only 2 days left, and there is a travel time. Let's make sure we get there before it's all over. Alright. So probably end up staying on this map for at least a little while. So ideally, we'd like to find a geothermal that's accessible. There's one there that's pretty usable. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so we're gonna move our landing spot. Plunk ourselves down right there. Okay. We did get the nausea. That's honestly kind of the worst case scenario, because that means for like 4 in-game hours, we are going to be dealing with that. We do actually have a lot of stuff on us, so I'm going to go for the potatoes next. Put strawberries here. Go for the corn. Get some cotton going on here. Heel root. And dye. But for just a moment, restrict everyone onto the ship. Because we need to wait for the nausea to fall off. How many bad guys in the building? There should be a total of 2. So not many, but there is a chance of like sentry guns and all that. We're just going to take a quick wait and make sure this grav nausea drops off. Everyone should be... yeah, so we got 3 hours as the longest one. It looks like Sentient Cookie was the longest one. So as soon as that drops off, we're going to go in there, we're going to deal with them, and then we can just let our people free to do whatever they need on the map. I'm trying to watch the doors to see if they peek any of the doors. Alright, with that, let's grab everyone. Start right on over here. Try and peek this door, because if I peek this door... yep, it shows the whole hallway, so there is a sentry gun there. So we've got an LMG, and then a unique LMG. So you have EMP rounds, it's cumbersome, so it takes longer to aim, and then it has a double the regular firing rate. So that is actually a pretty dangerous gun. So the idea of what we want to do here, there's another sentry gun up there. So you have multiple sentry guns. So if we had a shield belt, this would be great. But we don't. So who's our researcher? That would be... you. Oh, the door's already hacked. Do walls of your ship have to be made out of steel? No, you can make them out of any metal. So one tag crane. Or spider. It honestly doesn't matter. Well, you just took drugs. Alright, just like that. So now let's drop back here. Straightforward plan. Crane pops up here. And we fill crane with bullets. Oh, and I missed. It wasn't EMP rounds. It was the EMP cannon. Which is fine. But the EMP rounds are much better because it just causes EMP as you go. Ooh, you almost took my leg off with a bruise. Now the big problem here is these defender turrets. I don't have smoke grenades. And meanwhile for this... Go ahead and grab the unique weapon. Oh, we also need to go here, zone, stockpile, low priority, allow all, except no rotten and no human-like. And then we can go up here. Clear, low, human-like allowed. So get you out of the door. So disallow that door. Alright, so let's go here, zone, expand, manage, new area, danger. We're going to expand that. So for right now, we're considering the interior of this building a danger zone. So go here, manage areas, invert, close, schedule, danger. So no one's should be allowed in the building. And no one's gonna treat you per the usual. Almost everyone is doctoring one, but that doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay, that said though, chat, I've already gone more than an hour and a half over what I should have. So we will go ahead and we'll be back again probably tomorrow. I know me and Toom are going to like an art thing, but my intention is to be back tomorrow because we have a whole lot of games that are releasing and all that and having major updates tomorrow. So we'll most likely do Corsair Cove tomorrow for its 1.0 update, I believe is tomorrow. We will be back to this run, but it is likely there will be a little bit of a gap between this today and the next day we play this, just because we have, like, it's genuinely like 12 different games are releasing or massive updates and all that. Most of them will be the kind of games where you jump in, we do a stream or a half stream, and then go on to the next one. There are a couple that could go long, but my intention is to return to this run. So with all that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I do stream almost every single day from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. Technically, I put Thursdays and Fridays as my days off, but broadly speaking, I do typically still stream those days most of the time. Anyways, with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be going down abruptly for you because I do not have a host right over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. And if you're over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid off onto. Should be plenty of options tonight and all that stuff, just got to figure out where I want to actually take this.